You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. The Friday before the holiday week. That's right. Hopefully some of you are not going to be, well, some people might be taking the whole week off. I got a 5-day weekend next weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, welcome, guys. Let's put on a little music. Let's do a little music here. Where is it at? There we are. There we go. Put that little music on right there. Cheers, guys. Got a little Jameson going on tonight. I was like, you know what? Been drinking vodka, too much vodka in the past couple of weeks, so I got a little Jameson right here. So cheers. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Made it through another week. All right, got that going on right there. Retweet that. Pin it. Doing the Twitter thing right there. Anyways, all right. Who's out there? How we doing? What's going on, Ryan? Evening. Gladiator 2 next Tuesday. Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to give my, of course, my full drinking review of Gladiator, but I won't give any spoilers. We're not going to have like a spoiler discussion or anything like that. I'm not even sure who on the panel has actually full on seen it, so don't worry about that. What's going on, James? How you doing? Finally, we get some update on Brave and the Bold, although I don't like the idea of the script still being in development for over a year now. Like, how can it not be right yet? Well, I mean, we got to remember, dude, not even the Batman 2 script is fully done. So, I mean, yeah, you got to just, they're taking their time with that. But at the same time, when it comes to the DCU, you got a bunch of other projects that are already in development. I mean, what I said about all that was the fact that he didn't exactly need to. Wow, I keep hitting my keyboard right here. Sorry. He didn't need to announce that there was a Batman Brave and the Bold. But I think they felt like they needed to announce it because you have to have a Batman project in there somewhere. So I think that was one of the reasons why it was announced. But I mean, the story idea is there. Again, the intriguing part of that story is the fact that Damian is going to be in it. What's going on, Kenneth? Very excited for Superman 2025 and the DCU. Can't wait for the trailer when it arrives. With what being said, I'm getting a little tired of those people wanting the DCU to fail and the comments, it's only B and C list characters James Gunn is doing other than Superman to start. Yeah. And I think I knew which people you're talking about. Meanwhile, and it's so funny too, because I'm not actually knocking the idea, but I'm just calling out the hypocrisy right here is if you've seen those diehard Snyder fans that are, if that's who you're talking about, and I think that's who you're talking about, is we're talking about like B and C list characters. I've seen numerous times that they want an Atom movie because, Mr. Ryan Troy, it was introduced in Zack Snyder's Justice League, so they want an Atom movie because one time Zack was asked during an interview, would you want to see a continuation of that character? And he said yes, which I would totally be for. But it's just kind of funny because it's, you see what I'm getting at here, right? You see what I'm getting at. It's like, wait a minute. So, anyways, what's going on, Taladia Plays? Good to see you, buddy. All right, we got Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, Dave, I just watched Gladiator 2. Definitely a great follow-up to the original. Yes, I would agree with that. So are you looking forward to Skeleton Crew? Or are you well, you know what? It gives me like that, that group of children vibes, a little bit of Goonies vibes. And there's how many 80s, 90s movies out there that have like a group of kids that are in this crazy world. And I'm like, all right, if that's going to be in the Star Wars world, hey, I'm all for it. It actually looks kind of fun. Gustavo, what's happening? Happy Friday. What's going on, Max Wolf Night Danger? Hey, Dave, what up? I can't wait for Superman trailer next month. So, yeah, I know. Should be good. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Oh, yeah, doing great, dude. Always great to see you, bud. Cheers to you, sir. Oh, just take a drink. Good to see you, Jade. You know? Always one of the executive producers, which I got to bring that back. I got to bring that back and have the certain supporters of the channel, of the Patreon, to be executive producers and announce them again. I kind of fell off that, trying to clean that up and stuff like that. I got some things in the works, especially for 2025, that I've been really thinking about. But there's been other things that have been in the works too. What's going on, Music Man? How you doing, Phil? Good to see you, brother. We got Austin here too. What's happening? I might have got a little sneak peek on something that Austin did. Let's just say Austin's a really good filmmaker and storyteller, even when there's a little amount of time. Gecky TV, what is happening? Yeah. What's going on, Adam Baker? I don't know what the yeah is meaning, but hey. Braden, Dave, did you see that Grace Randolph called people who support James Gunn bitches? Did she really say that? No way. Did she actually really say that? No way. If I look, I will find that she called people who support or did she say that in like one of her videos? Oh man, that girl. I remember there was one point where Grace and I followed each other on Twitter. That's right. I didn't know. You can actually see my live reaction when somebody actually, during Film Junkie Live, during the question segment, where they said, hey, Grace Randolph follows you. I'm what? I mean, at first I followed her and then I stopped following her. And then turns out she was following me, was totally blown away by it. But I think after a little bit, she ended up unfollowing me. So, Grace and I have this love-hate relationship, I should say, Maybe I should move to New York City, huh? Just kidding. No, it's fine. She does her thing. Do mine. But she actually, somebody, if there's like a clip or a tweet, by all means, somebody send that. Somebody send that to me, please. That's pretty funny. And what's going on, Axel? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. We got Chuck right here. Sup, Dave? Since Alan Tudyk is voicing Clayface, you think he'll play him in the live-action version? That's right. That was also mentioned today. Too, by Mr. Daniel RPK. Not the first time it's been mentioned. We'll talk about that, too. There's a lot of things out there. Well, Mr. Balga, do the gun haters and the cultists realize that they will never be satisfied? And if they ever are, well, their heads might explode, because what would they do with their time? I know. Kind of makes you wonder about a lot of things when it comes to that. I almost think that, you could look at it with a lot of aspects. Like, if certain things, like, okay, so if the DCU gets canceled, then what? I mean, then what are you going to have to complain about every day? Buster Barnes, what's happening? According to Grace Randolph, now James Gunn based Rick Flag Sr. off of himself. Wow. Okay, so we're getting a lot of Grace Randolph. I don't watch her stuff anymore. I haven't. I usually don't. I'll see like little clips every now and again, but I haven't even seen clips. What is going on with Gracie Poo right here? She's really just letting loose, it sounds like. That's interesting. Huh. Might have to somebody's gonna have to send me some clips of this stuff. Got myself a Martian Manor. Good. That's cool. I know. I gotta update some of I gotta get some more McFarlanes, but I've been kind of taking a break. Yeah, Grace have a meltdown about people's liking Peacemaker. Wow. Well, Grace low key. Oh, geez. Why? Because she hates James Gunn. Is that turning some of the fanboys on? Is the fact that she's trying to stick to James Gunn? Is that what's happening? Didn't James Gunn actually call her out at one point? Or Ray's always negative towards James Gunn. Yeah, I think didn't he call her out at one point? I could have sworn. What's going on, Antonio? What is happening? That is pretty funny. I don't know. I have not seen any of this stuff when it comes to Grace. Good old Grace. But that's pretty funny right there. But anyways, guys, by all means, continue asking questions right now. Like I said, this is the part where I'm going to give my full review of Gladiator 2 that I saw last night with my dad and my brother, which was a lot of fun. We got sushi afterwards, which was obviously delicious, and we just had a good time. So I'm going to give my full drink and review of Gladiator 2 and then kind of like talk some other things too. But by all means, ask some questions. I'll get to them, and then we'll get the panel on here. So Gladiator freaking 2, man. Good old Ridley Scott. I mean, nothing's really changed too much when it comes to my first reaction of Gladiator 2. What I said in my video that I posted, I didn't post it last night. I got home, I was just so tired, because it was late. It's a 2.5 hour long movie, and like I said, we got dinner afterwards. So I guess you could say it wasn't initially my first reaction review because we did get dinner, and then I drove home and then I shot my video. So it was a delayed first reaction. Sorry to how dare I? It wasn't the first. I should actually just do a video with both my dad and my brother, and why not just do it right out of the theater, right? Isn't that like a segment? It's kind of funny because I started doing first reactions so long ago, and then all of a sudden it's like I see other YouTube channels that do out of the theater reaction, and I'm like, wait a minute, yeah, I might have been the pioneer of that, but they just changed it. How dare they? Who do I have to sue, guys? Who do I have to sue? No. But yeah, when it comes to Gladiator 2, Ridley Scott doesn't miss a beat. Obviously, it's not as good as the first one. No, of course not. Naturally. And I don't think anybody was expecting it to be. And if you thought it was, by all means, it's perfectly fine. It definitely ups the ante when it comes to the Gladiator games. Like, it felt like there is more action. There definitely is. I think there's definitely more action in this movie. Because, like, right off the bat, it's like, here's a war that's happening. And in the opening fight, the opening battle, you already know what's going to happen. I'm not going to say what happens, but you already know what's going to happen. And you're going to be knowing like, oh, yeah, this is why Lucius, I think his name is, right? Is that the main character's name? See, that's the thing. When it comes to like these certain names in these types of movies, they're not common names. It's not somebody named, hey, Brandon over here. And then we got Steve. And yeah, they all have specific, names. You guys know how bad I am with names, but so you already know where like, oh, I know where this is going, sure. And it was just like, okay, that's pretty obvious. But at the same time, the story is the story is interesting because you're kind of going like, okay, there are people playing each other, and then there's like a little, when because certain things, who he is, And of course, you got Connie Nielsen's character, and then you're like, okay, when is she going to find out who he is? And then there's like a lot of other things that are in motion. And then you got Denzel Washington's character. He's got his own little agenda that he's doing. So there's a lot of like pieces that are going, crisscrossing, and you're just kind of going like, whoa, like, oh, and then all of a sudden you go, oh shit, that's what he was doing. Oh, that's what he was doing. There's a lot of things there, and there's some double crossing. There's some, oh, I didn't know this character was going to do that, or this was going on right here. It's actually that's what's cool about the storytelling. Like I said, the only thing that, and apparently there's, who knows, I think somebody told me this, that there is supposed to be like a director's cut that's going to be a lot longer. And one of my biggest gripes was the fact that when it came to the more dramatic scenes in the movie, it just seemed like they were so quick. Like I was like, hey, Ridley Scott, let him breathe a little bit. Let it breathe a little bit. But I can understand where it's like, oh, there's so much story that he's trying to fit in here that he couldn't let it breathe. So I'm kind of wondering if it's true that he's going to get his director's cut that is going to be maybe an hour or so longer maybe those scenes will breathe, because there are some pretty dramatic scenes that I was kind of going, there needed to be more on that. And that was really my only gripe. Like, I thought Paul Mescal, which I've not seen a lot of things that he's in, I thought he carried the movie very well. I was like, I was just kind of going like, who is this guy? I know a lot of, he's like a an indie film darling. Film Twitter loves this guy. He's been in a couple other movies that I just didn't see, but I would see because I follow certain accounts on Twitter. I was like, is he going to be able to carry this? I mean, he looks the part. He definitely has a face. Is he going to be able to do it? And he did. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, there's not really any. It didn't feel like 2.5 hours. That's what's. I don't think any Ridley Scott ever feels like the runtime that he puts forth. Like, oh, this is the runtime, and it might be 2.5 hours, which this movie is. Does not feel like it's 2.5 hours. Does not feel like it's 2.5 hours at all. So, and yeah, I mean, I know he's already kind of setting the motion for Gladiator 3. I'm kind of wondering what the hell that's going to be. You know, it's going to be interesting, like how, and when people are saying like, oh yeah, there's deja vu, I saw, especially since I posted from Film Junkie Live, Wednesday's Film Junkie Live, I posted, I cut out that segment and put it in a video talking about Wicked. Of course, we're in GLICKED Weekend. We're in GLICKED Weekend, which of course it's like kind of a Barbenheimer. It's not going to be as big as Barbenheimer, but I saw some people saying like, oh yeah, it's like a deja vu. It's like, we've already seen this. We've already seen, we saw this the first one. I'm like, yeah, but what were you expecting? It's Gladiator 2. Were you expecting like there to be a big, huge time jump? Like there was going to be this crazy technology. There was going to be motor vehicles. I don't know what some of these critics were actually wanting to see. It's like, yeah, we're still going to have the Gladiator matches, but there's going to be different stakes. I mean, literally there's a scene where they pour water into the Coliseum and they put sharks in there. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, if you think about it, that wouldn't be possible. But Ridley Scott said, fuck it. We're going to make the Coliseum ground. We're going to put a bunch of water in there, and then there's going to be sharks. And then they're going to reenact some kind of battle on a boat, the gladiators and then the soldiers. We're going to reenact a battle, and then you're going to see some dudes get chomped up by sharks. It's ridiculous, but you accept it. You accept it because it works. It works. It works. And I enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. It was great. So, yeah. So the battles are, they're much more intense, much more extreme. But yeah, of course, it's not going to be better than the first one. But, what can you do? And then, of course, when you start piecing everything together, you're like, oh, wow, this is pretty interesting. So there you go. Gladiator 2. And whoever saw Wicked, I mean, apparently Wicked, when it comes to Wicked is getting all kinds of great reviews too. So I've been hearing really good things about it, but I'm like, it's just not for me. Maybe eventually I'll watch it, but it's not for me. I'm not going to spoil it. Don't worry. I'm not going to spoil things. Not going to spoil things. Don't worry. That was in the trailer. You actually hear it in the trailer where you actually see it in the trailer that they put water in the Coliseum. So don't worry. I'm not spoiling anything. I'm not going to say like who comes out alive, who dies, or anything like that, because, there's always that. I mean, nobody's safe. No character is safe. No character is safe in these types of movies. I mean, look at the first one, no character is safe. Anyways, so, and one of the other things I wanted to talk about actually was something from good old Jimmy Guns. That was interesting because I was seeing the response and everything. And it was this right here. Hold on, let me make sure that. Right. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, because he responded to somebody again, as he does. And this is it right here. So somebody actually asked Mr. Jimmy Guns right here, James, why are you overlooking origin stories? Those make us connect with the characters well at emotional level. And your choices of so niche characters to headline their own movies, such like, Sergeant Rock or Swamp Thing, makes it look like you're making the DCU for hardcore comic book readers and not for the general audience. James Gunn said it right here. I'm not telling Batman and Superman's origin stories, again, because everyone knows them. And don't put Swamp Thing in the corner. Let's see, is that what he said? And don't put Swamp Thing in the corner. That's a project in development we've actually announced, and he's an incredibly well-known character with not only some of the greatest comics of all time, but a successful film series and his own TV show, something that could be said of only a very small handful of DC characters. So that right there, origin stories, because I saw some people going like, well, wait a minute, this is for a new, there's new people out there that need to be reacquainted with these characters. So why wouldn't you want to pose it? Shut up! Everybody knows the origin story of Superman and Batman. And if you don't, or if any of these kids that people are claiming don't know the origin story, guess what? All you have to do is go to your iPad that your parents give you. These kids can go to their iPads or their phones or something like that. We have technology at our fingertips that you could just literally just type into YouTube, Batman origin, Superman origin, and you will get a video, a detailed video from some creator out there that will give you the full-on origin story if you need it. But everybody kind of knows that, hey, Superman, yes, Krypton, it was blowing up. His parents put him in a spaceship, send him off, and he shows up on Earth, and then, of course, he gets his powers from the yellow sun. You can basically just, you can get it down to that. Batman, all his parents get killed right in front of him. And then, of course, he vows that he's gonna, have vengeance, and then whatever the fuck. I mean, it's just kind of funny when I was seeing people react to the fact that it's like, wait, you're upset that he's not gonna do origin stories. Why waste another movie on an origin story with Batman and Superman when everybody knows that? I mean, I saw somebody actually said like, well, yeah, the MCU, but look at the MCU. If like they were establishing a universe, you needed origin stories. I'm like, yeah, but we didn't get Spider-Man's origin story. Because we already knew that. It's a popular character. We already know Spider-Man's origin story. So when Spider-Man was introduced into the MCU, they referenced it. That's it. He was already established. That's it. We didn't know Natasha's origin story right away. We got her origin story more when she got her solo film, which was after she died, which was, I thought that wasn't going to be an issue, but it ended up being an issue because I thought Black Widow movie fucking sucked. I did not like the Black Widow movie. I thought it was totally just, they did. That one had potential, and I'm not saying it's all bad, but it just, totally bad. But it's like, we don't need, I mean, the Batman came out in 2022. We didn't get an origin story again with there. We barely got any reference of the fact that it's like, oh yeah, his parents got off or anything when it came to that. It was initially just the story of Batman. Like, we don't need that. We definitely don't need that. When it comes to the Swamp Thing though, Swamp Thing, like in his little spiel right here about Swamp Thing and saying that, it's an incredibly well-known character with not only some of the greatest comics of all time, but a successful film series and his own TV show. Jimmy Guns, sure. I see what you're saying here. And somebody like me who watched those films and watched the TV show as well as the animated series. There was an animated series, and I remember collecting the figurines for the animated series that came out in the early 90s. We're talking about 30 plus years ago. That's the thing. Swamp Thing, not exactly the same thing. I don't think there's going to be people in 2024 that are really going to know Swamp Thing. That they've heard of him, they've seen what he is, cool, and maybe they saw the James Wan produced series that came out, which was really good. They got canceled before it got launched, which was fucking stupid. But again, Warner Brothers and DC was in a stupid spot back then. It's like, I don't think people are going to know a lot about this character. So, I mean, I'm not saying that there needs to be a full-on origin story when it comes to, well, what James Mangold apparently is going to be doing. But, I just wouldn't say put that in the same category as like, oh, yeah, he's well known. I think people know the name and they know what he looks like, but they don't really know the character. So we're still going to need a little bit, something, a little foundation right there. Batman and Superman, I'm totally glad. I'm 100% glad that the Superman movie is not going to be an origin story. He's already established, and there's other heroes within the universe. I love that, and I think that's what's going to make his Superman movie stand out, is that. But, when it comes to even doing a DCU Batman, doing another Batman with already this one over here, we don't need another origin story. But, there could be references, there could be whatever. But at the same time, it's like, when people are making a stink, I think people just want to make a stink about it because it's James Gunn. They don't like James Gunn. But yeah, we don't need a Superman origin. We don't need a Batman origin. We just want stories, new stories, reference it while telling a different story. So yeah, there was just that whole thing I just wanted to kind of talk about. Anyways. All right. What are we talking about here? Hit that like, thumbs up. Do that. Let's see. What are you guys saying? All right. Yo, Dave, what's going on? Jay, did you get? No, I didn't order any of the new McFarlanes because right now I was kind of focusing on other things. Other things when it comes to where I wanted my money to go, kind of thing. So I haven't been partaking in the buying of McFarlane's or Funko Pops or anything like that. I'll get back into it, don't worry. But and I know those will be around, so I didn't take part in that because right now I'm just kind of going like, you know what? I kind of want to get out of where I'm at right now. I kind of where I live right now. Kind of want to set things in motion. So then you got to start pinching the pennies a little bit. So forking over money. That's why I was like, I would give Scott some shit and stuff like that. But I know Scott, he's a collector, and I give him shit, but I love the guy about it. And again, he sent me the Batmobile for my birthday, which is great. But it's one of those things where I just want to go, all right, maybe I should just not do that. I don't need it right now. Don't need that. And I need to put the money over here because I kind of want to relocate. I've been living here for how many years now? Pretty much, about 6 years. 6 years. I've lived in this apartment for 6 years, and it's time. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I want to move to a different spot. So, so you got to start thinking about where your finances are going, and when it comes to buying figurines. It's like, I got a whole table full of figurines, McFarlane's right over there that I could see. That is mainly Zack Snyder Justice League. So I was like, you know what? I'll hold back on those right now. At least right now. Problem is they ended the games, right? What? You're talking about Gladiator, Omega. Well, good to see you, Omega. You're gonna go see? Yeah, good. Go see it. Check it out. Remember, Grace is a fucking liar. She said nobody's watching the Penguin series. Her own words. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if she's a liar. She just got a chip on her shoulder sometimes, I think. Just sounds like that's the case. Denzel is the best character and actor in Gladiator 2. The rest of the cast is mid. I wouldn't say that. I would say everybody did their jobs. But yeah, Denzel definitely stands out. Wasn't that one actress from... Yeah, apparently they cut her from the movie. That's what I'm kind of wondering when somebody told me that there's supposed to be this director's cut. So, yeah, I don't know. Mescal was no good. Dude can't carry 2 feathers on his back. I disagree with you, D-Man. I thought he was great. I thought he was fine. I thought he did a good job. I don't know. Yeah. I watched a different movie, apparently. He had a 4-hour script for Napoleon and used 12 cameras for the eyes. I still have not seen Napoleon, so. Monkeys tearing faces off. Yeah. Let's see. The music makes you chill. This music yeah, that's what I'm trying to... I try to give that vibe. I got the sunglasses on. I got the lighting. That's what I do. That's what the beginning of the Vodka stream has turned into now. It's my own way of like sipping on some whiskey or vodka before we get the panel on, before it gets to, gets crazy madness with those rascals. The Batman didn't have an origin story either, and it worked well. I agree. Origins for more. Yes. And I'm sure that's what's going to happen. Like, we're going to get an origin story of John Stewart, Green Lantern, 100%. And I'm sure we're going to get a flashback episode in that series of Hal probably getting the ring and everything. So, yeah, we're going to get origin stories from other ones. And he even said on Threads as well, when somebody asked about Paradise Lost, the Wonder Woman series, the prequel Wonder Woman series, he said that's an active development. So that's going to be coming, and we're going to get essentially an origin story for Wonder Woman. So, like, but why waste time on Batman and Superman again? We don't need that. Everybody knows that one. So, go to your local comic book store. F the iPad. Yeah, exactly. Do that too. Support. I'm just saying, if you need some origin, you could find a YouTube video to quickly tell you the origin story. But I just saw people like, oh, new generation needs to know these characters. I'm like, who doesn't know Superman's origin? Like, just a little bit, that he came from Krypton, it blew up, his parents sent him in a rocket ship. That's all you really need to know. And when it comes to Batman, his parents got killed in front of him, so he was like, you know what, I'm going to turn into this and seek vengeance on those who do this kind of shit. That's essentially it. You could do, that's the bare bones Cliff Notes. I mean, obviously there's a lot of details, sure, but I don't know. Mr. Freeze and Matt Reeves will likely be a dude that throws ice at people. Like throwing snowballs. That'd be funny. You could have tech makes ice explode on you and kill you like the... that would be interesting. At Smallville, and I didn't really get into Smallville, but I got into Gotham and I liked it. But Black Widow's good. Yeah, I just didn't. I didn't like it all that much. I really didn't like it all that much. First Swamp Thing was great, and the one with Locklear, not so much. Oh yeah, I forgot that Heather Locklear was like in the sequel. Yeah. Give me the one with Adrienne Barbeau. Yeah, give me that one. Yeah, I don't really remember the sequel so much. I remember the first one. So, I remember that one. I watched that one numerous times, but I remember there was an animated series that came out. I think it was only for a season, but I thought it was so cool because it made Swamp Thing more of a, had more power, show his power more, because you couldn't do in the early 80s with the movies, you couldn't do so much. When it came to his power, it was mainly just like a guy in this fucking crazy suit that was, that looked like Swamp Thing. But when it came to the animated series, maybe the animated series went a couple of seasons. I don't know how many seasons the animated series, but he could do shit, make shit grow and create like plants to fight the bad guys. He can extend his arms. He could do that. I remember I had a Swamp Thing action figure where you could shoot his hand out and then retract it. It was awesome. But it's like, you didn't really see it. You couldn't see that in the movies. And obviously you saw that in the comic books, but you couldn't see that in the live action movie. So, but again, let's not forget about that Swamp Thing series that came out a few years ago, produced by James Wan, that was really good, but it was poo-pooed right after God, what a dark time that DC and Warner Brothers went through, like from fucking 2017 to essentially 2023. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's 2023, but even though, I like The Flash, I like Blue Beetle, Shazam, what was the other movie that came out? Black Adam came out in 2022, right? Oh, man. It's just all perfect. I'd rather have the Superman trailer on Super Bowl. Yeah, because that worked well for The Flash. You'd rather wait till February? Now, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you want to see it now? You got to build up the momentum now. Now, Super Bowl. I'm kind of kind of hoping they didn't pay $5-10 million for a 30-second spot. Doesn't always work. Doesn't always work. I mean, I don't mind Super Bowl trailers, but no. Let's get that shit out there, man. Let's do that. Oh, yeah. Somebody said Vin Diesel. That's right. Axel said Vin Diesel will vote. No. Hell no. That ain't happening. That is definitely not happening. Nope. That would be horrible. Gunn is creative. He has no idea about the business side of things. That's why you have Peter Safran that's doing that. Relocate Vegas? I've always wanted to move out there. We'll see what happens, though. It's not an easy process to move to another state. He was never hired the business side. Yeah, that's what Peter Safran's doing. Go for it. Draw me as a crime boss. Put the aviators on, though, at least. Axel. Drinking my hand or something like that, It was Apple. Apple was the one that did that, right? What's going on? The glove official. I was gonna ask. I thought provoking question, but I forgot. Oh, it was so thought provoking that your thoughts washed it away. I hate when that happens. Never fun. But hey, what could he do? It happens. Don't worry. I forget shit all the time. I always forget shit. I like this song right here is that you hear in the background is in StreamYard. It's called Night Driving. Reminds me of a little bit of the movie Drive with Ryan Gosling, when he's just kind of driving. So Boom has the best way to do mutants in the MCU. I don't have to get his idea with that, because obviously we had Kevin Feige talk about X-Men and everything. Nothing wrong with origin stories. I think some should have them and some shouldn't. Yeah, Batman and Superman, I don't think they need them. I really don't think there needs to be that. The sequel came out in 1983. Is that the Swamp Thing sequel with Heather Locklear? I don't really remember that one all that much. I remember the other one. And I remember that there was a TV show. I remember the TV show and the opening of the TV show where it showed, God, I can't even remember the actual dude's name. And he's on fire and he runs out of his, shack and he, jumps into the swamp and all that stuff. I remember that. God damn, I'm totally drawing a blank on who Swamp Thing is. Who's the identity of Swamp Thing? Totally drawing a blank, but it happens. Angry AI. White women can live for forever in the sun. Is that a line from somewhere? Interesting. Okay. James Gunn has every fan's dream. Not gonna lie, he has everything, and the fact that most of us in fumble. I hope you pull. Yeah. You know what? I mean, why not? Let's see. Who else we got? TV show was on USA. That's right. I just remember the opening. I remember watching it, but I really don't remember too much. That's right. Alec Holland. Thank you. Alec. That's right. I like what they did. I like what they did in the series, though. Again, can we even watch that? Is that on Max? Is the Swamp Thing series on Max? I might have to do a rewatch because it was good. It was good. It's going to be, I think a lot of people hopefully should go. Man, but that shit was good, man. That was a good series. Definitely was a good series. But yeah, Alec. That's right. It was Alec. And yeah, I liked what they did when it came to that series, because that actor obviously wasn't the guy that played Swamp Thing, but they would do this thing where, she would see Alec, the main girl would see Alec and talk to him and communicate with him and stuff like that. And I thought that was a cool little way to do that. So nothing wrong with that. What do you think Deadpool can do? Let's see. What do you think Deadpool can do next? X-Force team? Phantom X? Psylocke? I don't know. It's going to be interesting what they do with Deadpool next. I mean, he's got to show up somewhere. I mean, I think the thing that's the thing that's kind of been confirmed is the next time we're going to see Deadpool, they're going to be doing some kind of holiday special. Did you guys see that? There was like a rumor that they were going to do a Deadpool special, Christmas special. And then Ryan Reynolds posted a video that basically showed him in the costume on set of something, and it looked like it was Christmassy. So I think we could expect that for Deadpool. And I'm sure Hugh Jackman's probably going to show up as Wolverine. So it just seems obvious, you know. Swamp Thing show was peak. It had blood and body horror. Yes, exactly. And hopefully that's what Mr. Mangold does. That's what we can hope for when it comes to Mangold and what he's doing. So Swamp Thing is on Tubi for free. You have to pay. How is that not on Max? Because like it was so funny because during that period, that was when streaming for. Because we had that DC Universe or DC, whatever the hell it was called. They had their streaming service that you can get comics on it if you wanted to. And then they put these shows on there. So it's like, good Lord, man. But God, that show needs to be seen by more people. Come on. Anyways. All right. Taking the sunglasses off. Time to bring on some people that we'll have some more discussions when it comes to all this. Let's turn off the music. All right. Anyways, okay, let's go ahead and get started here. Start bringing on some of the peeps. Mr. Balgo, what's going on, sir?
How are you, sir?
Oh, just ranting and raving about the fact that I can't just easily access Swamp Thing right now.
It's random. It's those random first world problems that always get us, right?
Isn't it right? Because there's been because Gunn talked about the about Swamp Thing, and then and then you start thinking about that series because that series,
oh, it's outstanding.
It was outstanding, and the fact that it was canceled before it even premiered, which was the most ridiculous thing. I mean, remember that whole thing?
Oh, yeah. It was they filmed it right in my state. So.
Oh, that's right, huh?
Yeah,
in Carolina,
right? North Carolina, and just you even heard like the behind the scenes stuff of what happened when they started cutting stuff left and right, and
jeez. And it was just such a well done series. It looked great. It had the horror aspect and some body horror stuff. I mean, they didn't really hold back. And then it just kind of makes you wonder, like, okay, what is Mangold going to be doing with his story? I mean, and yeah, it's just there's a lot of questions when it comes to that. And I don't know about you, but I mean, the first movie, I watched that movie so many times. And then I didn't really watch the show all that much. I remember watching the show, but I don't remember it too much. But I remember watching. Did you remember watching the animated series?
I did watch. I remember bits and pieces of it. I remember, like you said, I remember the movie more, which is kind of interesting, just because it's B horror at its finest.
Yeah, definitely is. I think what I loved about the animated series was the fact that they were able to just capture what was in the books, because I did have some of the comic books as well, and they were able to just be like, well, now he could do the things in the comic books. He can extend his arms, he could grow things, and there could be all this craziness. And I love the animated series, and I remember I had a Swamp Thing animated from the animated series. I had a Swamp Thing figurine where you could shoot his hand out. And I thought it was the coolest thing. Shoot his hand out, and then of course you hit that little button in the back on his back, and it just retracts.
It right back, yeah.
Exactly.
Kind of King Swamp Thing back over there from Snyder,
nice.
From the Snyder run.
Nice, that's cool. So. Hey, we got Austin joining right now.
Hey,
what's
happening?
What's up, man? What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Yeah,
good. Not too bad. Yeah,
Just talking about
cheers.
Yep.
Cheers to you.
Hanging out, playing Nintendo.
I'm actually doing the seltzer thing tonight. I got some Happy Dad tonight. I was like, you know what? I haven't had a Happy Dad in a while.
So I don't. The seltzers kind of mess with me. I do these things, club tails. So they've got like mango margaritas and lime margaritas, and Like
I don't know.
juices.
I was at the grocery store and I was like going, okay, I wanted whiskey tonight. So I had some Jameson. I was like, you know what? I want a little touch of whiskey tonight. And then I was like, I kind of wanted a hard, what are they called? Those kombucha. I was looking for hard kombucha. I like those. Yeah. And I don't get, I wake up the next day feeling fine.
Yeah, right.
So then I was like, because I'm not going to lie. Whoo. Because I had red wine last vodka stream. I woke up, I had one of those delayed hangovers. You know, those delayed hangovers? Oh, my God. Okay, so this is a funny thing so last weekend, we were going to celebrate my Nana's birthday. We were all getting together. We're going to visit the gravesite and then go have some lunch. And I wake up and I just was like in bed. I was like, all right, I feel kind of fine. I wake up and I get up, have some water, and then I just lay back in bed, start scrolling. And I'm like, I'm feeling okay. And then I was like, you know what? All right, time to get up. As soon as I get up, my body said, oh, we're getting up now? Well, guess what? Guess what? And then I was like standing in front of my computer and I started just going like, oh, Jesus. Oh, no. All of a sudden, my head just goes, hey, guess what? You want to feel some lightning bolts that are just going to start going? And I started just going,
remember, you're not in college anymore, and you can't do this.
Yeah. It was like one of those things where it's like, and then I'm like, all right, I'm trying to drink water. I'm trying to like do my thing. And I was just trying to, but it was just like kept getting worse and worse. And I go, God, I gotta start getting ready. I literally had to do some hair of the dog kind of shit. Like, I don't like to do hair of the dog because I'm like, why? And so I literally like poured like a couple of shots. I'm like, gut, like, and it helped. Took a shower, and then I was like, all right, more water, put a little salt in it. I was like, and then I finally was like, all right, feeling all right. And then drove out to there, and I was like, holy crap. It was just like one of those, like, I usually do a good job where I don't have a hangover that badly on a Saturday. And I was like, why today? The day that I have to go see family.
You had to do something.
Yeah. All of a sudden I got this wicked ass hangover. So that's why I was like, no, not doing red wine this time. Now I'm going to do kombucha if I could find it, and I'm like, seltzers. I usually never get any kind of hangover with seltzers because, essentially it's water, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite kombuchas I've had is a ginger one, and that was one of the first ones I've ever had.
I've never tried the hard kombucha. I want to try that.
They're really good. They're really good, and I mean, it's like it's kind of weird because it's like, hey, it's healthy drinking, I guess.
Right? Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, they fermented so much, people think I'm gonna get drunk off kombucha. I said, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I've never gotten. I've had like I've gotten like they only come in like 8 packs. They don't come in like 12 packs, but and they're a little pricey, but at the same time they taste good. Speaking of ginger, man, I don't mind ginger in a liquid form, but I can't eat that shit naturally. No. We were talking about that last night because we had sushi after the movie. And
oh yeah, I can't do the ginger.
Yeah, and they always put ginger on your plate. And my brother was like, "You guys don't want your ginger?" And he's like taking his chopsticks and going, "No, no." And me and my dad are like, "No, no." I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, if I've tried it, it tastes like fucking like cleaner, like that you clean your counter with like lemon pledge or something like that. Yeah. I'm like, ugh. So I've never been a full on ginger fan, but if it's in a drink like those
like a Moscow Mule or something.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah. They put the ginger beer and stuff like. I don't mind that, but Jesus Christ, ginger in its natural form. Ugh.
Yeah.
So bad.
Give me the wasabi, but yeah, I know the ginger's supposed to cleanse the palate. I get that, but I'm wasabi all the way.
Dude,
is that what it's supposed to do? It's supposed to cleanse your palate?
I think that's what they want. Yeah, but I can't do it.
What I like it does not cleanse anything from.
I just go more.
It makes everything worse, actually.
Yeah, what I like
cleanses
to do is
stuff that you don't want to cleanse.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we're already starting off with food. I love it.
That's our annual. It's been our theme the last
kind of a thing. But what I like to do is like take that little dipping dish. I put soy sauce in it, and then I take some wasabi and I mix it in with that, and that's what I dip my sushi in. It's so freaking good.
What's don't get to go to sushi that much because Bradley hates it. So
sushi's gross. So there's
you're one of those.
I am.
You're one of those.
I'm allergic to shrimp, so I
well, you got reasons.
Yeah, you got reasons.
I have valid reasons. So it's
Dude,
funny.
You know what? I will say, like, I thought sushi was disgusting too for a bit, but then my ex, she was like, "I'm gonna introduce you to it," and she did, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is actually really good! Holy crap!" You know, I'm not a fish guy. So, but yeah,
why? Not really.
But raw fish, I'll do that. You know, raw fish. You know, I even started like I like sardines. Like what?
Okay, those are too much.
Okay,
yeah, that's too much.
I mean, yeah, that's my reaction, Phil.
As a guy who just had pepperoni pizza, fucking no thanks, dude.
Oh yeah,
straight pepperoni pizza.
Dude, I don't know.
Sardines on that pizza?
I see.
No.
I've never tried anchovies. You know, I'm wondering what that's about. But yeah, the fish on pizza. I don't know about that, but I don't know. For some reason, like somebody told me about that, or I heard about it. I can't remember, but I was like, you know what? Let me try. And I got these, you know, in a little can with some olive oil and salt. And I was like, this is like kind of like tastes like tuna, but you know, saltier. It's like, so yeah, I don't know. And apparently it's kind of healthy for you. But anyways, I'm just grossing you guys out right now. William, welcome.
Well, that's a great way to gross out.
That's a segue. I don't know how I'd feel about that, but you know, how are you, William?
William, how do you feel about sardines?
I first had sardines on a meal in Saudi Arabia, and it depends on how they're. Same thing with anchovies, and there's all kinds of ways that they do pizza with fish. There's a lot of fish eating over there. You can get octopus on pizza. You can get a lot of stuff on pizza. That's where I first had sushi too. Was overseas. Because the thought of sushi was like, it just didn't sound appealing to me until, you know, you get a big plate of it in front of you, all you can eat. And it doesn't look like anything that you saw in the States. And I just started eating it. And then from that point on, it's like everything else is a disappointment, but it's still good.
Okay.
You ever have calamari?
Calamari's good.
You like calamari. I like fried calamari.
Yeah. Fried calamari. Yeah. Depends on how you make it, man. It's a workout eating that stuff.
Yeah,
because
it's really, it's really chewy. It's really chewy.
It is. But you dip it in the sauce and stuff.
Yeah, sauce is good. Yeah. William, check your mic. Make sure your mic's on. You might be on your computer's mic. I don't know. You sound good, but you don't sound like you're coming.
I hear an echo from somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. So check your mic. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Fish has always been a weird thing because, I mean, one of the things that like my ex told me, one of the first things she told me when we went to a sushi restaurant, she goes, if you walk into a sushi restaurant and it smells like fish, they're not doing it right, because it's not supposed to smell or taste like fish. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting. And then when I had it, I was like, oh, wow, it doesn't. I was expecting like, it's going to taste like fish. And it's like, no, if sushi is prepared correctly, you know, it doesn't taste like that fishy smell or taste or whatever the hell. It's supposed to just be like kind of almost melt in your mouth kind of thing. So, yeah. So after that, I was like, all right, I see the big deal. I'm a sushi fan now. I don't get it all the time, but you know, there's just a place.
It's expensive if you get it. The good stuff. You get the cheap stuff, you're gonna end up in the emergency room. But the actual places that are like really good,
some good airport sushi ain't gonna hurt
anyone.
Dude.
Yeah, $5 sushi from LaGuardia. Come on.
There's a place in Vegas. I forgot what it's called. There's a place in Vegas. My dad lived in Vegas. Holy shit. I went there twice. And all the family went there, and you can get the unlimited suit. Oh man. There's a place.
You're talking about right now. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's right
It's
next
in like
to
Henderson area. I don't know.
There's one in Henderson, and they got one here in Vegas next to the old Vietnamese Viet noodle place.
Okay.
And for about $25, you get the legitimate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like it was like really you can get the all you can eat, and it was like
about $35 now in today's economy.
Oh yeah, it's much more now. Yeah. But it was so freaking good, and you wouldn't expect like Vegas. We're in the desert. Where the hell? Yeah. Like, you know, like I've had sushi in Portland, phenomenal. Like and they're Washington. They're getting it right off the fucking water.
San Diego,
Yeah, like I've had sushi in like places where you should eat sushi because they're getting
sushi in Monterey, and that was probably some of the best sushi that I ever had.
Yeah, some of the best. Yeah, when I had it in Portland, it was like, oh, it was so freaking good. Anyways, this is our food portion of the Vodka stream, as we do now. I mean, you know, I love it how remember we were talking about fast food, dude. After that episode,
how many times that week did you go to In-N-Out?
Dude, I was craving burger and fries.
You're
welcome.
I
didn't have it until that following Thursday where I went to the movies.
Such an enabler, Phil.
I'm the worst.
Such an enabler.
Dude, I was craving a burger and fries so much. And I went to Habit Burger. Do you guys have Habit?
Oh my god,
I love Habit Burger.
There's one 15 minutes away from my house. It's so fucking good.
Educate
bacon and avocado.
Not an East Coast thing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It sounds like a West Coast thing.
Yes, it's a West Coast thing. Yeah, it's Habit Burger. I don't know. They just
how many pounds?
Not much. There's not much to it.
As many pounds as you want. You can put as many patties on that bad boy as you want.
Yeah, their burger is called the charcoal burger, so it's flame broiled.
You got one of these out here in Vegas, Austin?
They have a few of them. Yeah. They're really good. And their fries. Oh my god,
so good. The fries are crispy and so good. And
what's the price?
That
expensive but worth it.
Yeah,
it is. It's not that expensive.
It's not that bad. It's not that
okay
bad.
For my budget. Expensive.
Evidently.
But dude, after we had that conversation, after we had that conversation, I was like, God damn. And I was like, no, don't do it, Dave. You know, and it's like, well, just wait. The time will come. And then when it came to going to the movies, and there's a Habit Burger right next to the movie theater that we go to.
It's a sign.
And it was just like, and I remember like my mom, not my mom, I guess you could say my stepmom, because my dad's wife, like they were there, and I was like, you guys want to get a burger? And I was like, oh yeah, here we go. Fuck yeah. And I was like, finally getting the burger and fries. And I was just like, nom, nom. I had they have like this black iced tea, which I had never had that they have, because I don't really like soda anymore. So I had that. I was like, wow, this is pretty fucking good. I never had black iced tea. Never had one of those, and it was really good. So yeah, so I was like in heaven. I was like, you're not gonna finish your fries? I was like, no. I was like, good God, man. So,
I tried Shake Shack for the first time like a couple weeks ago because they just opened one.
Yeah, Shake Shack's good.
Very good.
A little bit too
small
much
burgers. Super small burgers.
Yeah, I got a problem
with Shake Shack. Super small burgers. Yeah.
Not for what they're charging though. No, you need some meat.
And then apparently, like Jack in the Box in some places are now getting on the smash burger whole thing. And I love a good smash burger. I mean, when I make burgers, I try to do a smash burger.
Sonic did a smash burger. It wasn't too good where I had it from.
And then I'm just kind of going like Jack in the Box. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. If I'm going to get a smash burger, I'm going to go to like a legit place to get a smash burger.
You know when Jack in the Box is actually good? At like midnight when you're coming. Oh, that too. But like midnight,
drunk.
When you and your friends are like half drunk and you're through a drive-thru. There's nothing else. Yeah.
And you get those curly fries,
dude,
and yeah.
Dude, they cater to that. They have those midnight 100%. Boxes that you can get.
Those tacos that are gonna get you sick boxes in the morning.
Oh yeah, those. They're tacos. Oh yeah, I remember. A while back, when I was living at a different spot, my neighbors were like. We were getting plastered. Like, oh, hey, let's go to Jack in the Box. And I'm like, all right. And like, we're gonna get like 20 other fucking tacos. I'm like, they're tacos. I was like, well, they're horrible. But if you do a combination of ranch and their hot sauce, it's so good. And I was like, all right. And it was delicious. And we fucking just went through those tacos. There wasn't a taco. We ordered like 20 tacos, and we went through them. Oh yeah, my stomach was upset the next day.
Yeah, when I was in college, let's see, this would have been 2013. This was when I was living in my first apartment. Me, my roommate, my friend, who was the only one of us who had a truck. Weirdly enough. Anyway, my other two roommates couldn't drive. Well, they could, but point is, my friend Wyatt drove us to Taco Bell because we're all fucked up, but he was the only one who wasn't fucked up. He was like, all right, we're gonna go to Taco Bell, but we're gonna like get a feast at Taco Bell. We ordered like 40 fucking tacos.
Yeah.
And we came home. Yeah, we came home and we spread them all on my table in the living room. And we like made them all in a circle, and we just fucking took pictures, and then we were like, all right, let's feast. And then we stayed up till like 2:00 in the morning munching on 40 fucking tacos. And much like Dave, yes, my stomach was very angry with me the next morning, so much so that I was in the bathroom for quite a while. I was in the bathroom for a while. Let's just
worth it. It's worth it.
Totally worth it.
And when you're in the moment and you're like, you've had one of those nights, man. There's something about just like, especially taco is perfect for that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really a big Del Taco fan, but I remember
that greases head
went
to your ass at that late at night. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But the last time I had Del Taco was when I went to the Foo Fighters concert. It was back in August, me and my buddy, and we were driving back, and then we were just like, dude, we were just jonesing. We're like, oh man, what do we want to get? And he just pulled into a Del Taco, and we were just like, all right. And we just ordered like fucking 8 tacos. And just when we got back to his place, we were just nom, 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 and it was like, there's just something about late night tacos. It's so good.
You know who's going to be in my area at the end of December?
Who?
Journey.
What?
Ooh, yeah. They're here all the time. I would
end of next month. Yeah,
that's right. They have a residency, right, in Vegas.
Yeah, they're here or they used to. They may not anymore. They've probably.
Yeah, I think they took a little break or something right now.
They still got that one stinger, the one that replaced Steve Ferry.
Yeah,
from the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's uncanny. Yeah. That whole story is wild.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be here at the end of next month. I called my dad. I was like, hey, Journey's going to be here end of next month. Are you working that show? He was like, I don't know, but if I am, are you going to go? I was like, I'm going to see Journey. Of course I'm going to go. He's like, all right, I'll get you a ticket. I was like, cool.
Cool. Thanks, Dad.
Thanks, Bob. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to work the show, make some extra money, but at the same time, it's like, I want to
watch the show.
I want to watch Journey. I'm like, I want to watch Journey. Like, what the fuck? Come on, dude. Yeah. Straight up.
I like it. Yeah.
I do the same thing for sure.
Who wouldn't want to see Journey?
And what's so good, I love too that all these older bands like Journey, the Eagles, Grateful Dead, they're kind of having like this massive resurgence, especially here in Vegas right now. They just 2 of those guys just played the Sphere.
Yeah, those tickets were ungodly. Like,
they were.
Getting into the Sphere.
They were, but
I would love to see it on the screen outside. I can see it. But.
I'm honestly happy for that. Those guys kind of getting the attention like that again, and out here, the older folks, they're coming out for it. They're paying for it. The Summerlin people, so they're.
Yeah, I have not seen a concert in Vegas. My brother just recently saw Santana in Vegas.
Oh wow,
yep. He's got a residency out there, so
I want to go see him.
And he's like, Santana is like pushing. I think he's like almost 80, or he is 80. I don't know. It's still fucking rocking us. He showed me some of the videos. I was like, Jesus Christ!
Some of the best guitar work of a generation.
I think like a month and a half ago, my dad worked a show where the remaining members of Oingo Boingo played.
Oh wow!
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then Joe Satriani, the guy who famously taught Kirk Hammett, also played as well.
Ooh.
I was like, and you didn't fucking tell me, and he was like. Sorry. I was like, sorry, nothing, motherfucker. That's Joe Satriani. I was like, what the fuck, Dad? And he was like, oh, well, it was a killer show. I watched Satriani play. I was like, oh, yeah, fuck you.
I think the biggest one that I wish I could have made it to, they just, Billy Joel and Sting were just here.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Oh, wow.
And that's the one I would have loved to see.
Yeah, geez. Both of those 2 are also pushing. Wow. And they're still at it. Crazy.
They're still, man. They still put on great shows. I mean, that's the thing.
Springsteen's still kind of doing it too. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I know when we're seeing, and I mean, obviously those were like a different generation. But when I'm seeing like my generation of like who I like, and now they're all in their 50s, I'm like, oh fuck. But I mean, they're still rocking. I mean, like I said, I saw Foo Fighters, and like obviously Grohl's still doing it. But I'm going, how long can he pull this off where he's screaming his balls off like he does, like Dave Grohl, just the way that he's. I mean, But there's
it took Steven Tyler until this year to retire.
I know.
These guys
hey, Mick Jagger's still going. So
the same thing could be said about James Hetfield and Metallica,
dude. Mm-hmm. But but the thing is, like, because Metallica is like up there with Foo Fighters for me.
Right.
But the good thing about like Hetfield, he's like he's more like he's got a more of like a harmonic kind of voice. That's so he's not like he's not doing what Dave does, where he just like wow. Like, and there's times where you hear, like, you see live performance where you could tell, like, Dave is struggling because he's trying to just like, he's trying to do that kind of like voice. And I'm like, damn, it's like, how long can he hold this, can continue to do this? At least with James is, he could still carry that note, and he's very like, he's just got that, that, yeah. So, I mean, I think when Metallica finally, hangs it up, it's when Lars can't do the drums anymore.
100%. 100%. That'll be
because I mean, the fact that he's still able to, Lars, not the best drummer, but he could. The thing about what I love about Lars, he's sloppy. He's sloppy. He's always been sloppy. But the fact of the matter is, it's always worked for Metallica.
Yep.
It's always been the dynamic of Metallica. You have great riffs, great solos, and sloppy drumming, and it just for some reason worked. And as soon as Lars can't fucking do that anymore, then they're done. Yeah. God knows what's going to happen with that. But if Lars can keep on fucking doing it and still pull it off, he's not doing drums for a thrash metal band. It's not an easy task. You're using your whole body. You have to be. I remember I was listening to Hetfield on some podcast or whatever, and he said, Lars he's had surgery on his wrists because just doing that, they've all had their surgeries because James had surgery on his I think his back and his neck because you're fucking head banging like crazy. You could build up those muscles, you could build up all that stuff, but after a while, it's going to take its toll. Yeah. There's so much that happens when you're a musician, especially if you're doing some fucking, when it comes to Mick Jagger, Mick Jagger keeps shape. But I think what's good about the Rolling Stones and why he can continue doing what he's doing, he's not doing a lot. He's jumping on stage and doing his dances, stuff like that, but it's not quite the same because he's not holding a guitar at the same time. He's not screaming into a microphone. So I think that's why Rolling Stones has been able to survive as long as they have. And I think, when it comes to Keith Richards, let's face it, he's going to be, if the apocalypse happens, the cockroaches and Keith Richards are still going to be lasting.
That guy has so many and also conventional weapons can no longer kill Keith. So
yes, exactly. He's done so many drugs where he's just I'm
invincible.
The cure for everything is found within Keith Richards.
Yeah. So it's that all the drugs that he's done, all the stuff that he's done to his body, it's just preserved that. It's just insane. It's insane. But at the same time, it sucks when Steven Tyler, but again, Steven Tyler, look what he's done with his voice. And then the fact it's he can't do it anymore. It sucks, but it's that was only going to last for so long, Mm-hmm. But when you're starting to see that with my generation of bands, I'm oh, they're losing a step. You're oh shit, that sucks, But when I've seen stuff I haven't seen Blink 182 live, but I saw their new concert, and I'm Tom can't really carry those notes anymore, can he? It's ooh.
Oh, my cousin's their drummer.
Huh?
Said my cousin's their drummer.
Oh, cool.
Travis Barker.
the look on his face. Yeah, my last name's Barker. It's a running joke. I'm like Bob Barker.
Oh, okay.
My grandfather. Yeah.
I was
the look on your face was
wait a minute.
The look on your face was fucking priceless.
Dude, I was are you serious? It's
kind of funny, man. You can hold it out.
Funny. It's funny because my mom knows a girl who used to date him. So it was I was wow. Huh? Yeah. She told me, she's wow. Because she worked with somebody whose daughter dated Travis Barker,
So I think I might have told you guys this, but I went on a date with a girl who went to high school with Jason Mewes' wife.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
And I was just
go back. Start over. I'm trying to trace this.
Brothers.
Yeah. I went on a date with a girl who went to high school with Jason Mewes, Jay and Silent Bob.
Yep.
Jay, wife. His wife.
All right.
And as soon as she told me that, I leaned in closer and went, "Do you want another beer?"
Yeah.
Go on.
I was like, "Go on. Let's talk."
I just went the film that I just did for the 48. our main actress Ashley, she was Kevin Smith's personal assistant for 3 years.
Oh, no shit.
So and she's the best too. So she's just
rad.
Yeah.
Very well.
Cool.
Very well. It's kind of crazy. That's why I thought I was I kind of believe you. At first I was I believe.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I almost did because I was I wouldn't be surprised because there was some other connection that Travis Barker had with somebody else I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know my mom, I'm a film junkie. She worked with somebody whose daughter dated Travis Barker. And then it was kind of funny because my mom was like, I should set you up with her. I'm like, yeah, she dated Travis Barker. That's gonna be a disappointment. I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. I can play drums a little bit, you know. I know how to play the drums, but not as good as that motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Jeez. But I mean,
you got one thing on him. You got hair, so that
I do have hair. Yeah, I have that. At least I got that going for me. But watching bands. I mean, over the years, I mean, like I said, I've seen Foo Fighters so many times. Seen Metallica. Somebody brought up Tool in the in the chat. Love Tool. I've only seen them once, but you know, Danny Carey, who's the drummer of Tool, is like one of the best drummers you'll ever fucking see.
Yeah,
my God, that guy. I mean, you can just type in Danny Carey on YouTube and watch. He has videos where the camera is just on him, and I can't even. I don't even know what the fuck. How are you able to do the things that you're doing? It's insane. It's so technical. It's freaking insane. I mean, yeah, you could see a lot of other drummers. You know, Neil Peart of Rush. Taylor Hawkins, may he rest in peace, who was on Foo Fighters. He was also one of those that was very technical drummer and stuff like that. You know,
Joey Jordison from formerly of Slipknot.
Jesus Christ. May he rest in peace too.
Right? Yeah, he was.
Jeez. I can't believe he passed away as well. He was insane.
He was the man. That dude could fucking drum, right? Like he
had to wear a mask and a drum in a jumpsuit.
Not only that, like when they do their bits and it was his, like when they would have him do his set, when they would do their sets, they would buckle him in a fucking harness and turn him upside down.
Yeah.
And this guy was still doing all this wicked drumming during all of that. And I'm just like, oh God, what it would have been like to have been like on their guitar, one of their guitar techs, one of their drum techs, like just being there witnessing all of that. I'm like, fuck me. This is a guy who even filled in for Lars Ulrich after his appendix exploded. Like,
oh yeah, I remember that, and it was kind of sad because it was like, because again, Lars, not the best drummer, sloppy. He could still, but again, it works. But when you hear like Metallica songs with Joey,
dude,
the drummer, you're like,
Reaping Death with Joey. Oh my God. Fuck me. Oh man, that shit was amazing to listen to.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh,
anyways, that's the music portion of the
we've got drinks, food, music. What's next?
I know, right? Now
we're getting all the pop culture marks.
We should start dropping into some of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, one of the things is, hey, countdown to the Superman trailer, right?
Right. Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
You know what's really funny is like I commented that Chris is wearing a Batman shirt and I'm wearing a bunch of Marvel shit. It's almost like we swapped places this time.
You know,
Mr. Marvel.
It was at the top of the pile.
Yeah.
I'll take your spot. No big deal.
And we got William not wearing his Shazam shirt. What's going on today?
I know. Yeah.
I think the last time you were on here, you weren't wearing your Shazam shirt. Are you just trying to change it up a little bit? What's going on?
Nah, they're all being washed right now, and I just had this is the clean
I love
shirt
that. I asked him that one time, and I remember I was like, "Do you just have the one?" He's like, "No, I got multiple."
I would hope he does.
Yeah, man, you're good. He's
got a whole
line of them in the closet.
I have a picture somewhere where there's a line of them because somebody accused me of wearing the same shirt every day, and I'm like,
he's like Batman at Batman Returns. He's got all his suits just lying on fucking hangers in the closet.
Right.
Yeah,
they all glow in the dark too. So.
I could see myself eventually being like that guy where I was just like, you know what, I just want to wear the same shirt.
Yep.
And you know, I mean, like, because like I have so many goddamn t-shirts. You guys don't even know. Like, I have to do laundry soon. I do laundry once a month because I have so many fucking clothes, t-shirts and stuff like that I don't need to. And then when it comes time to do it, I'm like, oh fuck. I mean, it's like 2 big loads of laundry I do once a month. With it that is mainly of t-shirts. Even my dad was like, I remember one time me and my dad and my brother and my nephew were at like breakfast, and he goes, because like, you know, he sees my videos, like my clips and stuff like that, and he goes, your t-shirts, man. And it's like, how many t-shirts do you have? You go, you don't even want to know, Dad. I run out of fucking hangers because of like the t-shirts I have. And there's sometimes where I'm like, there'll be a t-shirt that I haven't worn in like 2 or 3 months that I'm just like going through and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about this t-shirt. I haven't worn this in forever. I'll wear it today. You know, it's like, Jesus Christ. There's some I wear like frequently because they're just there. But then there'll be ones that get hidden behind the rack of all my T-shirts, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. So yeah, it's just like one of those things where like, but I don't mind doing laundry once a month. I'm glad I have enough clothes to do that, but it sucks when you have to do that because it's like, it's a whole process.
It's a day.
Are we going to see Superman doing laundry on his suit in the new trailer for Superman?
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
No, it's gonna actually the whole trailer is just him putting one boot in front of the other, and then people lose their minds over it. Oh, never.
There
mind.
you go.
Did that.
Yep. There you go.
Just live action this time.
Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah,
it's
there
gonna
seems
be
to be
freaking Solaris. I don't want to deal with this guy anymore. God.
Yeah.
a lot of hype coming out of this trailer, like Frank Grillo was talking about.
I mean, let's face it. There's going to be those people that already have their tweets already ready to destroy it, and then there's already the people that already have their tweets ready to just praise it like it's the best trailer ever. Yeah. You know what? I mean, like I said, it's just I it's going to be one of those. I'm going to be completely honest when I see it. It's going to be coming out next month for sure. I mean, James Gunn somebody even asked, like, are you going to post it on December 6th or December 15th? And a lot of people are like talking about the December 15th date because apparently that's when it has a significance to Superman, the original movie, right, Donna?
It's the anniversary, like the 46th anniversary of the film or something like that.
That's when that when it released, right? Or is that when the trailer released?
I'm not sure what it is, but it has
something to do with the movie released in December of '78.
Yeah,
okay, so then probably
that's why. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was like so. Then everybody was suspecting. Then, of course, CCXP was always like a thing. Well, that's no, that's not a Friday. I'm looking at November 15th. Is actually it's a Sunday. I don't think they're going to release it on a Sunday.
This is during NFL games, but even still,
that
didn't have any real significance amongst the majority of the population.
One heavy rumor is that it's supposed to be attached to Mufasa.
Yeah, that was another thing that Collider posted.
I mean, that's a really cool way for Disney to really capitalize off Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
hey, you're not wrong.
I saw people going.
Wouldn't be the first time.
They're Disneyfying fucking.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, but I'm kind of going like, well, I mean, to be honest, maybe they should put it in front of Sonic also because you know.
I think whenever they drop it, it's going to be in front of all the major releases in December. So it's probably in front of Mufasa, Nosferatu, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be for can you imagine you're sitting there waiting for Nosferatu? You get the big bright Superman movie. You're like, what the fuck is it?
Oh, I'm betting it's going to be in front of Craven.
Could be.
Probably.
I'm looking forward to Craven. I don't know. I don't care what anybody says. I'm looking forward.
I'm with you, dude. I'm hoping that this is like the breaker of the Sony.
I know Chris is looking forward to it just so he can simply say, "I've seen it. Let's talk about it," and then move the fuck on from it.
I'm looking
again. They are stealing DC's thunder. It's Animal Man. just really crazy Animal Man.
I love it. I
don't know. I'm looking forward to it. It was funny too because, like I said, I've said my dad's retired, and so when it comes, I mean, he's all about like, hey, movie that you think I want to watch, just tell me, and I'm there. And we were talking about that at dinner last night. I was like, I don't know what the next movie is going to be. And I was like, I don't think you want to see Moana 2 next week. He's like, no. And then I was like, oh, Craven. That could be the next one. He's like, yep, I'm there. I was like, all right, Craven's going to be in there. I mean, he was so looking forward to Gladiator 2 so much. Like, I remember it was like.
Was he satisfied?
Oh, yeah. He loved it. Oh, yeah. Because
bad movie.
I mean, like, when we saw Deadpool and Wolverine, he was like, when does Gladiator come out? And I was like, that's not until November, Dad. And he was like, oh, all right. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, but tell me. I was like, don't worry. Oh yeah, he thought it was great. I mean, it's great. Anybody see it here?
Yeah,
saw Tuesday.
Okay.
Fuck! God damn it!
God damn it!
No, like I wanted to see it yesterday. I had every intent to see it yesterday, and then I remembered my nephew's birthday is this weekend. So I was like,
it's all right.
You know. What's the word? Responsibilities. There we go.
That's what happens. Yeah. Well, okay. Let me get some thought. I wasn't planning on doing some kind of crazy discussion or anything like that. But Chris, what'd you overall think?
I'm in between on it because I think Denzel Washington. I really had a good time with his part. It was even though I can kind of see where it was going after a while, I was just seeing like, okay, I want to see just how far you take this. And it's one of those where I'm trying to think like, okay, you're a sequel, but are you doing a soft reboot or a remake at the same time? Because I'm starting to notice similar beats. I mean, it's not bad, but I don't know where else they could have taken it.
Yeah.
So let me ask: Does Ridley kind of play it safe in that respect, comparatively to the first film?
Oh, I mean, he amps up the action in the sense. I mean, those were some of the coolest sequences in the whole thing, and everything in the Coliseum.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was like playing it safe. I think he was just like, hey, we had tigers in the first one. How about water and sharks? It's like
rhinos,
rhinoceros,
and rhinos.
Lasers on sharks, freaking lasers.
He's a freaking laser
beams on sharks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Austin, what did you think about it?
So Gladiator 1 is one of my like favorite movies ever. It's like in my top 10.
So
I love it. I didn't expect this to like live up to that, so I think that's why I enjoyed it so much. I thought it was a really, really worthy sequel. I thought everybody was great. The action pieces were great. There are definitely like kind of similar story beats and elements and stuff, but at the same time, it also goes a very different direction at a certain point and tells a very different story and stuff and gets a little bit more political. So I was all for it. Like I said, big Gladiator fan, so I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I get why people are like, yeah, there's it's got similar beats, but I'm like, well, what else are we supposed to kind of do here? I mean, it's all about like the.
It's kind of like the Avatar thing for me too, where it's like it's been 25 years since Gladiator 1. We're having to appeal to a whole new generation at this point.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to kind of retell the story a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's fine with me. It's about how you do it and how it's executed. And for me, I love that.
Yeah. It's just like when I was watching it, I wasn't sure about Paul Mescal because I had not really seen him in anything. And, I was like, okay, he has a look and everything, but I'm like, okay, let's see what this, this young buck can do here. And I was like, okay, he's actually carrying the movie pretty damn well. Like when I saw a bunch of mixed reactions with him because it was like, yeah, he's living in the Russell Crowe shadow. And I went, you know what? Yeah, that sucks. But at the same time, I wasn't, some people were like, I saw some harsh criticisms like, yeah, he's trying to be, Russell Crowe and it's not really working. And I was like, oh, interesting. But then when I watched it, I went, I thought he was like I thought he carried it pretty much on it.
I think he did great. And the big thing too was I thought his chemistry and how he was able to carry himself with the Denzel scenes were great.
Yeah, Denzel,
those were really great.
Denzel is I mean, it's always Denzel. I mean, no matter even if it's Denzel just being Denzel. I mean, he always adds like a little bit of something else to the character, but it's just like Denzeling it. And you just like you don't hate it, no matter what he's doing. It's like, oh yeah, it's just Denzel, but he adds like just a little something to it.
A Brooklyn accent in Rome.
Yeah, exactly. But I was like, I dug it. Well, what'd you think, William?
I loved it, and I think a lot of the criticism I've heard is actually kind of valid. But the reason why you have it is because you've been telling this story of gladiators, slave, Roman, heroic things since Spartacus, and probably longer than that. So when you put it in the context of the setting of the movie, this is the story that probably happened. It's the story that's being told. I thought Denzel is the most important character in the movie.
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah,
he's the only one that is in all facets of the movie. He navigates through all facets of the movie.
Oh, he's basically
Lonzo in a toga.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Lonzo in a toga from Training Day. I was almost, like I said in my review, looking for a Monte Carlo to come out and him to pop out with two guns.
And just go, King Kong ain't got nothing.
Yeah.
Caesar ain't got nothing on me.
Right, yeah.
He's basically I wanted to strangle the shit out of him, and that's when he's done. I haven't wanted to strangle the shit out of a black actor on his screen since Samuel L. Jackson did Steven from Django. I really wanted to punch him.
Yeah,
I really wanted. Well, I really, and that's how brilliant they are in those roles because just like what's his face from 12 Years a Slave, Magneto.
Fassbender?
Yeah, Fassbender.
Fassbender.
Yeah.
If I ever saw that guy on the street, I have to tell myself it's just a movie. It's just a movie.
It's just a movie. I swear. No, you're right. Though you're right. I mean, that's the thing. That's what, like, it's so funny because Denzel is like, I always when they do like the opening credits, I'm like, who's the and guy? Who's the and guy? You know, when they do the opening credits, they they say the names and they say and. You know, they'll do a with. You know, when they say with. And they'll put a name and then they say and. I mean, Denzel's the and guy. It's and Denzel Washington before they start, showing all the other credits and everything. And I'm like, okay, so he's the and guy in this. So I'm like, yeah, that seems about right because he doesn't show up like right away. But
the film doesn't move without him, though. The film
doesn't move without him. He is so crucial to all of it. And, and then just like, again, it's Denzel in this type of movie, which I don't think we've really seen Denzel in this type of like role, but it's like, it's him doing the Denzel mannerisms, but there's something else added to it that just makes it so much better. That's what Denzel does. It's like, he knows that, I think, like, cause he's just been an actor for so long. It's like, we know, like, we love how his acting style is, but then he just adds like a little bit of something else to a character where it's like, yeah, it's Denzel, but like I said, he adds just a little bit of like pepper, little salt, little flavor to it, just to add a little bit more. And the way his character just goes throughout this whole story and everything like that, and then you just kind of go like, what is going on with this motherfucker? And it's crazy. Awesome.
I have thought at one point he was going to go, my man.
Yeah, my man.
My dog. I thought I was going to hear that. Because, like I said, I'm like, there's no Brooklyn in existence, but there is one today. When I'm watching that, and that's appropriate. I don't want him to try to change his accent.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It's a good follow up to the first one. Like, I don't think anybody thought it was going to be better than the first one. You just kind of going like, all right, let's see what this is about. And Ridley Scott pulled it off. He pulled it off. I mean, obviously, like I said, he had to up. I mean, I think his main thing was like, all right, we're going to have more of a twisty, turny story, which I think he achieved that. And then the fight sequences, action sequences, were going to be, brought up to another level. And I think he achieved that, like, again, they were just like, hey, we're just going to put water. Water is going to pour into the Coliseum, and then they're going to put in sharks. Makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, but they did it. They did that in real life. They actually filled the Coliseum.
They had that naval battle in that Coliseum is the way they used to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's an awesome scene though. It's an awesome scene of like how, like, because they're reenacting a battle, and it's not even a spoiler thing, but that's the whole thing, is they're trying to reenact a battle that happened.
Right.
And so that's what the whole concept is. But the fact that it's just like, well, when the water, I mean, do they have like sealer out there? I mean, is there a tarp? Like, how are they keeping the water in? You just accept
the aqueduct
question. Where do you keep
aqueducts, and then they would shut it off?
Where do you keep the sharks, though? Like, what?
Exactly. There's a sharks. You don't know where they come from.
Stop trying to rationalize the movie. Stop trying to rationalize it.
Exactly.
Accept it. It's awesome.
Where they keep the sharks, and then there's rhinos.
There's lasers on the sharks. We've already been over this. It's okay.
The rhinos, I can understand. Those are very much littered.
Now the monkeys too. Don't forget about the monkeys.
But the chimpanzees, they explain why they're so rabid.
They're chimpanzees. They look like fucking baboons in the trailer. They're
maybe they are baboons.
There's also baboons in there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because one of those trailers definitely had like an angry looking fucking baboon in it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a whole sequence where that happens, and it's just like again, it's a crazy movie. If you like the first one, you'll enjoy this one. And and Phil, by all means, go watch it. I know you're going to. And it doesn't feel like it's 2.5 hours. It went by pretty damn quickly. I was like, all of a sudden it was like, oh wow, we're already in the fucking, and then and Pedro Pascal does a great job. Good to see Connie Nielsen back at that. And then obviously, if you know what the story is, they build it up like, and they start doing that. They do some flashbacks, they do that kind of stuff too, which of course was going to be the case. But I thought it was like, okay, I mean, I think the actor who played that kid in the first one is still acting to this day. It's kind of like almost like a situation like remember when Independence Day Resurgence came out, and they had the daughter. They have the I know, but they had the daughter of the president. It's like that actress is still acting, but you didn't want to bring her back, or what happened with that? And they
she read the script. She read the script and said no.
That was probably a good thing on her part because it was what's her name who was just in Longlegs, Monroe.
Monroe, yeah.
What's her name?
Monica Monroe.
Monica. She ended up being the president's daughter in Resurgence. And I was like, wow, she does not look anything like the daughter. Why'd you? Okay.
Right.
Interesting casting. But it was funny because the daughter was like, she's still acting. She was in Scott Pilgrim. She was the girl Evil X. In Scott Pilgrim. I'm like, yeah, she's still acting. Why don't you just bring her back? I wonder what happened. Maybe she didn't want to come back. It could be that. But at the same time, it was like even like the kid in the first one, you know, being like, I was like, isn't he still acting? But I was like, yeah. But at the same time, I don't know if he would he be.
Well, like you said, I think they were trying to kind of also recreate the Russell Crowe thing of like, let's get one of the hot newer. I mean, you had Timothy Chalamet audition, Miles Teller, all the
Timothy Chalamet would have. I don't mind.
He wouldn't have worked. He would not have worked.
He would not have worked at all.
He would not have worked in there.
Fuck no. I mean, like he's good. He's good as Paul Atreides. Don't get me wrong. He's excellent, and I think he should probably even maybe get a nomination. Like I
think he's going to be great as Bob Dylan.
Yes.
You know,
but I mean, but him as a gladiator, I'm sorry, Timothy, you would have to gain about 70 pounds before you would actually be able to pull that one.
Be getting the twink gladiator out.
I hear the name Miles Teller for this. Like I heard that he texted, and I was like, I see it, but I really need to see it to believe it. But then when Mescal got the role, I was like, oh, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Mescal has the face. He has the face, the nose. He has like a good jaw, and he's got that nose that looks like it.
Yeah.
And then when like I've heard him talk in interviews, but to hear him do like the battle cries and stuff like that, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is why you won the role. Because he has like that good, like deep, like, all right, hold steady, and he's like yelling because the whole time he's trying to command like everybody, which was really cool. Like anytime, like when the battles come, he's always the leader and always trying to yell and be like, hold, just telling the other gladiators to be like to do what you should do to survive. And it's just like it and I was like, okay, yeah, like he's got that voice. So I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, Timothy Chalamet, yeah, he could have done good because I mean, see him as Paul Atreides, but again, he would have had to fucking bulk up like 70 goddamn pounds. He's too skinny. So, but nothing against Timothy. He's a good actor. Like I said, I'm looking forward to Bob Dylan. I think he's gonna knock it out of the park when it comes.
Yeah, I mean, he's great.
If he's actually doing the singing, he sounds.
Yes,
he is.
I don't think it's hard to sing like Bob Dylan.
That's true. Very true. That's very
true. The times they are
See, you just pulled it off right there.
Yeah.
Well, all the Dylan fans are going to collapse this channel now.
Oh no! Hey, that's what made That's what made Bob Dylan is the fact that he wasn't the greatest singer, but he was good at that, like basically singing poetry the best that he could, and it worked. That's the thing. It was like poetry that he was saying. I mean, he was essentially talking. I don't know. To me, I thought he was always like poetry. I remember when that trailer came out, and some people were like, "Is that actually Timothy?" I'm like, I don't think it's hard to do a Bob Dylan kind of just like when Joaquin Phoenix did, Johnny Cash.
Yeah,
he made it its own, and it's like, hey, it wasn't that hard to just like, just to drop it down a little bit. So I mean, there's not. But when you have somebody like Rami Malek trying to do fucking Freddie Mercury, there's no fucking way that he was going to be able to do that.
Then even if he tried, the Queen fans would have.
Dude,
that would have never.
It would have been. I mean, but the thing is, just like you can't. The Freddie Mercury just had like a voice.
His range. That's why when they have the guy that's doing it, that tours with
Michael Jackson. The Michael Jackson is going to be hard to do too.
With him.
Adam Lambert.
Adam Lambert. That guy's doomed. That guy's doomed every time he steps on stage because that's not fair.
Yeah,
put in that
it's
position.
hard to replace that. It's hard to replace, but at
Yeah.
the same time, I mean, he does. You know,
he does pretty good. He does
Yeah.
pretty good. But
It's
that's
not
the thing. I think with him, he's not trying to reach like Freddie Mercury. He's got a kind of very special voice on his own, and I think that's why they got him. You know, for it.
But
So,
Brian May wrote when he's writing those songs and he's writing those notes, he's writing them with Freddie Mercury's range.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
and then the same thing when Freddie Mercury was helping him write songs, he's writing those songs with his voice in consideration of what Brian May and everyone else in that band is doing. And that's why it's very hard. It's really hard when you have a band like that to replace the lead singer. Now, there are times when you can do it. Obviously with Black Sabbath, Van Halen, things like that. But when it's one of those voices that is the instrument, Freddie Mercury's voice was an instrument in the band. You know?
But I mean, but the thing is, like, when you're bringing up like Black Sabbath, like when they got
Ronnie James Dio.
When they got him,
their
like
two best albums, by the way.
it turned into a different type of Black Sabbath. That's the thing, is like the same thing happened with Van Halen when David Lee Roth and then what's his name?
Sammy Hagar made an actual music band.
Came in.
Yeah.
right.
So like the fact is, like, if you're gonna replace the singer like what they did, you have to almost change the dynamic of what was, because Ozzy Osbourne had a unique voice, and it's like, okay, if we're gonna have Rodney James Dio like show up and do like a different version, we got to change our style a little bit to go with that instrument. Same thing when it came to Van Halen. We're not going to have like, jump, we're not going to have, those kind of moves. We're going to have something different. And when you listen to a Van Halen song with Sammy Hagar, as opposed to the David Lee Roth, it's a different dynamic. Yeah, it's the same band, but it doesn't sound the same. It sounds like two different bands. It's like
one's a party, and one is music.
Yeah,
one's a party and one is music.
One of the most recent examples that comes to mind immediately, Linkin Park.
Oh yeah,
I was just about to say.
Linkin Park.
Just about to say.
Like Emily Armstrong can
Absolutely.
sing Chester songs and not sound like
it's
Chester.
Impressive.
And it's good. It's really good. The thing is I see exactly where William's coming from, because their new album, I didn't really like it that much.
It sounds they're trying to get some.
I might have to like give it another once or twice over, but honest to God truth, the one song they put out from the beginning, what is it, Emptiness Machine, that one's great.
Yeah, I like
everything else on the album.
I'm not gonna lie. I've liked the singles. I've liked Heavy on the Crown, and
it takes some getting used to. Like,
that's exactly your point. You're literally it's not even it's the gender. You've shifted the idea. Like, yes, she can sing. She's capable. She can definitely hang with it at that point. But to your point, like, it has shifted the dynamics. Not bad. It's just different, and you've got to shift the dynamics of the band in the sense of like, we can still do this, but now that we've introduced a new, a woman that we've never had a woman in this band before, so now we have to shift it in order to make sure we complement each other appropriately. It doesn't make it bad. It's just it's different.
Different. The type of voice, like you can. Ozzy's not doing Lost Children of the Sea. That's not happening. In fact, I don't even. That just gave me a nightmare thinking about that. And when you look at Van Halen, you look at Hopper Teacher, which is a great song, right? But it's a complete difference. It starts
you can't have Sammy Hagar.
Well, see what Van Halen before him was just a bunch of guys that were the best at what they could do, doing their thing. When 1985 came around and when 5150 came out, it was a band moving in unison. So it was one's a party and one's a song. It's just
the Van Hagar years. When you listen to those songs, you're like, oh yeah, they actually like these are like songs that you remember and stuff like that. It's like, but when it came to David Lee Roth, it's like these are party songs. Yeah, like you said,
party. He's the MC.
Totally party songs.
MC and some guys playing behind him.
Yeah, and then I remember like didn't Hagar and David Lee Roth go on tour together one time? Yeah, and apparently it was one of the worst experiences for Sammy Hagar. I remember him talking about it. It was horrible because they just clashed the entire time. It's like that was such a gimmick thing, and this was like decades ago. But yeah, it was apparently really bad. But I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like when you're replacing a singer, I mean, obviously when it comes to another member of the band, you could replace them fairly easy. I mean, it's not going to be easy. Like, when it came to Foo Fighters and when Taylor Hawkins passed away, that was hard. When you're a diehard fan, that was rough. And it's like, it's not the same. When I saw the Foo Fighters back in August, and that was the first time I've seen them without Taylor. But at the same time, the drummer, which is a Josh Freeze, the new drummer, he was still badass, and I was like, okay, he's different. He does a double kick drum. Taylor didn't do that, so I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, you know, me and my buddy were like, oh yeah. I mean, we were just like digging him, and I've seen other things too. I mean, it's a different thing, but it's obviously when it's a lead singer, that's where the band has to go. All right, we got to shift a little bit. And when it comes to Linkin Park, yeah, I was never a big Linkin Park fan to begin with, but when I saw that, I was like, okay, she could carry it. But you know, that when I started listening to some of the new stuff, I'm like, if I heard this, I wouldn't think it's Linkin Park. You know,
it's different. It's very different than what they're known for. But at the same time, like their circumstances different. It's not just replacing someone. They didn't do it out of like, I wouldn't say necessity. They kind of had to if they were going to go forward to begin with, considering what happened with Chester. So it was just kind of like, okay, if we're gonna do this, then we need to just kind of
and there was
like they needed to, I wouldn't say change their sound, but they fundamentally did because of what had happened when Emily came into the picture. She's not the only new member either. I think there's like a drummer. New drummer, yeah.
There's a new drummer, even though the old drummer is still involved, just kind of like with production and all these other things.
He just didn't want to tour, right? He just didn't tour.
Yeah, he didn't want to do the tour, and so, but he's involved with like the actual like design of the production and all these other types of things. I mean, and then you had like a big bass too that was like that took it very hard because of Chester and stuff. But at the end of the day, look. It's Mike Shonda's band. He's the one that
he was first.
Linkin, he put Linkin Park together and stuff. So it's up to him to do with that what he wants to. If he wants to find a new singer and continue or whatever. And so,
Well, I mean, like, power to him. Like when people were like, "Oh, it should have just been a new band," I'm like, no. I mean, they literally Linkin Park is a brand. It's like it's the band that they created. It's like. That's what's going to sell the tickets. That's what's
Linkin Park, even though Chester, had a very unique voice, it was never just Chester. It was Mike with the rap. It was the type of music. It was all of these types of things.
Go on the experimental stuff,
Yes, so I think that was another big thing, like for me as a Linkin Park fan, why I was cool with it, I'm glad to see them continue and stuff.
Yeah, so. I'm not saying I like hate the new album for sure. Like I don't think it's bad. I'm just like, okay, I'm happy and content with the fact that she can sing the older stuff. That's great. You kind of needed that, but if you're gonna do something different, by all means do something different. It's gonna just take some getting used to, and I might just have to like listen to it in succession in order to finally be like, okay, is this really my rhythm, or is this just me going, okay, maybe I need to wait for another album before I make a really hard decision. But as it stands, they're doing like a full fucking tour next year, and they're doing a world tour, and they will be in Sacramento, I think, in September of next year, and I'm probably going to go.
Yeah, I think I want to go try and see them when they come.
I think they are hitting Vegas, so you guys,
of course, see them. They have.
I do want to. It's kind of weird because, of course, I would have loved to see them with Chester being a longtime Linkin Parks, but like I do think it's cool. I get the chance to still see them. You know. So.
I saw them once when they were part of the Summer Sanitarium tour for Metallica. This was back in this was like 20 years ago. Yeah. This was like maybe not 20. It was probably about 17, 18 years ago. I think it was like 2005, 2006. But yeah, I went to
like Hybrid Theory.
Yeah, so I saw
a little earlier than that.
Linkin Park opened, and also Limp Bizkit opened too.
Yep.
It was like, wow, it was a crazy fucking festival. It was, and I had a crazy time because I drove, and I was driving my first car, a 240SX Nissan 1990, and the alternator went out, so we were stranded. That was fun.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
Was that on the drive there or on the drive back?
Well. The drive there, I mean, trying to wait and all that stuff and everything. And then we parked. We finally were good. And then when we were done, my car just nothing. No click, no nothing. I was like, oh, shit. So we had to get – and this is like in L.A., like in Glendale. We got it towed to a place in fucking Compton.
Damn.
And then we had to get it. We got a ride from – the tow truck guy was nice enough to give us a ride to a certain spot. And then one of our friends had to pick us up. And then my mom and I had to – drive back to Compton to go pick up the car after it got, the alternate. Yeah, it was a whole.
Did you make any new friends out in college? I'm just kidding.
Oh, jeez. Well, we kind of made friends.
So
with
many, William. So many.
Yeah, but it was not. Yeah, it was not a fun thing. I was like, I can't believe. I felt so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was not. It was a fun concert, but man, the aftermath sucked. I remember not getting home till about 2:00 in the morning. With all that, it was just like it was a whole fucking thing. But yeah, my first car was a Nissan 240SX, 1990. Great car, fun car.
It was a great car, one of the best.
Great car. It was a fun car. We're well
Not
drive.
as good as a Cybertruck.
Yeah, but yeah. I had fun with that car, but yeah, it just I beat the shit out of that car. I don't know how much money I put back into that, or how much my mom would have. Yeah,
it's funny. Cybertrucks. I work in an area here in Sacramento that's
they're
like
ugly as fuck.
They are ugly as fuck, and like I work in an area that's like yuppity, a bunch of rich people. I can't tell you how many fucking Cybertrucks I see driving home every goddamn day, and I'm just like,
how do they do in the rain?
Right?
I saw one today because it's raining in California right now, and it's. I saw one today.
Oh yeah,
dude,
north, you're getting that.
You can only get up to 15 miles an hour in the rain on the Cybertruck.
Like I had to get around this chick.
Gonna go off roading with that bad boy,
and like I like got in the net lane next to it, and she's fucking looking at me, and I'm just like, you're the one driving a shitty fucking Cybertruck. Don't fucking look at me. Like, it's not my fault you made a poor decision. Like, come on, man. But yeah, I see them all the fucking time. I'm like,
yeah. Well, we live in California. They're going to be all over the place. Like,
right.
I see a Tesla anytime I go out. I see a Tesla.
Oh, it's inevitable.
And then like every like probably like once a month at least, or like twice a month, I'll see a Cybertruck. Just a Cybertruck. Yep, still looks like a car from fucking PlayStation 1.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like it's just. I don't get it. I mean, I kind of get it, but I don't get it. I'm like, I would never want that.
I don't.
Just get a regular Tesla. Just get a regular Tesla or something like that. But people want that. They want to be like, look at me, I'm driving a Cybertruck. I'm like, yeah,
I'm
awesome.
not
gonna catch up. Yeah, it's like
I have more respect for someone who gets a Prius over a Cybertruck.
Until I see a Cybertruck.
The Prius owners are right now going, yes, we finally got someone more angrier at us than we are.
Until I see a Cybertruck lift off with some fucking steam underneath it, and then the tires fold in like a DeLorean.
Yep.
And then it launches off. Then I'll be like, okay, now we're here, guys. We got our time machine type.
Roads where we're going. We don't need roads. We got a Cybertruck.
Load some cocaine in the trunk like they did with the original DeLoreans.
That's what partly reminds me of the Cybertruck. Is it does look like a DeLorean when it comes to like how it the outside looks.
A little bit, sure, yeah.
Knowing Elon and how much originality he has, I'm sure.
Homie blatantly rips off Blade Runner 2049, then has the fucking.
They sued him.
I'm glad
it was great. I'm so happy they did.
That fool really sat there with his whole ass out like, I didn't steal those designs. It's like, are you fucking lying right now? Yes, you are. But are you fucking serious?
It wasn't Elon, though, Phil. It was Grok. It was Grok 2.0.
My eyes can only roll so far back into my head. Oh my god! Holy shit!
When a movie sues you, you know you're fucked up.
Right? Exactly. Well, hey, you know what? I'm not even gonna get into it because that's a whole other can of worms. Let's just not.
Blue Sky.
Fuck that guy. That's all I got. Blue Sky. That's right. Blue Sky. I'm on Blue Sky. Blue Sky's amazing. Chris is on Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of
probably the only one
before it fell apart. That's
I'm
what
not.
Well, to be fair, I'm also not some of the people that I'm leaving X, Twitter, whatever. It's just like I'm no judgment, Phil. It's just like I'm not making statements like that.
No judgment.
Yeah.
No.
I left a year ago. I'm fucking happy.
What I said about Phil was like, I'm glad that he left and never came back.
Yeah,
there are people
he
that
stuck
always
with it.
go like, hey, I'm leaving, and then all of a sudden they come back.
2 months later, I got a new account. Follow me.
I'm
the fact that he didn't come back, I was like, cool.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like I said, in your cupboard and in your refrigerator on your table, you got something that you can trace back to an asshole or a dummy. So it's not like you're avoiding that. Everything you have, drink, consume, there's a dumbass or a piece of shit at the end of it. So you'd have to stop eating and consuming to avoid them. But like I said before, it's when the product See, my relationship with me and an asshole is his promise of giving me this Pepsi and it not tasting like shit. The moment it starts to taste like piss, that's when I have a problem. You can be an asshole, you can be a goofball, you can be all this dumb shit you are, as long as you keep your promise to me as a person, the seller, and the product is okay. When this product starts falling apart, that's the only part of our relationship that mattered. So to me, it's not even the fact that the guy's a clown. It's the fact that if you look at the service in the last 3 to 4 years, since he's been involved in it and was forced to buy it and all that, it's decreased. I got to pay for some of the dumbest stuff that was like, what are you doing? I can't send somebody a message unless I got the goofy check mark.
But you have you do it for the business too. You have your business too that it's
okay, but still, like everything he can do, everything he is forced to do now, you didn't have to fucking worry about 5 years ago,
right?
And that's the bullshit part. That's fucking.
And I had more traffic.
Yeah,
the kind of traffic I did my analytics for Twitter. It's gone down like 37% in the last 2 years. But now I'm paying. Now that was free. When it was free, I had traffic, I had business coming from it. Now that I'm paying more for it, and now he wants me to go to premium if I want to get rid of the goofy ads he wants to send me, and the ads I get, holy shit.
Yeah.
But he wants me to pay to get rid of those ads. I'm like, I never had those ads before.
The ads have gotten 10 times worse. It's literally every other tweet is an ad.
Yeah, and it's the tone and the subject of the ads. I have an issue with. I'm like, so you're basically going to pay me. You want me to pay you to get those sorts of ads? I don't want Trumpy Bear. I got it. I got 3 ads. I don't want the bear.
What the fuck is Trumpy Bear?
It's a bear. It's exactly how it sounds. And I clicked on it.
I haven't seen that one.
Not interested in this ad. So the third time, it's like, and it pops up a window saying, "You want to get rid of this ad?" And you want another $8. I'm like, dude, I already gave you $8 to get the check mark so I could leave messages to people. So yeah, he could dress up with a clown outfit with a red nose and the big shoes and the hair. I wouldn't care. It's once the product starts to deteriorate, that's where I have a problem with it. I mean, that's the issue with me and Twitter. It's just not as efficient as it once was, and I'm paying for it.
That's man.
Mm-hmm. That's a problem.
I left before all of this shit. I left when my biggest reason for leaving was the gifts stopped fucking working properly. That was one of my big hang-ups. I couldn't get half of mine to load or work every time I tried.
Yeah, I remember there was a point where it was like not working all that well.
Yeah, no, there was that. Yeah. There was like just a whole slew of, you posted anything positive, there'd always be some nameless, dickless piece of shit just coming into your mentions, just be like, fuck you, you fucking loser. And it's like, okay, eat my dick, fuckhead. Like, I don't want to deal with your bullshit. It was a mix of that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pay to keep some loser from coming into my fucking shit just to be like, oh, fuck you, you fucking asswipe. It's like, no, dude, you're the asswipe. Goodbye. I'm not going to deal with this anymore. And I just got tired. Like, there were people that were like, within circles of our circles that would just shit on fucking everything, no matter what. And I'm just like, you know what? You wouldn't have the balls to say this to that person in the fucking real world. Eat a bag. And I was over it. I was so over all of that shit. And I finally just went, you know what? I'm going to be so much happier without looking at this stupid little chirp app every fucking day. And I deleted that shit from my phone and I haven't looked back since.
There you go. Hey, what's up, Paul?
Hey,
Paul.
guys.
What's up,
How's it going?
How's
I'm doing all right. I just uploaded my Letterboxd review of Gladiator 2. That was about
it.
Good or bad?
Says?
Well, no, wait. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh yeah, you gotta do the.
I'd say thumbs up, but kind of also a little bit of this. I'd say 3 out of 5. Is that fair?
Paul's a tough critic.
No, I think we all
Paul is a tough critic.
The only person that's sitting here is Phil. But we all enjoyed it. We didn't think it was going to be as good as the first.
We were entertained.
I was entertained. It's just that it's the bar is set at the original classic of Gladiator, which is in a sense one of the most Oscar-worthy popcorn flicks probably ever made. But it is endlessly rewatchable. It's endlessly quotable. And it's a movie that basically was a shit show
every time. Yep.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's just you can tell there's a little bit of that same ingenuity with Ridley Scott in this one, but he doesn't have Russell Crowe to work off of, so it's not as. But I will say
he didn't have Denzel. He didn't have Denzel in 2000 though, because that.
No, but Denzel and Pedro, I think, do the best they can with sort of I wouldn't say lackluster story, but it's there. You can tell that the script tries so hard not to repeat the same story of the first one while doing different things. Again, I'm keeping things vague because I don't want it spoiled for Phil. But no, I think Denzel, like, I can almost tell that, like, they basically not like begged or anything, but like I think Ridley was like, Denzel, you're gonna be a big crux in this movie. Like we need you here. And like, yeah, he brings the gravitas to it. Like he helps the movie out for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, other supporting characters are good. Like Connie coming back to play the daughter of Marcus Aurelius, and Joseph Quinn, and the other guy playing the Emperor twins is interesting, but like, yeah.
God damn, I hated those two.
I love the Doctor. I love the Doctor though.
The Doctor dude. Yeah, that was in there.
Oh, the guy that's helping Paul Mescal. Yeah. He was cool.
He's like, I'm going to need you to lead them back to me. And if you know the context of that conversation, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, no,
I think it's really hard to make these movies. I really think it's hard to make them because, like I said, it's the same shit because that's what it was. Ben-Hur, Gladiator. In 20, 30 years from now, when we make another movie about ancient Rome, it's going to be the same thing.
Well, so it's not even that. Like realistically, since maybe Ben-Hur, but like Ben-Hur, Spartacus, Braveheart, Gladiator 300. Like it's the same.
Troy.
Troy. But I mean, it's the guy coming out of nowhere and becoming a hero. Right. And sometimes he might survive by the end. Sometimes he might die by the end. Most times he dies by the end. But like, every decade there's a new iteration of it or some variation of it.
Well, I think that's the big thing. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
No, I was just saying, like, like I think I'm probably gonna say what like we're saying. It's like, I mean, the big, the challenge is to try to make that fresh,
Mm-hmm.
and it's hard.
That, and I think too, like, as much as I love Gladiator, the first one, and I think it's one of my favorite movies of all time and stuff. When you really bring it down, it's not like the greatest story. It's a very repetitive story that we've seen. It's the emotion. It's how the story is told. It's the acting, the set pieces, the epicness of it, and those types of things.
The tension is what.
Yeah, and they do a good job of doing that again here. Maybe like I said, it doesn't reach necessarily the same emotional heights I think of as the first one, but everything else is there. The scale, the acting, and all that.
Oh, I don't know how that happened. Sorry, I bumped my keyboard. Sorry.
Wow. Okay. No, I thought it was on my end.
I think it was my end. I think I bumped something. But no. But did you guys feel that sometimes I want because one of the things I think like one of the only real gripes that I had was it felt like the more dramatic scenes just didn't breathe enough. It was just like, oh, this happened, and then all of a sudden go on to the next thing. Like it didn't last a long time,
In the original Gladiator, you almost forget like how well paced it really is. Like everything is kind of allowed to breathe. You really you're already on Maximus's side for the most part, but like there's a journey for him regardless, and even the other people there's like a journey and stuff. Even Oliver Reed in the original Gladiator died, and they still gave him a great ending for his character, and they made it like they again that movie is this thing that was a shit show behind the scenes, and somehow they just made it like a really well developed written movie, even though like like Russell Crowe said the script was terrible, and like
they were rewriting on the day,
right?
He said they would him and Ridley would wake up, meet early, rewrite on the day, and then go and shoot.
Yeah, it's a miracle that the Gladiator movie is as good as it actually is, and but I mean Gladiator 2 is fine. Like I was entertained. I was like I have been in a weird sleep schedule lately. Like even for this podcast, sometimes I'll go to bed a little bit early and I'll sleep for a couple hours, then I'll wake up because for me, you guys are going to almost till 3 a.m. sometimes. But like regardless, I've been going to bed like around like 8, 9 o'clock. But I'm watching the movie and I'm not getting tired. Like I'm entertained. So the movie was captivating in that sense. And I was invested in the film. I wasn't like falling asleep watching it.
Oh yeah.
So
let's just say I started getting sleepy eyed when it came to the red one. Not this one.
Oh god.
At least, When I was watching the red one, I remember just going.
And
I was
some
like,
CGI polar bears didn't keep you wide awake, and
I'm almost
Krampus,
surprised.
the slap
Yeah,
contest.
I actually
already-
listened to a very positive review of that movie today. Where they,
when you already know where the movie's gonna go, like when it came to the red one, I was like, I already know how this is gonna end. I was starting to go, oh god, and that was a 2-hour long movie, less than 2 hours.
That
This
budget
is
for
a
that.
2.5 hour movie. This movie felt shorter than the fucking red one. My god.
What do you think about Oscar worthy? Because I think Denzel definitely gets nominated for supporting.
He's gonna get nominated.
I think Ridley gets nominated for best directing because regardless to which there are some fallacies in the movie, but the scale. He should have won back in 2000, and they should have done an investigation for what happened in 2000 because that was fucked up. But I think he gets nominated. I don't know if they win or not because I think Wicked, a movie I have no plans of ever seeing, I think that's the kind of Chicago La La Land type of shit that goes in there.
That movie's going to get nominated.
I think it's a crowd pleaser, but it's going to get nominated. But I think like it's going to be between Dune and between some of these. I think honestly, I think Nosferatu is going to come out of nowhere on December 5th with some.
I think for technical awards, I think the piano lesson might given that ensemble cast. So you got some sleepers in there, but here's the thing. The Academy does this stuff to where if they've screwed you in some point in your career, eventually they unscrew you. Because if you look at Whoopi Goldberg and Ghost, which is a vomit-worthy movie, she won for that. And it's because of Color Purple.
She actually did.
Yeah, and Morgan Freeman. Yeah, $1 Million Baby. Great movie. That's not Driving Miss Daisy was the one he should have won it for.
Or Shawshank.
Yeah, or Shawshank. Or Kate Winslet. Kate Winslet. I thought The Reader was a beautiful movie, but that's not what she should have won it for.
Well, same thing for Training Day with Denzel.
Yeah. He released and won one prior though. See, they tend to do it when they've screwed somebody completely out of one, and they're like, "Oh, you made a movie that's up there. Let's come back and get you."
It's kind of like what they did with Anthony Hopkins a couple years ago. He had won only for supporting, so they gave him the Best Actor award when it was like,
he won for Best Supporting. He won Silence of the Lamb.
He won. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He won supporting years ago in the 90s, and then a couple years ago he won Best Actor, and it was like, really him? Okay,
that just barely made the cut for Best Actor in the sense of time.
Yeah.
Gladiator.
Okay, and then can we all agree that did Brad Pitt really need to win the Academy Award for Once Upon a Time?
No,
I think he was good.
Was that much of a stretch? I mean,
what else came out in 2019?
I love his character.
Who was he up against? That's my question.
I don't remember, but I remember going I was rooting for him, but I was like, I didn't think he was going to win. I'm like, he didn't even he just played like himself, but a little bit more stony. Like he was stonery.
Yeah.
Well, that's Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson did the same thing as good as it gets.
But I mean, there's sometimes where I was like, all right, I'm glad for him, but I was going, hey, really? Like he won for that? I mean, Leo.
Look how many times Scorsese got. You're not saying Departed was a bad movie to win
that
but they were
near his best.
But that's not his best. And,
I mean, you look at Gladiator, right? And it's like they did Hopscotch. It won for best movie, best actor. And so you just jumped around what made all that happen and Ridley Scott. And I don't hate Traffic as a movie, but that's not the best director of that year. And Joaquin Phoenix got fucked out of his award too, out of best supporting. So they tend to do this stuff. And it's like, okay, did you win it for this year or did you win it because they felt guilty about a couple other years ago?
Very strange. Sometimes
that year, Brad Pitt was up against Tom Hanks for Mr. Rogers.
Ooh.
Anthony.
Wait. Supporting actor?
Yes, for support. He was up against Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks was supporting actor? I thought he was.
Yeah.
As Mr. Rogers,
the main actor in that one was the journalist character.
Because it was the movie Welcome to the Neighborhood, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I never saw it. Yeah.
So he was up against Hanks. He was against Al Pacino for Jimmy Hoffa in The Irishman. Joe Pesci for The Irishman. And
I mean, between any of those, it probably would come down to Brad Pitt and fucking Tom Hanks.
Yeah,
easily.
Tom Hanks probably would have.
Hanks is kind of
Tom Hanks was handpicked to play Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
That's the thing,
That's one of the few times where all the category members won.
I'm not trying to knock Brad Pitt's performance. I thought he did great, but I just didn't think there was like a much of a stretch that he had to do in that movie. But at the same time, I was good with it, but it just felt like I was like, yeah, it just wasn't like a stretch for him. I mean, look at Leonardo DiCaprio. And how long did it take him to finally win his Oscar? And I was even going like, he finally won when he got raped by a bear. I mean, it's like, you know,
not his
like
best movie either. I mean, he didn't win. He didn't win for he didn't win for a lot of the ones that he really.
Yeah. He probably should have won. No, he probably should have won one for Who Was Eating for Gilbert Grape.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was great. But I mean, it's just, but again, it's like, you can't take this to heart. You can't take those, because anytime that you see like, okay, who won? And then you go like, well, what were they up against? And then, or who didn't win? And then they go like, oh, what were they up against? Right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's very hard to like,
that's why
everybody has their own opinions, and you know the Academy is like one thing, and the French whatever the fuck they the
foreign press when it comes
up. Do you guys think Disney and Marvel are going to put forward Deadpool and Wolverine and nominate it for a bunch?
Oh, they always do that.
They will, but they'll put for your consideration. They've already done it for Hugh Jackman. I don't think he's going to win, but it doesn't hurt to put. He did a great performance. I don't know if the old fogies that run the Academy are going to buy that. And here's the problem when it comes to comic movies like that, they're getting better. But I don't think they're there yet to where if you put
they're not on the list of consideration for Oscars.
Hugh Jackman should have got something for Logan, if anything.
Yeah. Way like over he should have gotten what Heath Ledger got for The Dark Knight and for Logan.
Yeah, for sure. Logan had Logan had everything. They had best actor, best supporting actor, and best supporting actress. I thought, best director.
Best director
as well. Yeah, they also did pull some nominations that for a comic, like I think they got a screenplay nomination, which for a comic book movie that had never happened before.
Yeah, but if you get one, it don't matter. Listen, if it's a screenplay, adapted screen, any one of those ones. See, like right now for Gladiator, they didn't release Gladiator to make a bunch of money. I'm sorry, you're not dropping $310 for awards and shit like that. You put that out there for awards because once you get an award, like for Blade Runner, when we were promoting Blade Runner. They lost a lot of money on Blade Runner 2049, but I remember getting the email because we were part of the press list for that. For your consideration, they were super proud of the 2 Oscars that they got from that movie.
Definitely,
and it did get nominated for a lot of Oscars and stuff. So
deservedly so.
That was the weird thing. It got the awards attention. It didn't get the people's attention.
Because it was horribly marketed. Later on,
not only that,
I love that movie. I love
different beast, but same kind of
also
concept.
the marketing wasn't.
The market, we were part of that campaign. It was dreadful.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah.
Blade Runner 2049 had an abysmal
the trailers. The trailers for 2049 did not give me confidence in the movie. And honestly, like, I'm not even a huge Blade Runner fan, but even I know like the aura that surrounds that movie in terms of its influence on everything else. Even I was and I knew a little bit about Denis Villeneuve at that point, but not a lot. I'd seen Prisoners and stuff like that, but I was like, I don't see this director like matching the original Blade Runner. Like good luck. And now I consider 2049 one of the greatest sequels like ever made, pretty much.
100%. 100%.
And it's making its money back because now you have stuff that's based on it. But the problem with Blade Runner 2049, I remember it on the telephone conference with this, is that you had to bridge the gap from 1982 and give people a reason to understand what you're going to give them in 2017. And there's a lot of lore that these trailers aren't giving you.
2016.
2017, October 2017.
Yeah, 2017 is when 2049 came out.
I always get that.
Yeah, because I was waiting.
I vividly remembered because 2049 came out the same year as The Last Jedi.
Yeah, 2017.
Justice League came a month later. Because
I've erased Justice League out of my memory.
Yeah,
so I'm sorry.
We almost had it canceled here because of the 1 October shootings. Right. They didn't know if they wanted to do anything here because they didn't know if anybody was going to come out for anything that was happening because that had happened. October 7th was when we did the premiere. They had us show the international cut. And everybody who showed up to the international cut got passes. They got glowing umbrellas. We gave them everything. We gave them posters. We gave them the whole deal, keychains. It was beautiful. They had, on that aspect, they did well, but they were worried. They didn't even want to send me the stuff because they're like, "Yeah, you guys are just literally where my store was at the time was literally the ambulance route."
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The ambulance
Remember
out.
that.
So they were worried
Remember
about that. So
Were you at your store that night?
No, I was at home, and I found out through CNN before I found out it was happening so fast that CNN had it before the local news could even respond to it.
See,
And
I
then
found
on
out.
Wow.
Twain, you only where my house is. Twain was the only way you could get to the strip without a bunch of traffic. So all the ambulances were coming through our neighborhood going for that. So yeah, they were worried. We weren't even going to do a Blade Runner 2049 here in Vegas, but I told them, hey, listen, I'm living here, but I've been waiting for this movie my entire adult life. There's nothing you're not helping anything by not putting this movie.
Like, listen, this is for me.
No, and I'm like, I understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't see, they were holding events and stuff again back on, October 5th, 6th, and 7th. Vegas don't shut down for anything. So, so yeah, that movie, I remember the marketing campaign with that movie was really flawed because a lot of people didn't even understand it. And I told them, we need to show them a Blade Runner movie before we send. And you should do this all nationwide in all your markets. You need to sit these people down in front of a Blade Runner movie so that they have an appreciation, because most people weren't even born when the original came out. Your median audience wasn't even alive when the original one came out.
It's a cult classic now. I think it's it's like just like how the original essentially turned out.
That's exactly
correct.
It's just one of those movies. It's just one of those, it's just one of those franchises where it's like, where people just didn't get it right off the bat, and then they start revisiting and like, oh wait, this fucking. I mean, we're talking about future movies and movies that take place in the future, and you got these replicants and stuff like that, and you got this. There's a mythology here. There's a lot of depth, and I remember Denny was like, he talks about that. You remember when he was promoting Dune Part 2, and he talked about how, it sucked for him that it didn't do well, and and he really loves, and he felt like it was a failure, and it's like, dude, no, it's not, because there are so many people that that think you did the best fucking sequel to that
better than the first one, in my opinion. It eclipses the first one.
Yeah, it really could be if you look at it. I mean, depending on which version you're comparing it to, there's like 6 different fucking cuts.
The only one I count is the international, but any version of it, it eclipses the movie, not because there's anything wrong with the 1982 version, because it's a much larger story, and it surrounds and augments the original
so well.
The one thing you got to realize.
So well, I mean, I think Ryan Gosling was the perfect choice to play that
character. I couldn't believe that. I was saying he was.
It's because, and I knew it from the beginning because I'd seen him in Drive. He can do everything with his face and not say a goddamn word.
Yeah.
Well, Jared Leto was beautiful in this movie. Jared Leto was great. Robin Wright was great. The whole fucking cast of that movie was incredible. Straight up. Like that movie was so well crafted. Fuck the budget. Well, not fuck the budget, but like fuck the box office. Who gives a shit about how much money it made?
They did.
The first film didn't even make that much money at the box office.
Yeah, first one. Here's the funny thing about
it's a masterpiece. It really is.
Warner Brothers was the distributor in Sony and Columbia, right? The greediest motherfuckers walking the planet. They weren't talking about how much movie that lost, because they knew it made $22 million in DVD sales at a time where Blu-ray sales were starting to die out. Also, if you want to look at the legacy of how successful they think it was, Amazon purchased the rights for 2099.
They did.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Black Lotus. If you haven't seen Blade Runner Black Lotus, please go watch it.
I do need to watch that.
Yeah, and now we got.
Where's that? Where's that?
It should be on HBO Max. Blade Runner Black Lotus.
If I'm not mistaken, they're filming a follow-up series, Blade Runner 2099.
It's supposed to come out next year.
Michelle Yeoh is in it. Michelle Yeoh is in it. They got
Michelle Yeoh and the girl from Euphoria.
I know who you're talking
about. Hunter Schafer is the star.
So,
that's right. Yeah.
All from what Blade Runner 2049 did. A movie that lost that kind of money. That is none of these things I just thought of, including the comic book, which are beautiful by Titan Press. None of that happens unless Blade Runner 2049, it's how they felt about it. It lost money, but it got 2 Academy Awards and a whole bunch of stuff afterwards.
Like you said, the studio I think had faith because they were planning a third. I think 2099 is technically the third.
It's the third
to a series form.
Down. Amazon basically backed up a dump truck full of money. I think Amazon, from what I hear, overpaid. But hey,
it's not a bad, because look,
how much money does Amazon make a year?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And not only that, but also at this point, it has shown consistency in developing a following, maybe not necessarily immediately, but it develops a cult following.
Bring it back to Red One. That's why they funded the fucking movie and spent $250 million on it. That's why they're not worried if it bombs at the box office, because eventually it's gonna fucking hit Amazon Prime and they're gonna be like, cool, here we go.
I guarantee you it'll probably be on Prime by December 25th.
Probably.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying.
If not sooner.
That's what I was saying about Red One. I'm like, all right.
No, you have a choice. You have Craven or Red One.
Oh, it's Craven.
Stay home or
I will gladly leave my house to
or
go
Nosferatu. There's another feel-good movie
Yeah,
of this of
but
the,
at the
of
same
the
time, but like
Christmas season.
I said that.
Or Baby Girl, the horniest movie of the year.
God, I can't wait. I mean, Nicole Kidman.
Listen, I can't wait to see that movie either. I'm seeing a Nosferatu and that on the same.
I need to make it a point.
Let's just say my Christmas day could be full of just R-rated, horny. Yeah. Anyway. But no, but when it comes to Red One, I'm like, okay, if they put this on a streaming service or you were able to get it before, and they probably will, it's just probably going to land a couple, like 2 weeks before Christmas.
Probably.
You do that, it's probably going to do gangbusters on that.
Well, it's smart. Like William says, when they own the rights, they don't have to worry about that. It's like what Apple did with Killers of the Flower Moon. Released it in November. We're not worried about the box office. Yeah. It's out by Christmas. Everybody is watching and talking about it.
That's the thing. Like people talk about films produced by Amazon and Apple and even Netflix, and when they bomb at the box office, bomb being the figurative word, they act like, oh, well, that's DOA. And it's like, no, that doesn't mean DOA. Why? Because this was provided by a fucking streamer, not a traditional studio. So the math and everything is all different. It's a completely different kind of fucking landscape. And people are like, oh, well, this bombed here at the box office, so it's probably going to, hit its streaming service. And then, it is what it is. And it's like, no. That's the fucking point. They want it to hit the streaming service.
Yeah.
Madam Web was like number one on Netflix when it fucking showed up.
Everything goes back to Madam Web. Madam Web is the blueprint.
People don't realize that if these movies weren't made by the studio, by Apple or Amazon, right? Somebody would have to buy those streaming rights. So they already have that or getting that money guaranteed coming in.
Sony had that built into their movies. So they are already.
Well, Sony now has a deal with Netflix. That's why
Sony has had a deal with Netflix for the last few years.
They had a 6-figure deal. Yes. But here's the thing: some of these movies, and I always hear the dinosaurs that are like, "Well, it should get a theatrical release because everything needs to be in the box office and this and that." I'm like, some of these movies wouldn't have even been greenlit without the backdoor plan of the POVD and streaming. You're not getting justification for some movies unless they're like, you know what? Yeah, this is a risk in the box office, but once I get this on PVOD, where I get, where our company gets the good lion's share of it, and then back on our streaming service, now I can justify this and get it financed. Because some of these movies, it's not going to happen.
Case in point, Roadhouse, Jake Gyllenhaal, fucking Conor McGregor, straight up. That movie would not
haven't seen that.
Would not have lasted a chance if done by traditional means.
You brought up Conor McGregor after what happened today.
I know, right? Like I just think about that now, and it's like, oh wait, he
only has to pay money though. He's going to be okay. He's not going to do.
Point is, like,
but at the same time, his reputation.
He's not looking very good. It's not looking very good for me.
He works for Dana White. He'll be all right.
So sorry for his wife.
Jesus Christ. That.
But no, and that's the thing. It's like there's a whole new thing when it comes to pitching these things, and that's the thing that I have to remind myself too when I'm seeing this, because I'm sitting there going like, I was even telling like my brother was like, that's not a Netflix movie. I was like, no, but it feels like it is a Netflix movie, right? I'm like, well, eventually it probably will show up on Netflix, or it's going to show up on something, and maybe that's what they were intending. Like, hey, we spent this money and we like try to put whatever we can into it, and it didn't do well at the box office. But at the same time, if you put it on a fucking VOD, service,
$29 is a good value for family of four.
For Christmas, there's going to be a lot of people that are probably going to be like, hey, let's do this. We got the whole family here.
Yeah, Christmas Day, we need to distract the kids. Red One, there you go.
We'll put on the Red One while me and mom go watch Baby Girl.
The director that was Crow came out.
Did you watch The Crow, William?
Yeah, and it's
me too.
Good.
Horrible.
But here's the thing.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Look at the PVOD numbers of The Crow. It has no business making any money, and it got money. It got free money on PVOD.
It got free money.
It basically that's what it is, because if you look the fine print of these the people who own the PVODs and all the ones, look at the fine print. It's a lot. There's a lot of familiar names that you might see on like the studios. So they're basically triple dipping. And then when you have something that you spent money on, if you're a streamer, people think the box office has to be dollar for dollar. You have to make a dollar for every dollar you spend. They have this archaic way of thinking that way. When you're a streamer, it's like I'm inviting you into my house to buy a bunch of shit, but I have to get you in the door. So Amazon just wants you on their site. Netflix wants you in there so you can get auto moved into whatever B-rated movie that was like the A one. So if you want to watch Gladiator or whatever, so you're watching Spartan Guy or something like that. It's shitty, but you're sitting there and you're drunk, you're high, and you just keep it going. And you know what happens at the end of the month? All of a sudden, you don't feel like you need to cut that subscription. So it's justified itself. Amazon, if you buy your drawers or your underwear and your pots and pans on there, that mission accomplished for them. They want you on Amazon.com. Now, a box office is different. There's different, the money's going to different places, different mission. But, Amazon, Apple wants you using their equipment. So they got different goals. Right. So it works for them.
But I think that is cool because it also opens them up to being able, like Apple is very filmmaker friendly. Like, they've got Scorsese, they've got an Alfonso Cuarón show. All these types of filmmakers are going to Apple for, they've kind of turned into the new Netflix because they can spend all this money and not worry about.
The thing is like when it comes to Amazon and Apple specifically, they're the least risk adverse when it comes to putting something theatrically because of the fact that a lot of their revenue comes from other different outlets, like, pots, pans, electronics, you name it, like, or even in Apple's case, other media. Like a lot of their stuff is a largely digital based income and revenue,
programming and all that.
Exactly. Like they look at something like Killers of the Flower Moon. They're like, yeah, we gave Martin Scorsese $200 million to make this fucking movie. We put it in theaters. We didn't really make a dime off it, but that wasn't our fucking point to begin with. It'll be on Apple Plus. You have any idea how many people subscribe to Apple Plus a year? Yeah, we don't fucking care. We let him make his movie the way he wanted to. BFD.
Not to mention the awards chatter, all those. Like, I think that's another thing for some of these guys. It's not about the money. It's about also like the acclaim for some of these.
Right.
Of these things.
And even, you've even got people like Tim Cook going. You got people like Tim Cook who were like, oh, we're probably going to get more subscribers to Apple TV Plus just because of the fact we let Martin Scorsese make a fucking movie that, we just let him make a movie. BFD.
It lives on. And you can be like, like there could be somebody literally right now going, oh, yeah, what about that Martin Scorsese movie about about that tribe and all the murders? What was that on? And then they go like, oh, it's on Apple TV, and they subscribe and like, hey, let's watch it. It's just that is, let's face it, there's 5 billion people on this goddamn planet, and somebody's like going, hey, maybe what was that one movie? And maybe, it's a whole different world. That's why, like, I'll talk about the box office and be like, yep, womp womp right here. But at the same time, I'm kind of going like, when I see something like the red one, I'm like, this might do gangbusters on streaming. I'm just saying, like, this is like, when you watch this movie, you go, this should have been put on streaming. It does not feel like a cinematic type of movie. And I'm like going, did they really spend this much money on that? Who knows?
It's funny because like,
who knows, but
we're living in an age where we're seeing a lot of stuff that was probably written during COVID and meant to be on a streaming platform.
Yeah.
And Red One feels like that. Definitely.
Yeah.
Totally is. It totally is. And like,
Red One just feels.
There's good ideas in the movie, and I know it's like, all right, it's supposed to be a family movie and blah, blah, blah. Come on, I've gotten that. You're being too cruel, Dave. I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, I like movies like The Santa Claus. That's one of my fucking all-time favorite. And that's a cheesy movie that has a world-building aspect when it comes to the Santa Claus mythos. And I fucking love that movie. I watched that 2 or 3 times during this time of year. I love that movie so much. This one had potential to do that too, but it's just the execution was just like, there just needed to be another run through, a punch up of the dialogue and the script. It just needed something else where it just felt half-assed to me. And I don't know, that's just me, but I know, I get it. People are enjoying it. Apparently, according to the commercials, the ads I see, people are saying it's one of the best all-time Christmas movies ever.
Oh, no.
Fuck off. Who said that? What critic said that?
Who got the payoff?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the check cleared for that one.
Even movies, there were a couple that like weren't too good, but or didn't get a lot of attention. But I remember Fred Claus. I always watch Fred Claus.
Yeah, Fred Claus is great.
Vince Vaughn, Paul Giamatti, the brother of Santa.
No, that's a great movie. That's a good I have that in my rotation too.
Yeah, that one surprised me because I think it was at a time where I was like, movies were kind of fading a little bit, but I was like, oh, there's something related to check out this week, but I'll watch Fred Claus, and I remember being surprised by how much I actually liked it. Yeah. And it got shit on when it came out. I was like, it's not that bad. It's a Santa Claus movie, but yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, I get it. It's for kids and stuff, and it's still semi appealing to somebody like me. So I don't know why it gets the shit it does.
I mean, you had Vince Vaughn at the height of his powers. I was like, why are people not? This
Paul Giamatti was a great Santa. Yeah. Great Santa.
No,
and again, having Kevin Spacey in a villain role.
I know.
What else is new?
Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, when it comes to trying to reinvent the Santa Claus mythos, I'm all for it. Like when Fat Man came out with Mel Gibson. I mean, that
movie was awesome.
Indie movie.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, dude, you should watch it, dude. It's essentially. I mean, it's not like I almost want to say it's almost like Logan fucking Santa Claus. Not quite, but it's
similar.
Mel Gibson as Santa Claus, and you got Walter Goggins, who's a hitman, trying to find him to fucking kill Santa. I don't know. It just works, and there's
for this rich little punk,
an R-rated fucking Santa Claus movie. I mean, of course, we had Silent Night that I think came out last year with David Harbour. Was that last year?
That was last. That was last year.
Yeah, that was a John Woo movie, right?
Yeah. Was it John?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Or did he produce it, or did he?
No, I think he directed it because the whole point is most of the movie is silent, if I remember correctly. I haven't seen it.
No. You're thinking of the Joel Kinnaman movie, Silent Night.
Oh. Okay.
I'm talking about.
I thought it was also a Christmas movie.
Wait.
Violent Night, I think, is what you're thinking of.
Violent Night.
Wait a minute. There's two movies.
Let's look this
what's
up.
the one with David Harbour?
David Harbour, I think, is Violent
There's
Night.
Silent Night.
No, you're right though. There is a David Harbour Santa Claus movie though.
Okay. You're talking about the Silent, which that was a John Woo movie, and I thought, I actually enjoyed that one too. It was all right, and maybe I'll watch it again this time. I totally forgot it. Yeah. But Violent Night was the David Harbour movie, which was like Die Hard in a fucking mansion.
Right. There's two newer ones that I know of. Well, one's semi-new, the other one's a lot older. But I loved Harold and Kumar, the Christmas movie. I thought, I mean, it's completely ridiculous, but I did enjoy it. Also, there was this animated movie on Netflix called Klaus or Claus, which is also very good, which I've heard. It even got Norm Macdonald in like a voice cameo or something in it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think it even got nominated for something.
Grant Morrison even has a comic called Claus.
I thought it was actually that.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah,
but
and then I found out it was something entirely different. But yeah.
The Grant Morrison book's fucking awesome though.
Yes, I have.
Oh yeah, the art by Dan Moore, absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Dan Moore did the art.
Dan Moore did do the art for that. Yeah.
That was my introduction to Dan Moore was through that.
I think mine was Power Rangers.
Yeah, he did a lot of Power Rangers.
He did Power Rangers, but then I looked at his catalog and I was like, oh fuck, he did Claus. I was like, that's right. Man, that book's so awesome. I love Grant Morrison.
Yeah.
In case anyone couldn't tell.
They are very good. Have any of you guys read Grant Morrison Happy? I know it got made into a TV show, but
with
I remember the TV show. I did not know that was based off Grant Morrison's work.
Yes,
what was Happy? Who started?
It was on the Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah,
I remember that.
It's got Christopher Maloney in it. He sees this blue donkey. It's
oh yeah, that's right. Yes,
yeah,
that lasted for a couple of seasons, didn't it?
Yeah,
I think it was like 2 seasons. I don't know if it got canceled or wrapped up because the book's very short too.
Sci-Fi Channel, they went to a different place.
It was short.
Rest in peace, Sci-Fi Channel.
Short-lived, like Krypton.
Oh, I didn't know Sci-Fi Channel got axed, but I'm also not surprised.
They axed themselves. They've defeated themselves when they went from Sci Friday with Stargate SG-1, Doctor Who, and Battlestar Galactica to fucking Sharknado. So yes, rest in peace.
Wild to me. That's so wild to me.
Sharktopus and all the other stuff. Rest in peace.
I used to look forward like every night because when I used to stay up late, I used to wait till like 1 a.m. to watch Twilight Zone, and then they would do the July 4th and the New Year's Eve, like all day marathons and stuff.
God, yep, classics.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. Sci-fi even is still a thing, right?
There's still a thing in name only, and that name's SYF. I mean.
Oh yeah, that's right. They changed the.
Yeah, that was years ago.
Sci-fi, we're sci-fi.
Yeah, we have two Y's as opposed to I.
Why? When you're in their corporate offices, that should be the why. Why a lot of the stuff that is done.
Why
not? When Sci-Fi Channel, I remember when I was obsessed with that channel. When I remember when we got a cable box, it was like Sci-Fi Channel. It's got reruns of X-Files.
And for a time, Mystery Science Theater was on there.
Yep, it was. Yep.
And then it had new programming, and it was like, oh man.
I mean, it was a place for Friday night shows until they decided that they didn't want that kind of stuff, or they didn't want to spend the money. Warehouse 31. Yeah, you had to face. I mean, you had some decent stuff, and like slowly but surely they went for the quick buck because what they were doing from Lex and Farscape from 1998 up to about the mid 2015s, they were actually investing in their shows, or they were purchasing other channel shows. Like they purchased Farscape from an Australian cable company, and then the Lex and all these other ones, and they took hold. But when Battlestar Galactica was a very expensive show to do, but they made the investment, Stargate, everything. When they started getting cheap for whatever reason, because that's the thing about that one. And I would actually get commercials. I would actually buy ad time for Doctor Who and stuff. So you would see my little crappy commercials, running on there. But, and people were buying. I don't know what happened. I guess a new person looked at the money they were spending and thought the return wasn't good. But if you look at the Sci-Fi Channel now, it's just rolling through it, the little TV guy thing on the digital cable. And it's like, oh, wow. Yeah, and their new show.
What a lot of these channels are doing now, it's just showing reruns and movies, and movies, right? I mean, I don't have cable, but when I do, I have like something where, because I'm borrowing it from my cable guy friend, where I'll be like looking, I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's just all movies and reruns.
800 channels and nothing on.
There's really nothing on.
Gingerbread Man going to be on there.
And then if you wanted to watch any of these movies commercial free, you could just find them on a fucking streaming app, and it's
you get Tubi, you get Pluto, you get any of those. And like I said, for a while there, you had a place to go for some really good new science fiction shows, man. And then they just turned their sword.
Not happening anymore.
Like, ugh. Yeah. And then, like I said, how many Sharknadoes? There's like 7 Sharknadoes. There was a Sharktopus. There was some other. Every good movie that had a real version of the movie that was making money somewhere, a Sci-Fi Channel went VHS with it or something.
I was very disappointed they didn't go with my idea of Tarantulanche.
Tarantulanche, that's
I mean, it's sad, but yeah, that's what happened.
I wouldn't be able to watch that. I hate spiders. Jesus Christ. Oh, I woun't be able to watch that. Even if they look fake as hell, I'd be like, can't do it. It's a big spider. It's got a head. It's a hairy spider.
That's why I couldn't watch that thing. Couldn't watch that movie Sting that came out.
No. I almost was tempted. It's on Hulu. And I was scrolling through and I was like, Sting. I was like, huh. And then I was like, no, I don't know if I could do that one.
Yeah, Bradley wanted to watch that one. I said, you can have fun with that.
I can't even do arachnophobia, dude. I remember
arachnophobia.
Somebody thought it was funny to put their fingers on somebody's shoulder while they were watching this movie, and it almost caused a fight because it was.
I remember one time, a long time ago, arachnophobia. This was a while ago. This is before streaming and everything like that. This is probably maybe 20 years ago, and it was like playing on like HBO or something like that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna attempt to watch this movie. And then of course, the opening scene, they're in like the fucking Amazon or whatever the hell, and they find a spider. They find a spider that's just laying there. It's laying there, and they're looking at it. They're like, "Oh, the spider!" And it's laying there, like they think it's like dead. And then all of a sudden, it just leaps off, and it leaps at the camera. I'm like, "Fuck no!" I was like, "Done, nope, can't do this."
The spider bites that movie did. The spider bites. It was like suck your leg.
I can't watch Eight-Legged Freaks. Remember that movie?
Ridiculous.
Fuck that movie.
When it came to Hulu.
That movie got so many spiders killed because spiders by nature are the least of your worries when it comes to things that'll bite you and kill you.
Humans do that.
Yeah, humans, but you got snakes, you got ticks, you got more things. A spider. In order for you to get bit by a spider, you got to be doing something really.
Oh yeah,
you basically got to be taking it off.
That's the thing is like when people are like, oh yeah, I got a, like in Home Alone and shit like that. Oh, you pet tarantula. Like, why the fuck you want that a pet? I mean, but at the same time, they don't hurt you unless they're threatened, of course. But at the same time, I'm like, why would you want a pet that looks like something that is spawned out of Satan's asshole? Like it's not cute and cuddly. My ex was like, what are you talking about? It's furry and it's cute. I'm like, what the fuck?
I named it George. Come on.
It's not
cute. Love it and hold it and name
like
it
in
George.
Australia, they got those wolf spiders.
That's how I feel about snakes, man. Snakes are cool and stuff, not as a pet.
They can't kill you.
Yeah,
they will aggressively fuck with you. But like a hunting spider in Australia,
just get a dog or a cat, people.
Right.
Fucking Christ.
It's funny. It's like I just finished watching Cobra Kai Part 6.
Oh yeah,
season 6, Part 2. And there's a point in the show in the second half of the 6th season where a character, I won't say who, gets bit by a fucking cobra and they survive. And I was like, there's no fucking way this is possible. I have to suspend disbelief.
Cobras are the freakiest of the snakes because the fact that
you can survive a cobra bite, but it's got to be.
You can survive any snake bite.
It has like on treatment.
There is one. There are a couple snakes that if they bite you, doesn't matter how you're fucked.
Well, the black mamba is the ones in the ass. Yeah. Those are the most venomous ones per bite. Yeah. However, if you get within 30 minutes before your blood starts turning into concrete, if you get with the anti-venom inside of you within 30 minutes, you have a chance. Steve Irwin, of all the things I thought was going to kill him, there's two things when I was watching Crocodile Hunter. When he was sticking his hands in the dark, he had night vision on, and he's sticking his hand looking for those trapdoor spiders, and I'm like, dude, you're going to die right here and now. And he found it, and then he got bit. He got bit by a mamba, and he's still filming as they're getting him to the hospital.
Yeah.
So you can survive that. And he got killed by a stingray. That wasn't on the video card.
Yeah.
God, I still remember watching that video.
Well,
too,
even
where it happened.
Baby copperheads are even deadlier too.
Yeah.
Dude, my grandfather got bit by a copperhead and survived.
Oh,
wow. He was like 15 years old in Oklahoma, got bit by a fucking copperhead snake, survived that shit. I was like,
that's crazy.
They were in the foxholes, and because I went to basic training in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and we had to clear. We had the lowest ranking people had to go clear the foxholes for when we were doing our BRM. Of course, I got to do it, and I'm like, well, what do I do when I find one? You just call somebody over, and I found one of the motherfuckers, but it was so deep down, it started moving around. And they came over, they had animal control there, and they came and got it, and like. What if somebody has
you want to do the Steve Irwin way and just stick your hand down there and see what happens?
No. But here's the thing. We're dealing with entry-level soldiers. We fuck up by nature. What if one of these privates just misses one of these holes and I jump in it? I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Someone's got a surprise in their foxhole that day.
Yeah.
Death.
Man. Yeah. For one of my jobs, I had to do like fielding, like for like these like for utility poles and stuff like that. And there was like a stretch where it was literally like out in like this field, which a bunch of tall wheat and grass and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this was something like I've done fielding, but I've never done fielding like this. And all of a sudden, the guy I was with goes, "Here you go," and he just like shows me these things. He's like, yeah, you got to wrap those around your legs just in case you come across snakes and they try to bite your legs. I was like, what? Well, I had to strap these like fucking things around my shins so then we were walking through all this brush to do like this fielding work. Yeah. To just like make sure I like, just in case there's a snake somewhere around. And we have these like fucking, oh man, I was like, I was like, you fucking shit me here? I'm like, yeah, this is part of it. Odds are not going to happen, but it's for safety measures. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, why did I get this job? Like, what am I doing here? Because like, man,
what happened to the last guy?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
I get it. You guys hire me again.
Mistakes were made by him.
I mean, I get it, but it was just like kind of like disheartening. Like, oh shit, there might be snakes in this fucking. Because it was
especially in Southern California, dude. San Bernardino, they're Western Diamondbacks,
dude. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're in San Bern, Fontana area, actually.
They would send the MPs out to clear the snakes out from base housing because they would come through. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're out here. I mean, I remember at my grandma's old house, like there was one time where like she had like this hill. She was like on a hill in her community. And there was one time where we heard something. We're like, what? I mean, so two things happened. She was like in this area where shit just they're coyotes and whatever the fuck. There was one time where we were sitting on the patio and this big, huge tarantula just starts walking up the fucking driveway. I was like, what the hell? It was, well, in my head, it was huge. It was probably not that huge. My grandpa just grabs a shovel and just slices it in half. Just, we're good. And then scoops it up, throws it in the
and
trash.
You're just standing in there in amazement, saying,
dude,
what just happened?
My dad would just kick him.
I was like 6 years old. I was traumatized. This is why I have a fear of spiders. And then there was one time, like a few years later, where there was a rattlesnake that was in like the fucking hilly area. My uncle went and got it, and then of course he cut off the tail and he like, check out the rattler. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was some crazy.
San Bernardino, man, you could get, they would come up to, the spiders and my dad would just kick them. The snakes, we would just call it. Because the thing about the snakes is we rarely ever saw them. We would hear their rattling, and we wouldn't know exactly where they were. So that would be
that's a good thing about a rattlesnake. It'll let you know it's around, and then you're just like, "Hey, buddy, I'm good. I'm good. Keep on shaking your maraca tail." It's like, "Hey, it's fine. We're good here. I'm not going to do anything." Yeah.
We had these signs on the little recreational area that were, where we had like the basketball court and everything else, and it tells you what to do when you hear the sound of a rattlesnake. Just don't move. Just don't move, and you move away, because if you're facing it, that's probably where. You can't see it, but it can see you. If you move in any direction and you continue to hit a rattler, just stop. But if you continue to move backwards and there's no rattling, that means you're moving away from it, and that's your best shot, because you really can't see them. In the desert, sometimes they're bushes and stuff. They can see you.
Oh, they're like under rocks and shit.
Yeah. Your feet and your ball bouncing when you're playing back, they hear that, and that's rattling them. But you don't want to just like run in panic. You might run right into where they are, and they're trying to tell you, hey, we don't need to have this confrontation, both of us.
Well, that's the thing. That's what it's like with most animals in nature. Is like, I remember even doing like the same fielding job. I was up in the mountains, and we were like up in this mountain community, and we're like looking at, we were taking pictures of poles and stuff like that. And then I like look forward, and I'm like, holy shit! I was telling the guy I was with, I was like, dude, you see that? That's not a statue. That's an actual coyote just chilling on that driveway. And he was like, "Oh yeah, they're more afraid of us than anything." I'm like, "You sure?" He's like, "Yeah." And then it was true.
He's licking his chops right there. You think he's afraid of us?
We got him out here.
But I was like, "Where's his family? Where's his brothers?" And then we were just like, "All right." Well, we just kind of walked around it, and then when he saw us, he just ducked out. It's like, there's like a thing where it's like, "Hey, we're cool. There's a lot of things when it comes to, "Hey, we're cool," but sometimes,
coyotes will run away.
Wolves, coyotes run away. Bobcats, though. Yeah, I've heard some. Yeah, bobcats will fucking. Yeah,
bobcats will chase your ass down.
Yeah, they're aggressive. They're territorial. They'll chase you until you're out of their zone, and you don't know where that is.
Yeah,
and you don't know how big that zone is.
Nope,
for real.
I remember I was doing a jog late at night. It was like. I used to like to run at night where I used to live by a mountain here in Vegas called Lone Mountain. So I just run the mountain, around and stuff. One night I was running around and I just see these two eyes pop up and start staring at me. And I was like, just taking us. So I don't even know what the hell it was, but I didn't stay long enough to.
Don't need to be running around Lone Mountain. Yeah, I don't know what
This was when I was younger, and I just moved out of my house and into my own. So
don't they even have signs like "Don't be here like alone" or some shit?
This is why
This
is why I don't want to like go hiking. I'm like, oh yeah, hiking, I get it's good, but I'm like, no, I'll walk around my apartment if I need to get in. I'm not gonna fucking go up a hill where some kind of territory of somebody is like something with claws and
that can move in that atmosphere. That is built to move in the mountains and stuff like that. Dude. That's why I say animals and humans, unless it's domesticated, we need to stay in our territories. Nature has set up a natural.
At the same time, I would totally be one of those guys that like goes out to Africa and like hangs out with the lions, and as long as
we would have other people talking for you because we're doing a documentary, and guess who's missing?
Then you see those videos of like somebody who trained like a lion from when it was a baby, and then they reunite, and the lion just like starts running up, and then it just jumps on them and starts going, "Oh, oh my god, I missed you!" You're like, "What the fuck? What is happening? How is this lion doing? Just like rubbing his head, like, oh my god, I love you." And it's like, if that was me, I would be like halfway in his fucking mouth right now. You know?
Well, animal. Listen, even though people who have familiarity with these animals still have to be careful, because at the end of the day, it's still a wild animal. It's still going to do, like the guys who tame alligators and do all that stuff. They can swim with them, right? But if they were to slip in the water or anything like that, that alligator is going to resort to what it does.
Yes,
and you're going to be spinning.
It's true.
You're going to be spinning.
So I guess none of you guys have seen Werner Herzog's movie called Grizzly Man.
Oh no, I love that movie. I think that movie's brilliant.
That's tragic because that bear that ate him wasn't the bear that he was familiarized with. Another bear rolled into his territory, and the scents didn't match up, and that a bear was an aggressive bear invading that other bear's territory. So he didn't realize that wasn't the wrong bear until it was too late. And he was too close to the bear, and the bear, you're not going to outrun a bear in the forest. But that was sad because that guy built a relationship with a bear that would not have eaten him. But another bear came in and said, wow, you know what? You're not going to move. I think we'll just take care of this. And he ate him and his girlfriend, and then they found and killed that bear.
I forgot he ate the girlfriend too.
Yeah, ate the girlfriend. Because that's how fast a bear is. That bear ate him and was like, you know what? I got time. Go ahead and run. And he went and got her. And when they cut that bear open, remember, that's how they realized that it happened because they had a video and everything else. And it sucks because the guy was a friend of, wildlife. But once again, a wild animal is a wild animal. It's like, you got to be, you can tame them, you can teach them tricks and stuff like that. But, eventually it's embedded in thousands of years in their evolution that human head, my jaw, these things don't go together. So, it's like Manticore out here in Vegas. Siegfried Roy. He raised that thing from this big. Yeah. And I think that Manticore was actually something spooked that tiger. Yes. Yeah. Grabbed him by the head to drag him off stage. I don't think he was trying to hurt him or else.
No, he was trying to save him.
Yeah.
He's probably trying to save him because he's like, no, danger. I got to take you. But of course, the way that he saves him is by putting him into his mouth and dragging him off stage. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if he wanted to
it's not like dragging a cub with that loose skin on the back of their neck that they could just go, no, we don't have that. We don't have that.
That tiger had bad intentions. No, it wouldn't have just been Roy. It would have been the handler. It would have been the person in the front audience.
It would have been everybody in that damn money.
Basically, would have been right there. What was it? Up. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Oh, Nope. Excuse me. Nope. Nope.
Nope. Oh, yeah. Remember?
That was a disappointing. Listen, you can't open up a movie with a monkey fucking people up, with a monkey beating the hell out of everybody, with a monkey ripping faces off, and that monkey rolls toward the camera and he gets blown away, and you can't. And that's all I get of that whole movie. I'm looking for something's going on with the monkey. This is gonna come back home. It
was symbolic. It was symbolic. William. It was symbolic to the creature that's talking about that.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I remember watching that movie the first time when that happened.
I love it.
I was like, whoa.
You can't get me going like that. And I'm like,
no, it was symbolic to taming the beast. And that's what they're trying to do with the creature in the sky.
That was a great first trailer, though. Man, that Stevie Wonder song on it. Man, that got me going.
No, I thought Nope was one of the most like original sci-fi. Like when you're talking about like, oh wait, we have like a UFO that's like around this farm. Alive. And when the whole twist, spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen it, it's already been out for 2 years.
I'm saving you some money is what I'm doing.
It's not it's a craft, but it's actually a creature that is the craft.
Remember the effect when they were all inside of it being digested?
I love that. I freaked out
right here, but
I thought it was great.
I'll tell you what really, I mean, I enjoyed the movie, but what really gave me a whole new perspective on it in a different way was Richard Newby's write-up about it after of what it's about.
Yep. I remember reading that.
Yeah.
I don't think I read that.
It's a good read. Yeah. Richard broke it down very, very well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was like when it all played out and then I saw it again. I went, oh man, okay, I see what he was trying to do. Yeah, sorry, you're in the minority here.
That's fine. But I love his movies until the end because Us was on the way to being one of my top 5 horror movies.
That one had potential. I have questions
with Us. I think Us is one of my favorite. It's definitely my favorite of Jordan's, and I think it is one of my favorite.
I think that is the worst movie he's ever made.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
God. There are a lot of opinions on Us.
It's my least favorite. It's my least favorite of his 3, but I still enjoyed it because I was like, I see where you're going for here. I have questions, and I don't think everything kind of works, but I see where you're going for here. Things don't work when you actually start questioning things like, all right, if these people are just, standing around holding hands, what? I mean, that's just a little weird. I mean, they're still human. You can still wipe them out and get rid of them.
Yeah, they still die, but the explanation. Here's what it's like.
The explanation was cool.
Signs was one of my. The Sign was on its way. It was intense and everything else. Then you started showing the Kermit the Frog moss monsters and all that, and it took away from the intensity that the movie was. Us, same thing. I didn't need that Scooby Doo. I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you damn kids explanation.
Yeah, it's like one of those things.
You could have cut that movie off and it'd have been okay. Nope, he cannot stick the landings for me. His movies are great, 75%, 80%. But I paid for 100,
But it doesn't stick the landing. Even Get Out didn't stick the landing for you.
Get Out didn't stick anything for me because I didn't feel the flow of the movie. I went with a bunch of people, and I don't hate Get Out. I just didn't.
Did you go with a bunch of white people?
No. I went with my family. I went with my family and our extended family, and we were all Christian. So, I just didn't get the whole. Then he won an Academy Award for that too. That's Jordan
it was interesting. I mean, what I like about Jordan Peele is he goes for it. He goes for
he takes risk. I give him that. Takes risk.
Yeah, he goes for really all right, I'm gonna take this concept and then show. I mean, and I like all his movies. I would say Us might be like I said,
I was on my way to loving that movie.
Us, Get Out, and Nope. I think Nope is my favorite of his. I just really enjoyed Nope, to be honest.
Honestly, I feel like he wrote Us on all like the fart fumes from the Oscar that he got from writing Get Out, and that's kind of the result that we got was Us. Yeah, that's
I mean that's fine.
That.
I mean that's fine. I didn't want. I've watched Us twice, and I was like, because I wanted to watch it again and get more. And I think there's concepts in there that I really like, but then I start going, well, what about this and what about that? I'll start doing that, but at the same time, I'm like, I get what he was trying to go for here. I mean, you have to suspend a lot of disbelief for sure, but I don't know. But when it came to Nope, when it came to the twist of like, oh shit, it's actually a creep, I was like, oh, this is.
That's where it lost me. That's where it lost me.
I like that it was a creature.
I'm not getting my fucking monkey back, or some version of it, and now I got this
but it was symbolic.
flying tortilla looking thing eating people, and the effects are horrible on it. I'm like, the people are all screaming.
No, they weren't. They weren't that bad. Come on.
It was like Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Oh man, come on!
Wow.
Oh, come on!
And then the guy at the end, but the people in it. I'll give Nope one thing: it is a character-driven story, and all the characters are great. Yeah. It's just I don't like what he did with them, but I'm like, dude,
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
If you told me I could have got up after the monkey got shot, I'd have been like, all right.
I mean, you could.
That shit was brutal. I'm like, wow. Because usually I don't get all 3Ds until well into movies. 3Ds being death, dismemberment, and destruction. I have to have them in a horror movie or I want the money back. And I got them in the first 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, shit.
We're out.
And then as it went along, I'm like, oh, my goodness, this is kind of slowing down. I don't care about these horses. I don't care about the ranches. Characters are good. She's good. The dude who owned the little park thing, I'm like, what's his point? I'm like, oh, okay, you're the guy trying to change. And then somebody was explaining it to me. I remember being up, don't you understand the symbolism of? I go, listen, I'm not here. I'm not going to a philosophy class. I came. When I go to horror movies.
Well, you got to realize that when it's a Jordan Peele movie, he wants to make you think. It's not gonna. It's almost like he's almost like a M. Night Shyamalan a little bit, where it's like, hey, I'm gonna make you think, but even M. Night Shyamalan doesn't make it.
It's psychological horror. It's not your
psychological.
You can overdo
just as long as you don't call it fucking elevated, we're fine.
It's like it's almost to the point where they want to be smarter than. I mean, you don't have to go that far with it. I mean. you can leave some stuff. Like I said, Nope ends should have ended before the one started talking about the whole history of the experiment. What? All I needed to know is there were doppelgangers with knives and scissors cutting and gutting. That's what I needed to know. And guess what?
Yeah, he's talking about us. Yeah,
it doesn't end well for anybody because guess what? Now it's not just your family. It's a whole bunch of people. Cut. That's it. Movie's over. That's it.
Well, yeah, I will say, like, again, when you're like everybody's just like coming out and they're like holding hands all across the fucking world, I'm like, well,
yeah, I do agree. I get his inspiration for it and what he was trying to do and stuff, but that might have been a little much. And I don't know. I was one of those where, to be honest, I wasn't crazy about Get Out and all the hype that got. I thought it was fine, and so I thought Us was a step up, and I liked Nope. I wasn't crazy about Nope, but I did like Nope. I actually really enjoyed it. But yeah, he's a good filmmaker. I enjoy his.
He's one great ending way of being an epic filmmaker, though. He's one great solid movie.
Well, he's got one coming out next year, right? He's making. They set it up,
and he's already, even though we may not be crazy about him, like he's kind of set himself up as an event filmmaker. Like Universal,
like
labels his films as event films.
Yeah, like they always say, like the untitled Jordan Peele movie is coming out.
Right.
Like, ooh, what's this gonna be about?
I will go see it.
Yeah.
Once I get towards the like 3/4 of the movie and I start entering that third act, I'm gonna be like, okay, is this the one? Is this the one that actually stands land? Or are you gonna give me some goofy explanation that I didn't need you to give me? Or you're gonna let me down with some aspect at the beginning of the movie where that just meant this and that. That was like this and what? I'm like, I remember somebody trying to explain that to me. I'm like, no, stop. And then M. Shyamalan's another one. I'm like, listen, hit the cabin, the knock at the cabin in the woods, the one with Dave Bautista. That to me is his best movie.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie. I mean,
Unbreakable.
M. Night's best movie,
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable. That is
Unbreakable for sure.
Yeah, Unbreakable.
That's both of their best. I think that's Dave Bautista's best movie.
Oh yeah.
But I also think that's M. Night's best movie as well. I'm not a big fan of some of the twists because it's like, okay, dude, it's not a crossword puzzle. It's a fucking movie. Just, give it.
I think Split might be one of his best movies too.
It's pretty good. I mean, I like the Unbreakable trilogy, but I think Unbreakable is the best. Is the best one.
Yeah. Unbreakable was the last one, right?
Sign. I love Sign.
No, Unbreakable was the first one, then Split, then Glass.
Yeah.
Glass was the last one where they all come together.
Glass was kind of like a little bit of like, all right, well, we're gonna wrap it up. It's fine. It was fine, but
yeah.
But when I remember seeing, like, when nobody knew the twist of Split, and I remember when that happened, I shot out of my chair going, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, Bruce Willis looking up in the bar, drinking or in the coffee shop, drinking a coffee, watching the TV.
What just happened?
Yeah,
what?
It was funny because like my ex was like sitting next to me. She had no idea.
No idea.
Oh my god! And I was like telling her, I was like, and like people were looking at me in the theater.
This is a sequel to a 20-year-old movie that I love so much.
Is this guy having an out of body experience?
Dude, people probably thought I was insane. They had no idea. I shot out of my chair like, I was like, it was one of those
in the movie, everybody did.
And I literally was like, I put it down. I was like, oh my god, it's that. I'm like, it's and people were like, what the fuck? And even my girlfriend was like, what the I have to tell these people on the car ride home.
He just pulled an end credit scene in a non-franchise movie.
The thing was like
embarrassing. Probably one of my most embarrassing reactions to a movie that I ever had, but I did not care because I was like, how did this slip by everybody? This didn't get no scoopers, no nothing. Oh my god. I mean, obviously the scooper game wasn't as strong as it is now, but nobody gives a shit about an M. Night Shyamalan movie to scoop that, but it was just so fucking to be that surprised and be like that, like shocked. I couldn't help myself.
Even of all directors, we would never think he'd be like, oh, he's going to do a sequel. Like that's.
And I hope Christopher Nolan does it one of these days. I'm like, and maybe his next movie is going to be like, is there
tied to Inception? Tied to fucking Inception.
And then we're going to find out that Tenet is also in the same universe or something like that.
Well, then it can make sense. I would love that. Then it can make sense.
And
at least I could get my money worth for that movie.
And then
Robert Pattinson's in it.
But then the twist at the end is a shadowy figure comes out of the darkness, and it is J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Oh, that's funny.
Or Barbie.
That'd be too funny.
But at least, hey, you know what? Maybe they can earn back that $50 million that he lost.
Phil, did you have something to say, Phil?
Yeah, the thing about like the whole M. Night Shyamalan split deal was like up to that point, like M. Night Shyamalan went from being on a huge high from Signs, and then everything after that, people just mocked, belittled him, made fun of him, you name it. And then when Split came out,
it's underappreciated. I like The Village. But
The Village,
in the Water,
you're
I don't
right.
know what the fuck was happening with that movie. Anyway,
But like the general conversation
happening was dog shit. Yes,
the general conversation surrounding M. Night was just not great. So when Split came, people were like, "Oh, well, this looks
back."
This I wouldn't say that, but people were just like, "Oh, this kind of finally like looks to form." And then the twist happens, and again, up to this point, people were always under the impression of like, "Oh, M. Night Shyamalan always has these really goofy, stupid twists in his movies." Following Signs, and then the twist happens in Split, and everyone's like, "Oh my fucking god, he's actually back!"
Yeah,
he's a genius.
Yeah,
So
he's a genius.
And then Glass happened.
So
They call
hold
me
on. I
Mr.
want to say a few things. So I was an Unbreakable fan for a long time, or a good chunk of years before Split came out, and Shyamalan was known pretty much as a joke at that point. Last Airbender and After Earth did not help it in the slightest on that. I remember seeing the trailer for Split, and I just was like, okay, he's going back to like, basic horror stuff, but I hated the trailer. And I like James McAvoy, but I hated the trailer. I was like, this looks so fucking stupid. So I avoided the movie when it came out for like the first week or so. And then a friend of mine who knew I loved Unbreakable reached out to me and didn't spoil it, but basically it was like, I think you need to see Split. And I was like, I'm good. Like, and I had read it was sort of spoilerish, but not spoilerish. It was like it's related to Unbreakable, but what I thought they meant was like related in the sense of like how Zuthara is like related to Jumanji,
Sure.
like a similar idea, like a similar premise. I was like, okay, yeah.
That was a Jon Favreau directed movie, right? With
Yeah,
Kristen Stewart and Dak Shepard. I remember that.
And Josh Hutcherson.
Yeah.
Very young Josh Hutcherson at that time.
I remember watching that
was
movie
one
in
of his first
school.
movies.
Yeah.
Very young Kristen Stewart too. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But he was like, no, dude, just go see it. And I was like, all right. And then the second James McAvoy starts talking, I knew the score from Unbreakable. So the Unbreakable music theme basically starts to kick in. And I was like, no way, are they really doing this? And then like Bruce Willis, I was like, all right. Now me personally, I actually really like Glass. I know the ending is kind of a bummer, but it's kind of yeah. I mean, I would give it a rewatch because I think the ending is meant to be sort of the way that it is, because the whole point is like, see what I thought it would be Bruce Willis, starting like a Justice League or something in that type of universe.
that would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, now with how Bruce Willis is, I think it's better that that isn't a thing exactly. Yeah. But the whole point was to react and to evolve and everything else. And honestly, too, Glass isn't too far off, because in comic books, because again, this is why I love those movies, because I love comics as much as I do. In a lot of comics, like if things are darker than what we know to be in comic books, a lot of times the heroes or the protagonists are hunted, and like look at X-Men. I mean, you know what I mean? Right. So it's not that much of a leap to think about how
references here, a bunch of nerds.
Yeah, thanks, William. But no, I like those movies a lot, and I haven't seen Trap, but I heard that's a fun movie.
So I'm not gonna lie,
I recently just watched it. It's a fun time.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that's one of those that harkens back to The Happening.
See, that's the thing. Is like there are some people that hate that movie. I really enjoyed it. I don't know.
Listen, I like the premise.
Yeah.
The
dialogue
really
sold me on it.
I like
some
Josh
of the
Hutcherson,
acting in that movie.
Josh Hartnett. Sorry.
Yeah, he's like it's an interesting premise, a very like great idea, but dear God, the dialogue in that movie is so like, did a 10-year-old write this? What in God's green earth?
Shyamalan's dialogue is very like plain and simple, and I have to watch the movie and then I'll get back to you.
Yeah, watch the movie because like I enjoyed it, to be honest, and I've watched it twice. I watched it; it's on HBO Max, and I put it on, and I was like, you know what? I'm like, yeah, it's not his best, sure. And it was kind of funny too because another M. Night Shyamalan movie that nobody talks about is Old, the one that came previous.
That kind of came and went. I think it did okay.
That came and went. But you know what's funny about that movie is like the premise is cool. The start off, I would say the first act, great, the way that they set it up, and then the final act and the twist, the Shyamalan twist, I thought fantastic. The way that, and we won't spoil it just in case people want to watch it, but it's just like I thought that. But the whole second act, the whole filler to try to make it a full length, horrible. I was like, wow, you have something here. This should have been a short film. I'm like, you have something here. The story and what you're trying to do, and the way that the twist that you have of the reason why this is happening, totally works. But the whole middle, I'm going, this is fucking weird, and just you're just.
I'll be honest. That's kind of how I feel with Trap a little bit too, where it's like the beginning is interesting. A lot of middle where I'm like, what? Okay, and then that third act, I'm like, okay, now it ends like a little more interesting again and stuff, but
a little bit too convenient for me. Some of those people are just like, you can't be that stupid. And this is, I understand I have to.
There's that. I'll give you that.
They went beyond that. They put together the intricate plan, and then they got goofballs giving away everything to just any random guy that walks. Hey, what's going on here? Oh, okay. That makes
that was a little too convenient. I'll give you that. Like there's that one dude who's like, "Hey man, I'll get you. You know what's happening.
I'll give you everything that you need."
Yeah, there was a little too
and
much
I'm just
exposition.
Here at this moment in time.
All because you were nice to me. I appreciate you, man.
And then of course he gets a little scene at the end, and it's like, oh, that's stupid.
Random dude
I'll give you guys that. There's some convenient things. But for the most part, when it came to a lot of the other things, and I thought Josh Hartnett was like, especially in that.
Best thing about the movie.
He is the best.
Yeah, he is the best thing about that movie. So.
Easily.
I'm gonna give you guys one bit of Shyamalan trivia, and then we should wrap up the topic. But I found out later.
The unexpected Shyamalan topic.
Yeah, I know, right?
No,
I love it.
I found out later, and I had seen the episode too. I just thought it was like a trope that had been done in other things, and probably has at this point by now. But Shyamalan got the idea for The Sixth Sense from an "Are You Afraid of the Dark" episode.
No shit.
That's
which one? Oh man.
I can look up the title. Give me a second.
You know what's funny about that? You know why I just reacted like that? It's because like I saw like I was like scrolling through TikTok or whatever, and some channel actually goes, remember Nick at Night or Snick or what it was called?
Snick.
It was called Snick. Yeah, Saturday night, Nick at Night. And that's when Are You Afraid of the Dark came out. And I was like, and they showed like the different shows that were on Snick. And I was like, yeah, I remember watching that. I didn't really watch that. And then all of a sudden they showed it, Are You Afraid of the Dark? I'm like, oh God, I love that fucking show. No shit. He got inspired by that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
okay. Here it is. And again, spoilers for Are You Afraid of the Dark? But it's called the episode's called The Tale of the Dream Girl.
Dream Girl. Wow.
Yeah, and it's actually, now that I remember the episode, it's kind of a double twist, but you can probably put it together yourself. But I love the episode when I was a kid, and so I think when I did see the twist in Sixth Sense, I just thought it was like a trope, but I was like, oh, they hit it really well though in this, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, Sixth Sense is a great one for sure.
Oh no, I like that one a lot. But Unbreakable is my personal because I'm a big comic book head. So for me, I love all that stuff. But
completely understandable.
No, I mean, it's funny too because like when people were, when M. Night was going through his rough period, I thought The Visit was actually pretty decent.
The Visit was the beginning of him starting to get up, but
I didn't hate The Visit.
Yeah, the Split is where he started to kind of get.
Yeah. And then I loved like
it's those middle ones. He did like Last Airbender, After Earth, The Happening.
After Earth was so bad. Yeah,
dude, 3 just horrible films in a row.
It was so like I remember like sitting in the theater and I was just going like, man, when is this movie gonna end? Like Jaden Smith is just not selling it at all. This is bad.
Was happening with Mark Wahlberg.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Happening. Oh man, I saw that. I went on a date
Oh
Did
no!
And I remember,
did,
like, we
did,
were.
did
we
it
were,
end right after it, or did we
Oh,
a lot of
well,
apologizing?
it ended well for the most part, but at the same time, but it was like, but only because we were talking so much shit, and I was doing my best Wahlberg impression, like as we were driving back to my place. I was like going like, "How you doing, Plant? What's going on? What's going on?" I was like, and I think that's
feel
what
it,
sold me. Yeah, it was so. Oh man, I remember seeing that. I was on a date, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I remember watching it one more time after that. And I was like, "Really? This is how you're gonna end it with a bunch of like they're just standing out in the wind, and then everything's okay? What?" Like it didn't make any fucking sense. Ugh.
There was some big movie I was watching at the time, and the trailer for After Earth came on, as a preview and stuff like that. And this was the time where Shyamalan's name was like box office poison, but this was a Will Smith project, so they were focused all on Will Smith and Jaden.
And it was him and Jaden reuniting since The Pursuit of Happiness was a big deal.
Yep. Right. So, and I remember
reuniting with your son. That's interesting.
But I'm waiting for it to say Shyamalan or from the director of Sixth Sense or something, and nothing pops up. And then right as the movie starts to fade out, I go, "It's a Shyamalan film!" I shout out, and everyone starts laughing.
God, I can't even really remember that. I just remember sitting in the theater, just going, "What the fuck?" I mean, they try to make. I remember that trailer. The last shot of that trailer was they were trying to make it intense, where like Will Smith is like, he's like trying to like console his son, like, oh my God. And then all of a sudden he gets like sucked through like the hallway. So you see him like get sucked through the hallway, and then the trailer ends to try to make it intense. And it was like, all right, maybe that's cool. But then when you watch the movie, you go, okay, so that is the ship, just the fucking, there's like some, the pressure just got released, so he got sucked out while they're on this planet, so he's fine. But it was like
when I saw that trailer and that scene moment, I just felt like Jerry Seinfeld in that meme. It's like, that's a shame.
That's a shame.
So I'm not as big into them anymore because I think they just kind of fell off quite a bit. But the Honest trailers that they used to do,
and those were good.
And the After Earth one got so bad that the epic voice guy, like, I mean, I don't think he didn't really do it, but they made it like a joke that he just got so sick of the movie, like doing the trailer for it, that he left and got in a car and like left the studio.
We got paid enough for this.
God damn, that was such a bad movie. I remember just laughing because, like, Jaden Smith trying to do dramatic acting was so bad, and there's a reason why he hasn't acted since.
But I feel bad because I feel like he was kind of pressured into acting too. Like,
that's
I don't
probably
think
what it was.
Well, he talked about how he was pressured into doing that movie with After Earth, and After Earth he tried to get annulled from his father, or he did get annulled. He got annulled from his dad. Yes, it was that bad. He got it's very publicly known. He got annulled.
And what's funny is, like, Pursuit of Happiness was great. Pursuit of Happiness was great. It was very well acted, an awesome story, and a very like, oh shit, hitting you in the feels kind of story. And then after fuck.
Jaden talked about that he did not want to do After Earth, and his dad, because I think his dad was his manager or something at the time, like was a part of his team.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Do this one for me, son. Come on, it's gonna be
basically
fun.
Basically, again, it was the big reuniting of. Right, because it was such a big deal when they did Pursuit of Happiness. They're back together again.
Well, there was two big factors too. Again, I haven't really seen Pursuit that much. I've seen bits and pieces of it over the years and stuff. But it helped. It helps it. Well, yeah, and I've heard people love that movie. But like, Jaden was also a little boy, and he was very adorable, and like it was a little bit easier to kind of forgive, some subpar acting.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other thing was that was a very grounded and very real movie.
Yeah.
Now you have a giant fucking like space adventure, and it's also like
and now he's a teenager, and he's got like a deep squeaky voice kind of thing going on. He's going through puberty essentially through the fucking movie, and it's so fucking bad.
I remember coming out of that theater and someone was on a date and they just said, "I am so sorry. I thought this movie was going to be fun. It was Will Smith. I saw Pursuit of Happiness." I said, Yeah, the ending was pretty happy, man. But you got a journey to get to.
Oh my god,
That's how I felt when I took a date to go see Transformers, the fourth one, where Mark Wahlberg opens a beer bottle in the middle of Tokyo.
Oh no, it was Age of Extinction.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt really bad because I actually fell asleep for about 20 minutes.
There is one good scene in that movie from what I remember. It's T.J. Miller getting killed by a Transformer.
Yeah.
So there is that.
Gets lit up. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're all like rooting at that point. Yeah, Decepticons,
Right, yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that happens early on in the movie, and there's another 2 hours left of it. So,
Phil, I know you need to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to be up earlier.
Yeah,
Celebrate
you're
nephew's
tired.
birthday.
Go ahead and check out right now. I know you're looking a little sleepy, so go ahead. Promote what you got to promote.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have my show today. I had just kind of prepping for my nephew's birthday. It's tomorrow, but we kind of celebrated tonight, but we're still doing some more celebrating tomorrow. You can catch me on YouTube, Blue Sky, Vero, Instagram, Threads, Unfiltered. No. That's you. No, I'm not you. Thank you. But you can listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night. That's and I also read my reviews, Multiverse of Color, going over Superman and Lois, and I will be reviewing Creature Commandos.
All right. Take it easy.
Much love, guys. Take care.
All right, man. Hi, Phil. Take care.
Oh man, M. Night Shyamalan. I mean, I it's funny because every time in this is what when you build up your reputation of being like, all right, I'm the twisty guy. I mean, to the point where Robot Chicken. I used to watch Robot Chicken.
Yeah,
and they used to have like some sketches like, what a twist, they'd have an M. Night Shyamalan, and they'd be like, what a twist. He was always the twist guy. So even every movie that I go into, I'm sitting there and I feel like a crime scene investigator. I'm like, okay, I got to start looking for clues.
You're
what is going to be happening? And then.
But I see that. Don't you think that also kind of hurt him a little bit?
I think that kind of hurts him. I think it kind of hurts a little bit because, like, when I went and saw Trap, I'm like, all right, what's the twist here?
No big twist. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not really like a huge twist when it comes to that. So, but at the same time, I kind of enjoy that a little bit. Like when I know that this movie is going to be like a little twisty, even if it's not M. Night, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to start looking for clues. I kind of like that aspect, but at the same time, yeah, it could take away from the experience. That's why I'm like, well, if I don't hate the movie, I'm going to watch it again, and then I'll just watch it not, knowing. And then I can just enjoy what the creator is trying to tell me here. But yeah, it can be a little bit of like something where, when I'm just sitting there going like, when I know there's going to be some kind of twisty ending, I'm like, all right. So I start just immediately going, all right, wait a minute. Is that person? Wait, is that? And I start just looking at every little thing,
right?
And that's just me, But at the same time, I don't necessarily say that it's a bad thing. I kind of like that when I go to those types of movies where I know it's going to be like, there's going to be some kind of twist. I kind of like that. I'm like, I'm trying to be this investigator. And then when I don't figure it out, I'm going, hey, cool. I didn't figure it out. You did a good job. You fooled me. I was looking at every little thing. And but then I could appreciate it when I watch it for a second time and just like, okay, now I don't have my magnifying glass out, looking at this whole thing, and but I like that. That's just me because I've written stories, I've written stuff like that, and made short films in the past. So I'm like, it's just me being trying to put my brain into the filmmaker's brain. Kind of thing where I'm like, where is this going? Maybe. And there, there's been times where I've figured things out, but I don't necessarily going, oh, I figured it out. It sucked. No, I'm going, no, that was good. I'm glad I figured it out because I just happen to do that. It doesn't happen all the time.
I mean, again, you see enough movies. It's not saying he's not being creative.
Exactly.
It's just like there's certain tropes that just exist in
I
in
see
some
where
of these
this
genres.
is going. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he too at some point, like when he was doing an interview, he was basically saying to an extent he liked the idea of his movies kind of being like Twilight Zone episodes, basically. And not every Twilight Zone episode, but like a lot of them do have twists at the end, like where you think you know what the story is and where it's going, and then there's like another level to it later. And again, not every episode, but like it was pretty common with Twilight Zone. So I can understand from some perspective of like what M. Night was like trying to do and like where he's trying to go with it. But yeah, I think he just got more kind of hokey with his filmmaking, and like his dialogue kept getting more and more kind of like two-dimensional or kind of like too straight-laced, I guess, or something. I don't know the word for it.
But Knock at the Cabin, Knock at the Cabin was, that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was okay.
I thought, it wasn't like, but it made you more think. Like of course, same thing. I went into that movie going, okay, and then I start, I put my, elbow on the armrest, and I'm like, all right, let's see here. I'm going to try to figure this thing out.
That was straightforward. That was a straightforward movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm sitting there going, oh, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. I'm whispering to my girlfriend. I'm like, maybe it's, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, yeah, this is pretty just kind of like, there's no real twist and straightforward. She loved it. She was like, oh my God, that was like the way that and I was like, yeah. But I was kind of disappointed. I'm all like, there wasn't really like a big, huge twist.
And to your point, there might have been a chance that he wasn't always going to do this with his films.
Exactly.
But when you do like by the time you get to his third film, it's just like now you're looking for it. Now you're stuck.
Yeah.
And everything's compared to the Sixth Sense. It's it wasn't as good as Sixth Sense. Like we didn't know what that was going to end up being at that point.
It's a bad thing, but it's not. It wasn't his intention or his plan or anything like that.
And I appreciate that's what made me like that movie was the fact that it's like, okay, you're not doing this thing where there's going to be some crazy twist where you start cutting back to certain scenes earlier in the movie that was hinting at it that we didn't catch. It's not one of those.
People were dead. They were dead. Like when
exactly. So it was like, oh, this was like about, okay. So it was, like you said, straightforward. And I'm like, good. And I even was like, good. M. Night, this was a great movie. Maybe not great, but, it was a good movie where it was straightforward. You didn't have the twist, and then, of course, when he did Old, which I think came out before that, was like one of those movies that was strictly like that Twilight Zone type of movie. It was like, why is this happening? And like I said, it should have been a Twilight Zone episode because I felt like all the middle, like the second act where they were just like the girl gets, the girl and the boy start growing up way too fast. And then all of a sudden they have that awkward moment where they're like, hey, my bing bong is, doing this. Let's do this. They do that. She gets pregnant, and then it's very awkward.
Interesting. That's a very fun description there, Dave.
Exactly. That's how I'm going to explain it right there. Hopefully M. Night watches this right here, and he's like, "Yep, that's exactly what I was going."
You should cut that. Create a reel out of that.
That's demonetized.
Did you guys know? Because this always people never seem to know about this movie. Strangely enough, I found this movie because I think there was an advertisement for it. Like it like played like an advertisement for it in front of another movie on VHS. I found the movie in the video store, and then I watched it because I just wanted to see what it was about and stuff like that. There's this movie that came out a year before Sixth Sense called Wide Awake with Rosie O'Donnell, and it's about this kid who's in Catholic school. And, I was in Catholic school at the time, so I mean, it wasn't a great movie. And I found out later that it was then written and directed by M. Night Shyamalan. And I'm not kidding. There's also a twist in this movie.
Why do we think Sixth Sense was like, really?
The kid is going through all of these, like, life lessons and turbulent, like, year of living while he's going to Catholic school. And stuff like that. And he's like praying to God or something, like every night or whatever the case is. But the whole movie, it's not that focused on, but he notices this like little blonde boy who keeps looking at him like around like recess or whatever, like every day. And then like we'll look at him and then like look away basically. And so finally like towards like the end of the movie, and again, in my brain, my kid brain was like, it could be this, but that's kind of silly. And I was like, maybe it's not that. He goes up to the blonde kid and he's like, who are you? And then the kid is like, oh, I've always been watching, and we've always been watching you and stuff like that. And then the kid like disappears or something, and you just are like, oh, the kid was supposed to be an angel, I guess, or something. And that's that's in the movie.
Wow.
And I don't even remember how the rest of the movie ends or whatever the hell is going on.
The movie poster looks like it's a feel good fucking.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you post it?
I gotta show you the poster.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the poster does not look like anything like.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's kind of semi-dark too, a little bit. Like it's really weird. But yeah, this is like 90s Rosie O'Donnell when she had like a talk show and was like in the Flintstones and like
all these other
Dude, okay. Okay, let me pull this.
Hold on.
I can't. Let's see. Zooming in.
The kid actor's in a bunch of things too. But I can't
does this look like an M. Night Shyamalan thriller movie right here? I mean, that looks like a comedy. That looks like a family comedy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow, I had no idea.
That you would have no idea that that's some kind of M. Night Shyamalan twisty weird movie right there. That looks like a 90s comedy about something. She's holding a softball in a glove.
Like the Jonathan Taylor Thomas movie, Man of the House.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It looks like
that
something
90s.
from TGI Fridays on ABC.
Dennis Leary is in this movie? Oh my god.
And the trailer for it, I think, is pretty much played the same way. Which is why like I wanted to watch it. I was like, oh, it's one of those, like I thought like a Disney type movie or something, and it wasn't. And I like the Angel Boy twist.
Bad.
I was like, what is this? And then a decade later, I found out it was M. Night Shyamalan.
That is so funny. I had no idea. I was like, I was looking at his filmography, and I'm like, wow, he did have 2 movies. He had 2 movies before he had one called in 1992 called Praying with Anger.
Yeah, that was like a student short film or something like that. And he talked about that on the Graham Norton show. And he said his dad gave him some really good advice after watching the movie. He says, cast more white people. And then that's exactly what he did. I'm not like that's his direct,
I could see so that's funny, man. I don't know. Like when it comes to M. Night, I think The Village is underappreciated. I actually really enjoyed that. I was like, I like the twist in that one.
I've only seen bits and pieces of it, but I know the twist and I know how it works. That one seems okay. Like I kind of get why the twist works better in that movie than a lot of his other films. But I was kind of out of M. Night Shyamalan by that point.
But after that, he had Lady in the Water, which I know that was based on an actual book or a short story or something like that. And I was like, I watched it and I went, what the fuck is this? The Happening was the Happening had a great trailer. Horrible movie. I mean, it was like the trailer was awesome. Remember when all the people were like falling off the building and shit like that?
Yeah.
People were like, you see somebody just like, oh yeah. I mean, basically people were just like killing themselves. And I'm like, oh, and that's what drove everybody to it. But then you watch and you're like, what the fuck is this? And then you had The Last Airbender, which was, everybody hated. I didn't even watch it because I had no idea.
I was a huge fan. I still am a huge fan of the cartoon show, which I still think is one of the greatest. Not only greatest animated shows ever made, but still one of the best TV shows ever made. And
not so much with the movie.
No, the movie was like the first real time I can remember, like just being so disappointed in a film. And then like I came home, and like for like the next couple of days, every time I thought about the movie more, I hated it more. Like it was like an infection that like got worse over days. I was just like visibly upset about that movie. Here's how I know. I think The Happening is a great Mystery Science Theater movie because those guys went off and did riff tracks. If you guys remember that, I think they still do them. But at the time, I was in my college library and I had to go on the computers and headphones and stuff like that. And at the time, YouTube had a bunch of riff tracks, like with corresponding video. So I saw riff tracks, The Happening, like a 13-minute video or something like that.
And absolutely.
So I was like, all right, totally watching this. So I started clicking it. Now, at the time, there was probably about 3 different librarians, and one of them was just a mild-mannered guy, like very, very quiet. He like never raised his voice. I mean, he's a librarian. He never raised his voice or anything like that. And he walked by me and he saw the video, just video of The Happening. And he was like, oh God. that was such a bad movie. Like it got a reaction out of him. This was like completely, he's just completely quiet, and just like the fact that movie got that reaction out of him. It's like, say what you want about M. Night. Like, I mean, he gets he gets something.
He does get reactions. He does.
Yeah,
get
that
reactions.
is true. That is true.
At least he does that. It's like yeah, I know. I mean, and that's what I love about him. I'm like, it's going to be hit or miss. I mean, like I said, when it came to Old, I was like, The Visit I enjoyed, and even that twist was pretty cool. Like, because it was all found footage. He was doing something different. And it was mainly found footage of like, the little girl, the young girl, visiting the grandparents, and it was all weird and stuff like that. And then the twist, when he had what's her name, Kathleen Hahn, who's the mom. And then when she just like, have you guys seen?
I haven't seen The Visit. I something about the grandma going crazy or something, right?
Yeah, I won't spoil it for you. Watch it. I won't spoil it for you, because there is a moment where Catherine Hahn, because they're like doing the FaceTime thing, and then the twist happens, and it's kind of you kind of go, oh shit, it's a good twist. It's a good twist. So I don't want to spoil it for you. So I would say give that a watch, because when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, M. Night Shyamalan's back. I mean, and he did something different. He did like not a found footage, but kind of like in that vein.
He went back to his roots, very low budget horror movie, very grounded. Yeah,
and it did very well. It did very well because it was a cheap budget, and it made profit. So, but I would say that. But then when it came to Old, I was like, yeah, this is a good idea, but it should have been an episode of fucking Twilight Zone or Outer Limits or something like that. Because there was just too much of the middle part. The beginning and the end was cool.
Yeah.
Like I was like, oh wait, this is why this island is okay.
Nice.
And this is what they're doing. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes but at the middle part, I was like, I kept going, what the fuck? Where the fuck is this going? This is weird. This is creepy. This is like really creepy. You have this young girl who's like pregnant, and all of a sudden her belly is getting bigger. It's weird, it was like very strange, like, and I was like, okay, shock value, sure, but
yeah.
I do know that Shyamalan, because we were talking about Glass earlier. I do know that Shyamalan like mortgaged his own house to make sure that Glass had the appropriate budget, because you had McAvoy, Sam Jackson, and Bruce Willis all back together.
Yeah.
But it did well. Like, I mean, however people felt about it, it did make a large
profit. I need to watch it again. I want to watch all three of them. Like, I just need to watch like, that trilogy again. And really, because I watched Glass twice, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. But it's just, I felt like it just, I don't know. I maybe I was just wanting more of Unbreakable than I don't know.
We wanted the way that the series works with, especially David Dunn, and what a, because he's the hero character, and I think we wanted a more inspirational type of ending, and it is still kind of is, but it's more about everyone kind of learning that there's the potential to break free, basically. But but again, it's the realistic, because again, the whole point is that the comics are inspired by the reality that they're in, basically, and even Elijah says in the first Unbreakable, before it was churned out and made for a profit, and and spruced up for the kids, kind of thing. Like, he's talking about like basic myths, like stuff that's been around for thousands of years. Because the first thing you see of him, he's got like ancient scripture in a comic book store that he owns.
Yeah. Yep.
He talks about pictorial form and about cavemen drawing on walls. He's like, it's been part of it's been part of humanity's storytelling since the beginning of time. So that's how you have to look at Unbreakable and the comic book aspect, I guess, in a sense.
Indeed. Okay, I know some of you guys gotta go. Also, we got William and Paul. You guys are getting.
Did you?
William may be dying right now.
He's like,
fighting a chest cold, but that's not. Did you cover all your main topics? I didn't want to leave you short. Whatever.
Oh no, I mean, if you have to go, you have to go. I was gonna, we have one more little topic, maybe.
We went from the James Gunn trailer briefly into.
I know we went into the whole thing, but for the most part, I mean, we are, but but if you have to go, go ahead, go. It's fine.
Well, what's the last topic? I mean, what's the next?
I was gonna say, talk about Batman: Brave and the Bold and James.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Bye, Paul.
Wow. Damn. Got that.
Go ahead, Paul.
No, really,
Yeah.
I haven't got any sleep. I've been up since
I know
like
you're
4:30
tired,
this
yeah.
morning, so I gotta hit the hay. But
All right,
William, if you want to stick around, like I can get going. But yeah. Well, you guys know me. Dave, thanks again for having me on. I always appreciate it. If you guys want to find me, I'm at pmaking1988 on Instagram and at Paul Panhook on Vero. And yeah, just send me a message or whatever, and that's about it, I guess. That's
all
all
right.
I got.
Thanks, Paul. Always great talking to you, man.
Good talking to you, man.
Yes, same guys. All right, have a good one.
But no, I was just like one of the last things I was going to talk about is like the fact that, James Gunn did answer the fact that during these interviews, all the stuff that happened on Monday, he was like, I think it came out Tuesday that he said, well, like people were like, well, where's Batman fit in this? And he's like, well, no script kind of like yet, or like until it's like, and so one of my things was, oh, okay, so there really is not much development when it comes to Batman Brave and the Bold. But at the same time, when people are like, well, then why was it part of the slate? I'm like, well, if you're going to announce a new DC slate, you got to have something Batman in there, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that's why they put it. And I think like the idea of like going, okay, if we do this Batman that has a Damian Robin, it gets us nerds going, oh, okay, well, that's different.
We know our next Batman's different. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think too, like the big thing with that is like, James Gunn never announced like he even said this is not the order of the slate or whatever. There's no time frames for these. We're doing this kind of based, which is also interesting to me because, obviously I think with Marvel and some of these other universes, it's all based off of a certain plan. All these things have to fit.
Maybe
possibly, possibly. But DC, it seems like he's going based on, like he said, like whichever scripts are done and great first and all that, are the ones coming through. It's now getting rumored we may get our Clayface movie shooting next year and stuff.
Flanagan.
So that was a rumored thing that came out again, but it's already been rumored. So I mean,
right?
Okay. So here's another thing too, is like when it comes to all this that I wanted to actually run by you guys. I mean, okay, so yeah, Batman. Like I said, to me, it's like you have to put something out there. Batman. If you're going to release a DC slate, you have Superman. You got to put something Batman out there, and that's fine. And then, of course, he said something about, somebody was like, hey, why you're not doing origin stories for certain characters, and then you're doing like these, crazy characters that a lot of people haven't, unless you're a diehard comic book fan, you haven't heard of. And I'm like, and I appreciate what he's doing where he goes, obviously we don't need an origin story for Superman and Batman anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, let's
absolutely.
We know.
I want to see the Waynes getting killed in the crime alley one more time.
For the umpteenth time. I just need to see it again.
Die, Martha, die.
We need to see baby Superman go into a ship and get launched.
And let's be honest, the best one was how Snyder did it, and that kind of like no dialogue, it was beautiful, it was great. With great.
So we don't need to see that again, and it's like, okay, good. And then of course there was people like, well, we have a new generation of people. Like, we just had a Batman movie that came out, and there was no origin.
Yes. But here's the thing, it's going to make mention of it at some point in the movie. Like, there's going to be a reference.
What happened?
Especially with him having a son,
Spider-Man Homecoming reference that, spider bite, hey, that's about it. We don't need to know. When it comes to the popular characters, we don't need to know. Other characters, sure. Okay, John Stewart, we're going to see his origin 100% in the Lantern series. Probably see a flashback for Hal's. When it comes to Lantern series. So don't worry, people. But
when it's Spider-Man, I'm sorry. When it's Spider-Man, when it's Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, the entire world who never has picked up a comic book knows those characters and knows their identities. Yeah. Once you start getting into like the JV, like even like the Flash or Hal Jordan, it's not. But when it's those marketable characters that have been the most marketable characters for 80 years, you don't really need to do an origin story. You kind of like you should use that advantage whenever you can to be able to do that. Now there are going to be times when a flashback, something like that. But for the most part, that is embedded with, and that's what I mean when we're DC really needed to do a better job of marketing the fact that every man, woman, and child knows just about everything that they need. They know more people knew who Batman's butler was than knew what 70% of Marvel characters was. If you look at it,
True.
So
I mean,
they never use that to their advantage until up till now.
I think one of the Wonder Woman is the one that's iffy,
Yeah. But even then, we're getting the Paradise Lost.
No, we are, and I think that's
Nobody
a reason behind it.
She's an Amazon, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, they could, that's one that they could say, do they really know? But do we have to know? No.
Well, and I think that's a good way to kind of enter it, like you said, Paradise Lost, Amazonian type Game of Thrones type series, where it's big.
I wonder if they're going to go full R with it. Go full R. Don't put that shit on Sunday night if you're not gonna do what Sunday night requires. Don't.
That's another thing that I love about what James Gunn has said about this is, and he said this the other day, where it's like, if it needs to be rated R or whatever, it's going to be rated R. He literally said, if it needs to be G, PG, PG-13, R, whatever the rating is, we are open
the story.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's a massive thing that the MCU hasn't started until just this fucking year with Deadpool and Wolverine.
It's not going to be a regular thing with them, but
exactly.
Like I said, if you tell me that you're doing some Game of Thrones type stuff and you're putting it on HBO on Sunday night, well, you better leave the PG.
Well, and I think
home.
Oh yeah,
and I think Gunn knows that. He knows the power of HBO He knows the power. He knows the quality of an HBO show.
Yes,
and so that's important too.
And I think like the Penguin was like a good see, look at this right here. The Penguin got great views. People are talking about it. People are raving about it. It's like, we can do R-rated content here. So, and I think there was always like that kind of sense to Paradise Lost was the fact that it's like, well, Game of Thrones was always, what if we did that in Themyscira?
Well, yeah. When political thing with all women, like,
when that was announced, I was like, oh, wow, that's fucking smart. I never got into Game of Thrones. But I saw the reaction.
Same with the Lanterns in comparison to True Detective. I like that let's compare these to the quality of these great shows and stuff. And it's not necessarily the same in story, but we're going around that same route as we want that quality. We want that standard. Greatness. That standard. Yes.
Yeah. And that's why I kind of talked that you can't go below the level that's already been set when you're going on Monday or Sunday night, 6 p.m., Eastern or whatever, that slot has already been built. It's not up to you what kind of level you want to do. If you can't be light, you got to come heavy with it, or it's gonna, like I said, I think Penguin fit the standard of everything that came before it, and anything that goes there has to be there.
Doom Prophecy is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really phenomenal. You need a master's degree.
I enjoy it now.
You need a master's degree to figure it out if you're not really close to the Dune IP, because there's a lot of stuff that they put in that little hour and 14 minutes that it's not Denny did a good job in making the first two Dune movies accessible to just about anybody. You got to do some homework. You got to cheat and watch some YouTube videos to figure out who the fuck is that and why is this person. I recognize that name from the movie.
Well, but also you hope that if it's a really great show, it's going to explain all of that in some sort of way.
6 episodes. They got enough time.
Is it only 6 episodes?
Oh wow. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Okay.
No, I actually enjoyed it. I mean, it starts off slow, but man, the last like 5 minutes of that thing, I was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I hope you get connected to anybody.
Yeah. I was like, oh shit. But anyways, when it comes to and then one of the things too, like, okay, so when he said, yeah, Brave and the Bold, we're gonna wait till whatever the fuck, I'm like, all right, fine, because you still got Matt Reeves. Batman 2, and of course there's that might not be fully done. Who knows what's going on with that? I just hope that it starts shooting next year, so then we get in 2026.
Next year.
They're still hopefully keeping that date, so I think we're fine. But when it comes to especially when he was talking about when he was responding to that message that he got on Threads about origins and stuff like that, he did, he talked about Swamp Thing, which is like, okay, cool. And then he, when somebody was like mentioned Sergeant Rock, like from one, I don't know who Sergeant Rock is.
Same.
No idea. Maybe Chris, you're the more in William, you guys are more versed.
Sergeant Rock is historically famous.
Is he a comical character? Is he a serious character?
He's Nick Fury, but DC, but earlier.
Okay.
Basically, when DC went they were done with the age of superheroes for the most part, and those are the type of stories that were being told. And Sergeant Rock was like, my dad collected Sergeant Rock.
They've occasionally had like Superman go back in time and visit.
So he does interact with the other bigger heroes, but like in a Nick Fury type way.
Yeah, he entered. Well, the only one I've ever seen him do was Superman, but I'm not. He could have done.
But he's kind of stuck in his own. Like one of the cool ones they did is what was it, Sergeant Rock versus zombies? Like,
okay.
Okay, so like, I mean, it's kind of funny because somebody brought this to my attention when it came to. I talked about this on I think it was Axel actually. He brought this up in the first Predator movie. Look at that.
Yeah.
The first Predator movie. That's Shane Black.
Shane Black. Yeah.
Director Shane Black, who was in the first Predator movie. He's reading his Sergeant Rock.
It's kicking in.
God damn, I'm fucking I know. Like I've had 3 of these damn things. And
everyone needs to get to bed soon.
Yeah. We're gonna end this after.
Oh no! I was gonna say that you're already at that point now too.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point. But no, I thought that was kind of cool because I was like, all right, I never really heard of this character. Like I've, researched it now for sure. But
the fact that he was referenced then.
Yeah, it's crazy. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, especially when we hear about the Clayface movie that could possibly still be a thing that's going to be not directed by, but written by Mike Flanagan. And so I'm just kind of going like, all right, so what I appreciate about what James Gunn's also doing, obviously he's like, okay, we have the characters that everybody knows, but why not have these smaller movies that are characters that nobody knows? And I'm thinking like something like a Sergeant Rock movie. If it doesn't require a bunch of VFX and it might just be like your standard, like, hey, low budget action, like war kind of movie that could be like, a budget of $30-40 million. No, you do something that's like a quality movie or it's just like, hey, this sounds like this could be something cool. You put it out there, you get it made, and nobody knows, like the general audience doesn't know it's a DC movie until they actually go watch it and they see the DC logo. And like, oh shit. And then, maybe it could just, if you do something like this where it's like you're not spending a cajillion dollars, it's something like that one movie that was it was like from the guys from John Wick, and it was that old dude that was fighting Nazis.
Sisu.
Sisu, yes.
Oh yeah.
Something like that. You have something where it's like, and that movie's getting a sequel. They announced a sequel for that movie because it did well, even though it wasn't a huge movie. But if you like have something where it's like you have these small movies, and I think this could be something that could be smart. It's like, oh yeah, let's take these off the cuff characters. We do a low budget thing and make a profit on it because people are just going to.
Not only that,
this is like a batshit crazy action movie, and they don't even know it's a DC property until they go and watch it, and we see the DC logo in front of it, and then it's like, oh shit, and then it does a profit. Helps the studio, and I'm kind of going, maybe this is part of the plan of like doing something. I don't know.
Well, that's the plan. That's the standard plan that the Marvel started with. But when it comes to these small, like Sergeant Rock, there's no way you're going to even go forward. You're going to know that that's a DC movie because they won't even.
Exactly.
Here's the thing: you're going to know it's a DC movie. But the thing about it that allows you to do a Sergeant Rock or a Johnny No Name or anything like that is because you have started with the A-listers. The A-listers are like this bright light next to me that is shining so that you can see me. The A-listers are what allow you to make business decisions with these smaller support characters. And what DC was doing before was fucking stupid. They were doing the small no-name characters instead of their A-listers. What Marvel was doing was their A-listers along with their A-listers. So you could do the talking raccoon, the talking tree.
Right.
You already made your case for Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and your main listers. So you had the machine going, and now you're just tweaking parts, adding parts to it. What they were doing before is, and that's when you always hear me say certain movies shouldn't have been made. Not completely. They shouldn't have been made without a plan for your A-listers. Otherwise, you're putting out these little minnow ships out there with your aircraft carrier nowhere to be seen. So you have to have the support and the spotlight and the momentum of the A-listers, or else you cannot do a Sergeant Rock. We wouldn't be talking about Sergeant Rock if we didn't have a plan for Superman, Batman, and so on. You know what I mean?
That too, but also I think the big thing, and I think what's kind of similar between Snyder and Gunn, is the emphasis on the filmmakers. You have Luca doing Sergeant Rock. You have Mike Flanagan writing, possibly directing that Clayface film. You have James Mangold doing a Swamp Thing. Yeah. You know, you're getting these acclaimed, like, great filmmakers behind it, and kind of like what Snyder did with getting Wan and Jenkins and Famoya and some of these other, like, that's the goal. Let them tell their stories. You know,
and try not to make an inflated budget. Like, keep it low, and then which is what they have to do. I mean, they really have to do that. You know, and I see
and let them have their own kind
on your AB, your A and B,
have their
budget.
What you were gonna say, Chris? Like, have them,
their palette, their own kind of color palette, their own kind of like theming. Like, it's there. If you know the other movies, great, but you don't have to.
Right.
Exactly. So. You know, so like when this was all like coming about, I'm like, Sergeant Rock, what the fuck? But then again, that could be something pretty awesome. That's just like this crazy, you know, I mean, I have to research the character more, but I'm just saying, like, it could be something that could be low budget and people go, oh, what the fuck is this madness? Not realizing it's a DC movie and could be a profitable thing. But like you said, William, it's like, okay, yeah, but we have our Superman, we have our Green Lanterns, we have our Supergirl that's coming, we have our Batman that's coming. There's all that's out there, and
that's your audience for Sergeant Rock, because like I said, you wouldn't be flipping the switch. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be making the C-level characters, not C-level in quality, but C-level in recognition. You would have no justification for these. So I like the way he's doing that, is because that's it. It doesn't all have to be Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman.
Right. Yeah.
But as long as you have taken care of those characters, you're feeding that audience into Sergeant Rock. They're going to trust you with a character they may not know too well, because you've handled the big nuclear weapons the right way. And that's something they have not been doing. So that's a massive improvement to where the other guy, like I said, you don't give me Shazam unless you've given me the other guy with the cape and the right symbol. You don't give me Birds of Prey until you've given me, because if you haven't handled those things, how am I what are you funneling things into? You have no credibility there. So now we know he's doing Superman. By the time Sergeant Rock comes out, we will have the big hitters on stage, and now I trust you. If Superman is great, I trust you now with a hard IP. Now, okay, you got Sergeant Rock. I don't even need to know who that character is. You've already proven yourself. I'm in. Just like I said, the talking raccoon, the talking tree have no chance. If you come into that office with that as your first movie instead of Iron Man, and says, you know what, we're going to start this universe off with some dude with a Walkman.
Well, he is technically starting it off with Creature Commandos, but at
which
the
is
same
kind
time,
of like a little bit of like,
yes, but at the same time, look, I would say if it were anybody else, I would give them the same amount of shit. But James Gunn has proven that he knows how to work these unlikable, non-known characters and these
not
types
in this
of
atmosphere though. See, here's the thing.
We don't know how this connects to the bigger DCU. So
I think people should be careful when it comes to what James Gunn was able to do at Guardians of the Galaxy with a machine that Feige had already turned into a Trans Am, a classic, and had it humming all the way.
Or even Suicide, like Suicide didn't make a bunch of money. So great reception as far as like did well on HBO.
And I love that movie. But here's the thing: that's a movie you can't do and expect it to make money if you don't have the house in order. Like right now, what he's doing, he's getting the Bat house in order. He's getting the Superman house in order, because one of those things the reason why you can't do what he did in Marvel and take that same approach is because of things like Suicide Squad, which I thought was a fine movie, but the general audience was like, who, what, you killed off half the characters before the credits are even done. I don't have any trust or reason to go see this, and it lost $51 million. But now he's in charge of everything. We know one of two people needs to be at first at bat. It's either Batman or Superman. I personally would have preferred he increased his odds of success by putting out a Batman movie, because Batman in the modern era, excluding Batman Begins, and that led to other things, is a $400 million That's the least you're making. If you put the Bat on a movie, that's $400 million. You're starting with $400 million. All right, and then from that point on, now how good your movie is, now that determines whether it's 600, 700, 800, and so on. But the Bat will sell right out of the gate, and I'm wondering if he should have gone with that. But you know what? Superman first, it had to be 1 or 1A, and he got one of the two. So, like I said, after he gets Superman established, depending on when Batman comes out, but like I said, he started the right way. But these other characters, Creature Commandos, that's low liability because that's not in the box office for them. It's still part of the story, but we don't have a bunch of financiers, shitting in their diapers wondering if this is going to turn a profit. There's probably more nervousness about them about what Superman can do because of Warner Brothers history the last 7 years hasn't been good with numbers. Yeah. So once that movie does what it needs to do,
I mean, they're selling Batmobiles, so that's gonna help.
I mean, and like I said, getting people excited about DC is like right now. I've had this excitement about all levels of DC in quite a while.
Yeah,
there hasn't been this much pot, even with the James Gunn thing.
Yeah,
as you get closer to his thing, and you start realizing if you have any anger about what went down, it's not him. All he did is say yes to a job that was offered to him. Yeah. Go
say that louder to the people in back.
Yeah, if you have a complex and issue, it's with the guy who did make a bad move and who did not handle this right, and that's David Zaslav. Yes. David Zaslav handled this poorly, and it put everybody, Abdi, DeLuca, and James Gunn, in a situation. What was he gonna do? He's got a legacy job. Now, once he does this, he better do his own thing because it's going to be around his neck. You can't inherit somebody else's.
Or just leave. Like, be known as the guy you came in, make the cuts, get the company back on track financially and stuff, and then get the fuck out if you're not an idiot.
What he did, what I thought was bungled. He accidentally got the right guy. But while he's getting rejected by everybody else who did not want this job, including James Gunn when he first asked him, he had Luca and Abdi going on and doing this other thing, talking to people, talking to these people. They're going on to do their own, what they're being told to. All of a sudden, he gets, okay, can I bring Saffron with me? So the conversation changes. So instead of the left hand and the right hand coordinating with the head, which was Zaslav, he let that situation get stupid. I can't blame James Gunn for not taking on the baggage and a story that he didn't create when this is going to be something he may be known for. He's pushing 60. He may not get any other chance to make this kind of impact. But I do hold David Zaslav and the other guys, Boswell, you got this guy coming. We were said yes to this, but we got these other movies that are coming out here. What can we do to maximize the profit of these 4 movies that we have coming out? Why don't we take some time and put a nice bow on this? We don't have to rush into anything. The only movie we got coming out immediately is Superman. Everything else, Batman is years down the line, and apparently could be at least 2 years down the line. Yeah, so we didn't have to rush into one thing, just to blow up.
Well, and that's the other thing too we have to remember with Gunn. They didn't offer him the universe and he turned it down. And it wasn't that. It was Toby that offered him a Superman movie and he turned that down.
No, Zaslav offered him. Zaslav originally made him a pitch originally, and he said no.
Yeah.
He came back and asked, can I don't want to run a studio like that. Yeah. And then Saffron was added to the deal. And then that's when the yes came around because it was him, Dan Lin.
As the creative and Saffron as the business, yeah.
Exactly. If Dan Lin says yes, we're not talking about any of this stuff.
Right.
David Zaslav was just looking for the first yes he could get. So don't hate Gunn because it's Zaslav fucked up. Right. Don't hate him. I as we get closer to the movie, that's all the only thing. Listen, be unfulfilled that we didn't get the ending to an epic story, and I think we still will, like the comic books. That happens. I'm not gonna I don't need to allow that to restrict anything going forward. What would you do if you were James Gunn? And somebody said, I want you to start this universe, and long after you're dead, this universe is going to be what's attached to your legacy. How about you inherit some other guy stuff, even if I like the other guy's stuff?
And then, of course, when it comes to the whole Peacemaker and Justice League thing at the end, I mean, I think James Gunn really realized that, okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't answer everything on social media because he answered a while back. Like, oh yeah, Peacemaker is not canon or something like that. He did say that. And then, of course, now it's biting him in the ass because now he's going, well, it is canon except for the Justice League part. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, And then, of course, you got the people out there that are like, he lied again. Liar, liar, pants on fire. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going I'm like, hey, this is where James Gunn shouldn't have said that it wasn't canon for sure. And hopefully he'll learn from that. But then I'm going well, first off, I don't think the scene was necessary. And then I think we all kind of got season 1 has to be canon because it attached to the Suicide Squad, and we got Rick Flag Sr. in here. So, and it was just one of those things. But then I'm just kind of going all right.
I get that, and I'm obviously going to give him the chance and stuff because I really liked Peacemaker season 1 and stuff. But if I'm being consistent and stuff, I do take issue with that. And that no, dude, if you're gonna do this, you recast everything, you restart everything. I get that was successful, and you like working with these people. He came in at such
a bad time.
It was a weird time. It was a weird time, and I understand that. But at the same time, now it's hard for me to give crap to the people who are going, well, why aren't you using Cavill or any of these?
And he's feeling that, and he's feeling that too, because now it's like, but now that he has his universe that he could play with, at first he was playing with other people's toys. So he was like, all right, well, if I'm in this sandbox, I'm going to try to utilize this. And he did. And now that it's shifted to, hey, now you own all the toys. So now you can play with them. Now he's like, oh shit, I already was saying stuff. Oh shit. Okay. Well,
that's
bad management because that's bad management. In the case, he should have never been put in control over all things DC that were pre-existing. He should have been in control of the DCU going forward. That would have been better for him.
Yeah, and kept somebody else in charge of finishing it up.
And you tell Abdi and DeLuca, listen, you sit down here and see all these pieces we have left over. I need you to put these together. And I wrap this up in a way that A, makes it so that we don't drop 1.2 billion marketing movies that are going straight to the dumpster. And B, what can we do to wrap this up, give ourselves credibility, and help him?
Yeah.
What can we do because you know what? And everybody told me, we just need to blow it up and restart. But stop that. You know how hard it is to get a customer in front of you? Yeah. You know how much money a small business owner or any business owner spends to get somebody through your door? You have them there. You never say goodbye to the customer you have for some maybe shit that you may have around the corner. If you can strive for that shit, but you tell your customer right here, listen, we're going to be we're going to be doing some different, but you're here now. I want you with me. Wait right here, and we bring this together. You don't say goodbye to the guy who has the money in hand for some guy who may be coming up the elevator. No, you get greedy, take everything. And that's what I don't think they understood that they really needed to do.
I think you're absolutely right. I think they could have done that and done it in a way where it was like you wrap up the old and then you go, look, this is comic books, and especially DC far more than Marvel uses the multiverse and those types of things. God knows when or if these guys could come back at a certain point, in a multiverse or whatever, or those types of things. It's not
what they should have done as a king, like
necessarily the end.
Yeah. They could have saved the Dark Side arc for any other time because you know what? Technically, we know we survived that because of other movies, right?
Yeah.
What you should have done though is you needed to give your audience that you had here now, the guy with the money in hand now, a positive image of what they invested into before you try to convince them. Because guess what? I want to see that Cavill fucking rock battle. I would love to see a Sasha Kaya going up against Shazam with Dr. Mind or Mr. Mind control. I wanted to see all that. And you can give me that. The money you blew on leaving those 4 movies for dead, you could have made a really good Kingdom Come-ish type movie, a final battle movie. And then you hand that over to James Gunn and said,
wrap it up.
Blow it up. You want to keep it?
Well, and then of course they could have just let Snyder do his thing, and they could have just wrapped it up back in 2021, 2022. Just let him be. He was going to finish off his Justice League story, his Superman arc that he started off with when it came to Man of Steel, and then he even said that there was a built-in reboot when it came to there's a
new Batman and all
there's gonna be a Flashpoint paradox thing that was built into the story that could do that, because Snyder didn't want to fucking be a Kevin Feige. He wanted to tell his story, and then when he was telling the story, he was going to have a built-in thing where it's like, oh yeah, there could be other stories, but the initial story, you know what? We're not going to do what they're doing. I'm just going to fucking go, here's the initial story. There is something in the background that you guys can utilize that we're going to set. I'm going to set a little bit of a little, some dynamite, and I'm going to set the timer. You guys figure out what you want to do with that. I'm out. After I tell my story, I'm out. I'm not going to do the Kevin Feige thing. We're not going to do that. And then I'm going to do some other shit. And if they would have just let him just do that shit, it would have been fine.
Last movie's The Flash. Last movie's The Flash, right? And then you just let it.
Yeah, I mean that was a mistake not ending it like that where they did. But the problem is this was messed up since the beginning. Like this got messed up as soon as they didn't get what they wanted in box office with Man of Steel, and then it really didn't go the way they wanted with how we all know they screwed up with Justice League. And it's gonna be like Man of Steel met at that point BVS, and I know like we get the numbers, but in their eyes it did not meet their expectations, and they panicked, and ever since then I'm not justifying and saying like throwing everything out and starting fresh at that point, but they had screwed it up so much they didn't know which way was up or down. They didn't know what to do, and they didn't even try.
If they would have just let like, okay, BVS was polarizing, but still it made
money.
892 million, and it's like, okay, so just let the story just move forth, like especially after the ultimate cut came out, and that made people were buying that shit like crazy.
That was fine. The biggest thing was deciding to go through with Justice League and letting Joss Whedon finish that, because they went from 600 million, 900 million back down to 600 million on a team up movie that was supposed to compare to Avengers. Not good. And I think, that wouldn't have happened with Snyder, but they weren't willing to wait or to give it, they wanted to.
Math is undefeated, and when you try to fight math, you end up on the canvas, because 678 million for Man of Steel, and then your next movie was 871. When you increase the number, you generally get promoted. But because these people, all of whom are gone, by the way, some of them in disgrace, TCR and all those guys. They were not focusing on their race, their car. They had their necks over into the other lane, into the Marvel car, and trying to run DC like Marvel. And when you don't have people, and this is why I am happy about James Gunn, when you don't have people who understand the DNA of what DC is supposed to do and the emotions it's supposed to invoke and everything else, when you don't have those type of people, you just have a basic generic understanding. Well, their movie made $1 billion. Why isn't mine? Well, you have to get your vehicle up to the point where it can operate in the roads of your own country. For one, stop looking over to what they're doing. The circumstances of the MCU were nothing like the circumstances for DC. While MCU was getting started, we were still ending up right in the middle, as a matter of fact, of the Nolan trilogy. So your mindset wasn't that good. So your last Superman movie didn't make shit. It was a very poorly performed box office movies. So you had this guy starting to build all this and made way more money than any other Superman movie had made. And then he escalated that in his next movie. So instead of following that natural trajectory, you panicked. And like I said, I always say, you cannot be in the corner office and be a pussy.
No.
You can't do it. If you look across corporate,
that's the thing.
How many pansies are running companies the right way? Not very many.
And that's the thing. It's like, you have like guys it's almost like they're looking at stock tickers and going, and their impulse, like going, sell, buy, sell, it's like they don't know exactly what the fuck they're doing. And if they would just let things breathe and let things, for all we know, if they would have let him make his Justice League movies, they could have been like, oh, wow. People would have been like, oh, okay. Now I get what he was going for with this Batman versus Superman movie that I didn't really like. Now and people were doing that after Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. I remember seeing a bunch of people going, oh, now I'm revisiting Batman versus Superman, the ultimate cut, and going, oh, now I see what he was establishing right here when it came to this. Wow.
And now I want to see it. After I saw that last scene of Zack Snyder's Justice League,
oh yeah,
at the very least, give me something that tells me how that wraps up.
Oh yeah, there was people that were making reaction videos going, "Wait, there's no more of this.
Right.
We're not going to see any more of this dark side. What the fuck?" And it was like, it just shows you right there. It's like if you would have just let the guy fucking do his thing, he would have. Yeah, it's just it's so shitty.
Now with this. Because I tell you, I'm biased. I don't no anime, none of this. Give me the comic. Give me the comic like right now. The main protagonist of this universe, his energy created this universe.
Yeah.
So what's telling me? All you got to do is tell me that one of these other universes that were out there was the other one, and then wrap up my damn story arc in the 12-issue maxi series. You could have this.
It's gonna happen.
4 million copies sold. I saw somewhere. 4 million copies total sold. Okay, look, Google the last time 4 million of anything sold.
Yeah.
So, and now we got covers like this.
What is that? The Absolute Batman?
The first Absolute Batman, black and white. Yeah.
That is a nice cover.
Yeah.
Comic, but you know what? All I had to do is take the color out of it and add more to it, and that's what got another 100,000 copies. You think a Zack Snyder's Justice League wrap up wouldn't do that well?
It would do gangbusters.
4 cents to 14 cents or whatever to make this.
Yeah, and we all know, like the certain side of the fandom doesn't want animation. So hey, comic book, they don't want that either. But
live action or nothing, Dave.
Never
or nothing.
They are not in the minority, or the majority. They are not in the buying majority.
No,
they
but the majority would buy that book.
Yeah, the money would drown out any opposition to that.
Of course,
the profitability,
and also if it actually happened, they would either have to switch sides or
they're gonna
obviously just be exactly.
I'm not going to read that, but they
would have to jump on board at some point.
Snyder doing it,
and Zack Snyder promoting it. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Otherwise,
the meltdowns, I would be like,
we already got Jim Lee and Frank Miller doing the
variant covers.
All the people that I wanted to work on all the covers are already doing Absolute Batman.
They're already doing they're doing the covers. Yeah. No, I mean that's the thing. And I think that's what's going to happen after we've seen, Superman 78 and Batman 89, those book runs. It's like, how do they not even go like, maybe we can take some of these stories from the Snyderverse and put them into comic book form.
I need to get down to Comic-Con again, and I need to Bogart my way to Jim Lee this time and be like, "Listen, dude, this is free.
I'll be there with you. We can walk up to him together."
And what happened with the whole Marvel TV show thing, the podcast I ended up doing, the idea I left on the doorstep of DC. It's free. You don't even have to give me it's free. This is free. I'm giving you this for free. No royalties or no nothing. Just take it, man. I don't know.
I know.
One day
it's gonna happen. But but it's such a mess. It's such a crazy thing. And I'm like, and I think everybody here will say that, James Gunn hasn't been like 100% like, hey, we're cheering everything he does. No, we haven't. There's some things where we go, I don't know about that, Jimmy Guns. But for the most part, we understand that he was thrust into a crazy situation and not an easy situation. I'm surprised he still has fucking hair, for God's sake.
Desire to do this, be honest.
Yeah, and even to try to attempt it. But I mean,
good thing he went gray before, because
his hair went white before all this.
Yeah,
like I said, after all this, I'm surprised if he even has hair. But it's like it's all crazy.
He could be Lex Luthor by the end,
He could be. He's the right guy. He's the right guy in a bad situation.
I think when it comes to this, I mean, that's the thing. And I mean, of course, there's people that just flat out just have a hatred towards him, and it's weird. Hate Zaslav.
He's the right guy.
Yeah. I was hoping that Zaslav was going to turn things around, but in the 3 years that he's been around, it's just all I've seen is like, okay, you're not fucking doing a good job here. The only thing that he did good was finally getting a DC Studios. That's
the only good. Yeah, he separated it, allowed it to.
He allowed a separation of like, hey, there needs to be a DC Studios, and it was like, okay,
run on its own. Yeah.
Let somebody who knows the material, the source material, run the fucking thing, and then you have somebody else who knows the financial part. All right, that was probably the smartest thing that he could have done. It is the smartest thing that he did. Other than that, Who knows? And then it's kind of funny too because, obviously there's still always like little murmurs out there or whatever, little whispers out there that say like, oh, it still could be sold. And I know there's certain groups that go like, oh yeah, they should sell it to somebody else. I'm like, do you guys realize if they do sell it, DC Studios would just go in as a whole to Universal or to whatever.
The only thing that they are selling is the distribution.
Yes, they would not. They would not. I mean, remember when Marvel Studios, Marvel Studios got sold to Disney, it wasn't like Kevin Feige was out of the job. He was already running the thing.
No, he orchestrated.
People forget that Iron Man, Avengers, Captain America, those are Paramount movies. Yeah. Those are distributed by Paramount.
And that was one of those things I was like thinking of, like when I started seeing this article about, and then of course, those, I was like, oh, they really think that if they sell it, like, they're just going to get rid of James Gunn and call up Zack Snyder. It's like, no, James Gunn and DC Studios would go with it.
Yep,
you do. And this is why I'm hoping that this company gets on stable ground, because that merger, that sale, if it does happen, that could disrupt things. Because here's the thing, no matter how bought in we are into what we see from James Gunn, the new guy, the ego that a new guy, a billionaire or a new company always thinks that they can do better than the last guy, whether that's right or wrong.
But that's the thing. DC being its own thing and this being a distributor thing, they're not selling. Whoever buys it, they're contractually buying.
Well, no.
Currently, whatever DC, whoever's in charge and whoever's in charge.
No. You're talking about Warner Brothers. You're talking about
if they purchase with Warner Brothers. We're talking about Warner Brothers. The whole company gets. I'm not talking like because they will. They'll never break it off. They'll have people revolting. But if somebody were to buy Warner Brothers, they buy the distribution and IPs. I don't think you're going to see. And here's the reason: people say, "Well, they should sell DC." I'm like, "Are you out of your mind?" If I'm a stockholder and I even hear you at the coffee machine talking about selling DC, I'm looking to have you go out a window, because you're about to devalue my company. You're about to take some IPs that are worth a whole lot if managed properly, and you're about to sell them. And then what's the value of the remaining company going to be? Who gets that stock? So no, we need to no. If it sells, it has to sell completely. Because I don't know if there's any amount of money that you could sell a DC off that would make up for the potential revenue that you're going to be. We're looking at it because it's been misran, but remember, it can be ran right, and you can be making a lot of money. And what's the value on that? Stock's at $10.50 or it's $10 now. What's your stock going to be once
it's actually gone up? It's gone up.
Yeah, it's gone up because HBO Max is starting to expand in Asia, where they should have fucking been when they launched.
I know, right? Why did it take so long?
Better late than never. So their stock is actually where their stock should have already been, but that's fine. Take a win. But I don't think you'll ever see a spinoff of the actual DC itself without. So stockholders got to vote on that. Zazoff can't do that on his own. So they got to vote on that. And I'm like, if I'm on your board, fuck that. No, you're either going to sell it to another company and my stocks are going to go up, or we're gonna just wait it out, because selling DC off as a separate spinoff IP. I heard some rumors about that. We were talking about that on the other show, and I'm like, no.
Not going to happen. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, but I think this is a good spot to end the stream. I think, great conversations with you guys. We'll see what happens. Like I said, I mean, we'll be back here, now, obviously next Friday, probably just talking about more things, and who knows what's going to happen. But
we'll be back on Black Friday.
Yeah. I ain't holding, but I know it's a holiday, but it's whatever, we'll still be doing this, if you guys are available.
I'll be here.
Yeah, I know. I didn't see Moana 1, and I don't know. And I still don't get why they're doing a live action.
I didn't see Moana 1. I'm going to have to go see Moana 2 with my nieces and nephews. So
once Aladdin made $1 billion live action, you're never going to stop them from doing live action.
Yeah, I know, but it's like it's so soon. It's like wait a little bit. I mean, you have a sequel coming out, and you're already filming a live action with Dwayne Johnson.
That sequel is supposed to be
a Disney Plus show.
Yeah, Disney Plus show, and that they pivoted last second.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a show. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
I heard, didn't Bob Iger just sell a bunch of Disney stock?
Yeah,
he's about to retire. People keep when he didn't come back permanently. Yeah. He was out of retirement. He came back on a 2-year mandate.
He knows what he's doing. He knows.
Yeah, to find his replacement. That's all.
No, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's like, you know what? I'm old. Where's the wind blowing? Yeah, I'm gonna sell.
He handpicked Chapek. That's the sad shit. That was his guy because Chapek made all the money in the parks division, which is where Disney makes their money. Yeah, we got these movies, and sure, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, $38 billion annually with the parks.
The parks.
That's a cash cow.
The parks are really where.
Not to mention the toys from Star Wars. And,
I know. Again, we have
$200 lightsaber. Come on, man.
Yeah, how many? Yeah, lightsabers must make at least a couple $1 billion a year.
Oh, I'm sure.
So they don't need they did movie division. They like having it and all, but it doesn't. That's the parks. When you stop showing up to Disneyland or Disney World, that's if you ever wanted to hurt Disney. That's the place where you hurt them. Yeah. Because that's where they're.
That's never going to happen. I mean, I don't know how many times I've like scrolled through TikTok and I see a live stream of somebody on fucking Splash Mountain live streaming. I'm like, Jesus Christ! I'm like, put your fucking phone down. My God, it's so funny. I'm like, I'm just scrolling through, looking at funny videos, and all of a sudden I see a live stream of somebody on fucking Splash Mountain. I'm like. Yeah, and then and
Star Wars. Star Wars is its own. It can be its own IP, dude. Because I know people who go to that, and you got to get on a waiting list or some shit. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, that's not happening. Bring it to Vegas, or it's not happening. So, but yeah, Disney's gonna be fine. But yeah, Bob Iger's on his way out. He was on his way out when he was on his way in.
Oh, he knows. Yeah, that's why he sold that. That's why he sold his shares.
Oh yeah.
I am disappointed we didn't talk about Popeye the Slayer, man. But hey, you know what? Maybe next time.
Listen, I'll hit it up.
I'm sure William will be promoting it. He'll probably get Bradley to dress up as Popeye like he did for.
Hey man, thank you for being willing, by the way. I'm looking. I'm trying to get an interview with him. I already got an interview with the Peter Pan guy.
Yeah, I know you're very much getting those interviews with those guys.
Yeah, and we're gonna do. I'm trying to get a watch along with the guys who made Pooh, Blood, and Honey, so that we could watch it on a watch party. But they're in London, so it's an 8-hour difference, so we can't get it lined up. But
kind of like a live commentary.
Everybody who's working on like Pinocchio and all the stuff that Twisted Childhood, they all signed this.
That's cool.
Nice.
Like it.
Tigger, Pooh, the Scott Jeffrey, the director, everybody, even the girls right there.
Even the
girl that got put in the wood chipper, she signed it. By the way,
I still have not watched any of those movies yet, but I plan on it one of these times. You know,
fun.
I still haven't watched the Terrifier movies. I haven't watched the Terrifier.
That's not the same thing. But
don't listen to him. They're phenomenal. They're great.
Yeah, I know.
Watch Thanksgiving. Have you seen Thanksgiving?
I just watched that for the first time today.
What? I'm going to watch it this week.
Oh, dude,
because I'm off for 5 days next week. And you know what? I'm going to watch Thanksgiving.
I envy you because I can never see that for the first time again. And that oven scene, the oven scene is
okay. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore.
Well, it's in the trailer. It's in the trailer, but
okay.
But it's it's one of the greatest kills of all.
The opening scene is also just phenomenal. Okay. It's a phenomenal opening.
All right, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. You know, I'm gonna do my Thanksgiving watches, which is not a lot. You got Thanksgiving. I'm gonna watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and that's probably it. When it comes to this next week, that's the movies I'll be watching. So I'll report back to you guys on Friday, Black Friday.
There you go.
And I'll see you.
We're doing a watch party on Thursday for it if you want to watch along.
Okay.
There we go. He's already planning it. There we go.
While we planned this last Thursday. Like I said.
You're gonna do it on Thursday?
We're gonna do it on Thursday. I had to have a disclaimer saying I don't condone the putting of people in ovens. It's fiction. I had to do it because people are like, I'm like,
I get it. There's some history. There's some history. Yes, I totally get it.
This is art, people, and it's a beautiful scene. I almost teared up. I don't cry at movies because I'm a grown man and I don't want to surrender my man card. But when I saw the trailer for this and I'm like, they're really gonna do this.
Oh,
Eli Roth, you bad son of a bitch.
Well, Eli Roth, that's where he shines. He didn't shine when it came to Borderlands, but hey, poor guy. But he shines when it comes to this shit, at least.
Yeah, torturing.
So I'm looking forward to it because I haven't watched it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to watch it. I'll probably watch it on Tuesday. I'll probably watch it Tuesday or something like that.
Eating the turkey while you're watching the scene.
Oh my God!
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, let me go to I'm going to my mom's house on Thursday. I'm like, Mom, you want to watch Thanksgiving? Fuck no, I'm not going to.
Yeah, I already told Brad where we're winding that scene over about 3 or 4 times. We're gonna break it down like a football play.
No.
Gosh, you see how crazy there with the legs?
I'll watch it on Tuesday probably.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to watch it on Thursday because I'll be at my mom's, probably watching football and eating all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Watching Detroit beat the hell out of whoever it is they're playing.
Well, they always play Green Bay, don't they?
Nah, it's just them. They'll play whoever, but it's always them at home.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 50 to 3.
No, they play the Bears. They play Chicago. That's who they're playing. Yeah, that's always that's always a rivalry. So yeah, they're gonna beat the shit out of the Bears, of course. Anyways, let's go around the horn and promote whatever you got to promote. Chris, you go first.
Yep, as always, thanks for having me on. You can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga and co-host in Marvel Alliance. You can search for that on any kind of podcatcher of choice. We covered this week no Marvel news reel this week, so we decided to go a little theme in the 5 things we are most thankful for Marvel. Brent and I broke down our ideas with that, and then you can catch me tomorrow on the Brave and the Boys channel looking at the OPB Buyer's Guide for the weeklies and collected editions next week.
Nice.
All right, like it. Austin.
Yeah, it's been kind of quiet, but we're gonna try and do some content for December in the next couple months. Obviously, we'll have the 48 film out in the next week or two. So, we're going to edit an extended cut for that and put that out. But yeah, that's about all for me.
I like it. All right, William.
You can follow me. Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. Everything you need to know or find is right there on all the landing pages. We'll be doing we're doing Gladiator tomorrow for our watch party. It was either that or Alien Romulus, but we're doing Gladiator tomorrow.
On Hulu now, right?
Yeah, we got it on Hulu and Disney. I think it's on Disney Plus. And then all next week we are going to be relaunching our AFSP fundraiser to see if we can break 25 grand before the calendar year is up. So keep an eye out for that. And I'm about to launch all the stuff that you see behind me is going to be online here in 48 hours. So you can click and buy, and some of it has free shipping.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice. That's
always good.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to Paul who joined, of course. And thank you, Chris. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, William. We'll see you guys later. And of course, have a good week. It's short holiday week, but the Vodka stream will be on Friday.
Eggnog stream.
No, I wait till Christmas when it comes to that one. Yeah.
You don't want to get constipated.
It'll be the tequila stream for me.
Yeah. We'll see what alcohol I have next week. But anyways, guys, we love you, and we will talk to you later.
Maybe.